Aloha kakahiaka, everybody, from beautiful Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii. We are here for the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Ocean Paddler TV, happy to bring you this live broadcast of today's races and festivities. I'm Kala'i Miller. Joining me today, my good friend Katie Stevens here, and we're going to be bringing you live action all day from the Kona coast. There's a women's and mixed race this morning from right here in Kailua Kona at the pier, all the way down to Honaunau, the city of refuge. It's roughly about 17, 18 miles, how the crow flies. And then we'll take a quick break. Our men will be racing back and finishing off our day. But really, Katie, it is an electric morning here out on the pier. As you can see, as is not necessarily common in Kailua Kona, there's a bit of cloud cover, making for a great day of canoe paddling. The ocean is nice and calm, so it's going to be what we would think a good passage for our paddlers, but everybody on the dock is like full of energy, warmed up. They're getting the canoes ready in the water. There's a lot of anticipation, a lot of last minute checks, a lot of energy. And as you can see, this is one of our that have a GoPro on it. That's a cool thing we're going to have today, is be able to have a live camera on couple of our canoes, going through the race with our paddlers, and it's kind of exciting. Katie, what are you seeing this morning as you're walking along Kailua Kona Pier?
Wow, it was great this morning to walk around seeing people getting ready. You can tell people are excited, checking last things on their canoes, checking their water system, and make sure everything's set up and ready to go so that during the race that, they're good. But, people are excited, and the cloud cover is awesome. Right. I think people are pretty happy about that.
And you can see it right here. That's going to be on this Kai Opua Canoe Club. They're racing in what we would call a traditional boat there. That's one of the divisions here. Racers can either race 9-man, right, which would be considered 6 in the canoe at a time. 3 people making changes in and out. We also have we have audio as well. You can hear her bailing the canoe, getting ready. This crew from Kaiopu is obviously sponsored by Kona Brewing. They make sure every ounce of water is out of that canoe. And there is a lot of anticipation. It's calm, though. These ladies have raced many times before, probably this race many times. And they're kind of just a lot of energy, ready to get out there and start going at it.
Yeah, a lot of energy. A little bit of nerves here, too. You're kind of pulling up to the start, trying to get in a good position, trying to figure out, do you want to be inside or outside, trying to make sure that you're lining up and you're going to be clear. I mean, there's a lot of canoes here. There's 167 canoes going down, broken up into 3 divisions. So there's probably in this first heat here like 80 canoes or something. And
that's crazy.
And so so you want to try to line up and not get too far away from each other, but also you don't want to get bunched up and pushed around and go sideways. So so people are excited but nervous at this point.
And that's one of the amazing parts of this race, is that each leg, so this morning's race is dedicated to our Wahine paddlers, and there's 170 plus canoes on the water this morning. I mean, obviously there's 3 different start times, as you had mentioned when we were talking before this. There's kind of our traditional boats that start, and they're within that there are several divisions, right? There's going to be open, there's going to be juniors, there's going to be 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. And then there's another division with our unlimited, right? There's less design specifications on those boats. They're often lighter and of more high-tech designs. And then finally, our third wave of starts is going to be our 9-person cruise. Everybody else prior to that is going iron. So think about that. It is 18 miles, no changes. You're working hard the whole time. That is a lot. And I think some of the anticipation this morning is really not about they're worried about it being unsafe or dangerous or scary or anything like that. They're just worried about making sure that they give their best to the rest of their other 5 people in their canoe as a member of that team.
That's right. And so it's taken a lot of preparation for people to get here training, but make sure also that you prepared good this week. Did you eat right? Are you hydrated? What were you doing? Did you get some good sleep? Do you have all your right stuff with you? Is your water system good? Because this is important. You're not going to be able to have somebody bring you anything. If your water system falls apart, and then, you're going to borrow somebody's water or not have water. So you need to have whatever you need with you. And nobody's going to bring you anything else. And so, right, and you need to sort of pace yourself and pace your water so you don't run out, but you got to drink enough. to keep yourself going.
And yes, as you can see again, our first, I guess, heat or wave of paddlers, and you can see kind of in the midst of it there, one of our koa canoes. And so there is a koa canoe division where clubs that are lucky enough to have a koa canoe, which are basically priceless and almost irreplaceable pieces of art that these paddlers are lucky to be able to paddle. There's a separate division just for our koa canoes, and there are several koa canoes on this big island of Hawaii, and ones that have been brought in from the other islands, and because really Big Island is the home of our last koa forests.
Yep, and it's really an honor to paddle in a koa canoe, and this is actually a really good race to have the koa canoes in. A little bit less rough typically here,
right.
And so not quite as sort of dangerous to damaging in the canoe.
Yeah, and Katie, really, there's so much tradition and history and ties to not only local tradition here in Kailua Kona, but our history of the Hawaiian monarchy that are tied to the Queen Lili'uokalani Race is named after our last queen of the Hawaiian monarchy. And this has been 50 plus years they've been running this race. So it's one of the longest. It's certainly the largest. And it's a race here in Hawaii tied to our traditional histories and our ancient monarchy. But look at these paddlers. They're kind of stretching out, getting ready. It's hard not to want to come out of the blocks hard, though. A top team is always going to want to get a good start. You're a good race is built upon a good start, right?
That's right. You want to get out and get in a good position, be able to move to where you want to on the course, and sort of get away from the other people. You're going to have fresh, clean water, essentially, when there's nobody around you. If you're in a pack of people, sometimes you're getting water coming off their arm or other different currents and waves pushing you around. So it's really great to get out clean, have open water, not have everybody pushing up next to you.
Couple koas right there. So I'm imagining that big white vessel, it's so large, is kind of holding the line. And the jet ski, their job is to kind of just march back and forth in front, trying to keep everybody honest as far as how they're lining up. But I love the view, I'm going to call it, that we have of these GoPro cameras on the canoes with our paddlers. It really kind of gives you a deep look at what they're going through as paddlers for somebody that's never done it, or people that have paddled before. They're kind of nodding their head going, yeah, I know what she's feeling. I've been there before.
Yeah, that's going to be really fun to see. Having the drones has really changed a lot in sports footage.
Huge.
So having that the past few years and being able to kind of zoom in on the canoes has been great. But to have this camera on the boat is sort of a whole another level of kind of feeling like you're in there, especially with the audio.
Yeah,
that's going to be kind of fun to listen to.
Over the last, over a decade, we at Ocean Paddler have been working at trying to make canoe paddling a spectator sport. Usually it was the kind of thing where, hey, you show up at the line and the paddlers leave, and then, they come back. And you only see the beginning and the end. But with the advent of using the boats and the drones, of course, and now these GoPro cameras that we're able to catch a signal from and broadcast to you in live TV on a live stream, it really is kind of making this thing where folks sitting at home that want to see here we go, paddles up, and they're off. We've had our start time here. I'm looking at roughly 7:30, so we're getting things kicked off at all the right time. But again, good morning, folks. We're joining you with the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. We just have the start of our long-distance race here for our women, heading from Kailua Kona to Honaunau, the city of refuge, just down the coastline here towards the south. We are bringing you live coverage all day of this, and you can find us on the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races Facebook page, on our Ocean Paddler Facebook page, our Ocean Paddler YouTube page, and then, of course, on Adventure Zone Sports Network that you can find on Roku, Amazon Fire, or on your Apple TV. And so we've just had our start of the first heat of 3 of our women's race. This is going to be our koa, our traditional boats, and our koa canoes. I mentioned that. Oh, we have a quick pause. And then we're also going to have different divisions within this. And so these are all iron crews. There's no changes going on. These 6 ladies will hopefully be the same 6 that finish.
Yeah, that's right. No opportunity to change anybody out, and hopefully everybody stays strong, feels good, makes it all the way to the end. So already you can kind of see people pulling away towards the front.
And why is that important? For somebody that doesn't have race experience, or somebody that's, watching this for their maybe first time from home, why is it so important to jump out to the front?
Well, there's both the sort of physical and mental aspect of it. The physical aspect is that the ocean is going to be cleaner. When you've got other boats that are going by or that have been in front of you, they're going to disturb the surface of the water, so you're going to get refraction off of other canoes, and so it's not going to be quite as smooth. But also it's just sort of the mental aspect of getting out in front and having a good clean start that gives you that good positive energy starting off the race.
Right, and you, like you said, you get clean water, and you can hear what's happening in the canoe right now. These ladies are calling changes.
And drive. 9.
And for a lot of crews, there's different levels of it, of course. Some crews, they paddle, and it's dead quiet. Some crews, there's one, maybe even two people talking the whole time, and that's just a different dynamic in every crew. But at all times, who's ever talking is trying to keep it on point, right? Trying to keep it pertinent to what's happening with the crew, and of course positive, right? Because, I always think of canoe paddling and canoe racing, especially long distance, is almost the major part of this game is mental, right? Like, the body will do what the mind tells it, and if the mind stays strong, you can push your body to do what you want it to do, right? Of course, as you mentioned earlier, your race is built up upon all the training and diet and everything you've done, in the off season, this whole season, over the last year, and so really it's bringing you all to that. But if the mind stays strong and stays positive, that you're getting good vibes from all of your crew members, man, you can move mountains.
That's right. And these people, some of these people within your crew may be related to each other. They may be good friends, or they may essentially just be teammates. But you have to understand, you are all working together for the common goal. The common goal is to have this canoe get to the other end as fast as it can. Everybody, safe and strong. So it's a matter of really working together. And that's one of the really wonderful things about our good canoe paddling is you have to be such a team and work together.
So right on your screen, this is Aloha Oi Designs. This is a group of ladies from right here on the big island of Hawaii, a few of them. I'm not sure if all of them, but this is Jumbalanga's gang. He's tied into this crew right here. They've gotten out to a nice clean start. Sometimes they race the 40s, but they're having a good go this morning, kind of already starting to pull away on the outside line here. It looks, earlier from our drone camera, it looks like we had a koa canoe with a really good start on the inside. I'm always excited to see a top crew be willing to adopt a koa for the day and try to push it, because as has been proved in the past by some of these Kona boys with Bruce Ayao at the helm, a koa can win this race.
That's right. And the koa canoes are differently shaped. People have a different goal. You want the canoe to be narrower, kind of better in flat water. Do you want to put rocker into it? Are you going to be using an open ocean or more primarily for sprinting? So the canoes can be really different from each other. And so it's great to be in a canoe that you sort of like and know the feel of, and maybe is the best canoe for that race, that ocean, that water.
I think look at, just by looking at the water out there, this is really calm ocean for Hawaii. Of course, Kona is known for being in the lee of the big mountains on this island, Mauna Kea in particular, and whatever's happening in the rest of the state, it could be really windy, but it shuts out right here. So, we have nice calm water. It'll probably be a little bit more textured for the men this afternoon, but it's all about current. And so we're going to get some information a little later from our gang on the boat. And this is our other camera here. And I believe this is our ladies from the from the North Shore of Hawaii. North Shore of Oahu, Manuo Kekai.
Yes, our second heat of paddlers here. This is the Unlimited, right? So they've already started.
Just had their start. Yep.
So this is back to the crew that you were just talking about a while ago. They're from the first heat, the traditional canoes. They're on the outside, Looks like they've gotten a great jump ahead, but it's hard to tell when the canoes are further apart laterally. The canoes are way inside, and so it's really hard to kind of get into a position where you're seeing a fair view of who's out in front and who's not.
Okay, so as because of the nature of this race, where everybody's coming to one island, there's a lot of borrowing of canoes and all that. Is this Kai Ehito or is this like Outrigger?
That looks like Outrigger Canoe Club from Oahu.
Oahu, yep. They got a nice start out here too. So we're gonna that Aloha Oi boat earlier that you saw, that was actually Hawaiian Canoe Club from the island of Maui. They're really strong this year, as well as this crew here from Outrigger Canoe Club, who's had a good race here before. And so nice job by these ladies. Nice smooth stroke. This is Grace Younger, Rebecca Needham, Sandra Walter, Catherine Kemp, Ashley Alu, and Chloe Hughes. Nice work for those ladies at Outrigger Canoe Club with a good start there. So we're going to see over the next probably 30 minutes our unlimited crews, which not all of them, but several of them are going to be fast enough that they'll be working their way up next to and past many of these traditional design boats. And you can see real easy here how these unlimited boats have just a totally different design. They're more tubular. Instead of having one big opening down the middle, they have almost like little cockpits, and that tubular design makes them stronger. They have often aluminum yako. Some of them, like the Matahina design, will have traditional wood yako, but they are certainly a different design and certainly a bit lighter. These spec or traditional boats are in the 400-pound range, whereas those unlimited boats can go, like the Matahinas are usually just over 300 pounds, and the Hydras are, 150. They're super light. And so sometimes having a little weight is good.
Yes.
Because you have the power that you put into the canoe, it'll drive, it'll carry. Sometimes a lighter boat, you got to kind of stay on top of it, like a quicker stroke rate. But crews adjust, and they find out what they like the best.
And that's a different thing this year. That last year they had a separate category for the Matahina, but this year Matahina is now in the unlimited division. So there's a huge span of not only the canoe shapes but the canoe weight.
Okay.
Yeah, and so quite a variety in there. So it's going to be up to the crew, well, whatever canoe that they could probably borrow if they didn't bring their own. But
right there is crew number 231. That's Kilwa. That is a crew based out of the area where the finish of this race is. They've been doing great stuff with that crew, especially in their older divisions. And this is Brittany Caparimo, Jean Green, Don Velasquez, Christian Kovac, Liang Hui An Sun, and Desiree Seaver in this crew from Kiowa Honaunau Canoe Club. Again, they're racing home from Kailua Kona to where their crew is based over there in Honaunau in the City of Refuge. Here's one of our crews with a Matahina. This may be one of our Tahitian crews. It does seem like a Kai Ehitu jersey, though. They have that telltale triangular look on the back, and there you go in the background, another one of those Aloha Oi designs. So let's see if we can't get some numbers off of these crews. Outrigger again here, looking good. I'm going to try to remember this crew. The paddler in 3 has a yellow hat. It's instead of trying to decipher numbers, we're going to be looking at so many numbers today. That yellow hat is always a telltale. And here's our ladies from North Shore of Oahu, Manuoke Kai, having a good go at it, looking smooth. And you can always, again, hear that little bit of positive chatter mixed in with the change calls. And you know, they're going to be calling changes anywhere from 10 to 15 or so strokes on a side. Every crew does it a little bit different. You can see this is a Matahina with a little bit more traditional rigging on the yako, where it's actually rubbered down to the vai. The vai is that part behind 2 and behind 4 where the bulkheads really are in the canoe, where that outrigger is fastened. The outrigger or the amma is fastened to the hull using those standouts or those the outriggers, the
yako.
The yako, yeah. And here's our girls from Kaiopua in a traditional boat. And it's really easy to see here, too, the work that the steersman is doing. They're back and forth. They're pulling at different angles. They're trying to give them the straightest, most efficient course going on. And you can also take a look and see the design of her paddle is very different, right? These, the girls that are in, now you're seeing 3, 4, and 5, they got carbon. It's a little skinnier at the top, wider at the bottom, a little shorter, where our steerswoman has a longer blade. And again, all of these blades come in different designs. And it's cool to see how paddlers are just going to do what feels best to them. And it really takes a good effort or a lot of research to try to find what crew works best for you. I'm sorry, what blade works best for you. So it looks like the lady in 5 has a palafamala, and our lady in number 4 has got a makana ali'i. Oftentimes our real top-end crews will make sure they have all the same blades, and they get sponsored by a manufacturer. But nowadays, these paddles can cost upwards of $350, maybe as much as $500.
That's right, and these paddles have slight differences, so you can tell if you change from one blade to another. They're going to be pretty similar. There's certain regulations that we have that usually the shaft of your paddle has to be wood. They've now gone to allowing that the blade part can be all carbon, but for a while you had to have some wood on it also. But now a lot of these are, to keep them light and stiff, the blade is carbon and the shaft is wood. But you're right, some crews will want to have all the same paddle. They think that you're going to push the water together more similarly if you all have the same paddle. But others will say, use the one that works for you.
Right. This is that same crew that we were looking at from Kaiopua that was with the GoPro camera on that. You can see it on their front yako there as we were watching them paddle. And it kind of gives you a really close view of what's happening intimately in that crew. And then as we back out with our drone, you're kind of getting a bird's eye view, so to speak, of what they're doing in the water. But what I'm liking here, I like that big reach off of that stroker. She's dropping her shoulder, getting a nice long stroke, allowing the girls behind her to really set in there and do some work. They're really nicely in sync here, which is kind of important. You can have the biggest engine in the world, but if the cylinders aren't tuned and firing all the same with a good camshaft, so to speak, the engine will be so inefficient, right, that it doesn't matter how big it is. But, if you can get a crew which is really firing on all cylinders in time, nice and smooth, working together, applying pressure at the same time, coming out of the water at the same time with their paddles, it makes all the difference, not only with how the canoe is moving, but how efficiently this crew of women is working together. And it's going to matter after 12, 15, and up to that 18th mile of this race. Yeah,
and it gets, as you get more tired, it gets harder to do that, to be together, to keep everybody going together. So it becomes more and more challenging, and that's why the training is so important.
Yep.
Training together helps, but also just training on your own and being ready to keep yourself at 100% all the way to the end.
Yep. I like that, really kind of an inside view and outside view, an inside view and outside view. I like that.
How do you think you would feel if one of these cameras was on your canoe?
I think if a camera like this was on my canoe, I would feel an additional level of pressure, right? You already want to do good. You want to represent yourself well. You want to represent your crew well. You want to represent your club well, for sure. You're going out there to do your best. You train. You put so many hours over the last year, over the last years into this sport, and you want to go out there and do your best. You have a little bit of pride or gamesmanship in yourself and your crew and your club, right? You are wearing that Kaiopua hat. You are sponsored by, Kona Brewing, whatever it is. There's some pressure. But now somebody has the opportunity to come in and look at you like with every pore on your face at any time through this race. And so there's that extra level of pressure to kind of stay up, stay on your game the whole time.
Good
because
technique.
You don't know who's getting good technique. Might be some jerk in the in the broadcast booth breaking down your stroke or say, you never know, right? You're going to make these things up in your head. But really, Liana Carlson here, Miranda Villegas, Leah Winkler, Calais Pasiuta, Danny B, and Melanie Kelekolio. This crew is looking really good, and they're showing it by they're out to a good start. And when our race organizers from Kaiopua, and for all of you that don't know, Kaiopua is the organizing body, the club that sponsors the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races, right? And so this is the home team in their home waters, repping their club at their club's race. So there's already a lot of pressure. And now you're going to put a GoPro in my face. Thank you very much, right? But, hey, they're doing great. They're out to a great start. And it seems like that little notch up of pressure is working for them because these girls are out there and they're making it happen. And I hope they can hold on to that.
Yeah, and it's really fun for us. I'm enjoying, seeing that extra level of closeness as to what's going on in some of these crews and just hearing it, brings me back to actually being in the canoe.
Hey, credit to our gang here at Ocean Paddler, man. They're always getting up to the next level. There's our cameraman, Pat. He's, this is Josh. It's probably Josh out there getting ready to give us some live feed from in the boat. Our man, Micah Kalama, my boy. He's in our escort, our camera boat today, and he's riding down with the women, going to be providing us some in-depth commentary from the water. And then on the way back, we're going to be switching him out with Margie Kohokele Pea, and she's going to be bringing us some commentary on the way back. But Micah's going to be racing back with the men, with his crew from Kaioni Canoe Club. They've been having a great year, and they're really building. They're a long-standing club, but Micah's really building it up over there. I give him credit for all that he does, not only with the V1 and the Rally's Hawaii, but with Kaioni. He's been working with Ocean Paddler. He works with Are as well. The guy is everywhere, and he does a lot. And just the amount of knowledge that he's able to bring to our broadcast and the amount of positive energy is always great to have. And I'm excited to see him in this capacity. This is a new thing for Micah, being on the water and solo and broadcasting. But I'm looking forward to what he has to say and his feedback on what's happening out there. And so, as again, you can see that looks like on the way outside there, that was our crew from Hawaiian Canoe Club. We're going to check in on them later, but this bunch of Manawahine from Kaiopua Canoe Club are out to a great start with that inside line.
And I wouldn't be surprised to, well, not quite yet, but we probably see some of the unlimited canoes come up here.
Starting to creep up on them,
yep. Yeah, and I've been trying to look at who decided to go into the traditional canoes and who decided to race in the unlimited, because in the traditional canoe group, you're always trying to, if you're in the front of that, you want to get to the finish before an unlimited canoe passes you. Yep. So that's another goal, not only to, win your division, but kind of be first to the end. Right.
And this crew is moving really nicely. We're going to try to get a number on that, but here in an unlimited canoe, that beautiful background of this South Kona coastline, as you can see, man, what a beautiful day to be racing. Honestly, all the people at home want to see Kona in all its glory with the sunshine and all of that. But from a paddler's perspective, I'll take overcast any day of the week. Overcast is my favorite time to paddle because you're not just getting beaten down by the sun, especially as you might be here in Kona because it gets so sunny and warm.
Yep, and we've got light winds today, at least at this point, so it does feel pretty warm out there. So the sun beating down on you would be...
Looks like crew 127 here. Getting a nice drive on the paddles, little slower stroke rate. This is Haleiwa. Unicorns are for real. Yes, they are. All you have to do is believe. So I saw this crew earlier in the day from Haleiwa on the north shore of the island of Oahu. They paddle there near our gang from Manuoke Kai. And so starting off a great deal over there. North shore of Oahu is well known for their watermen, and a lot of these watermen have adopted paddling during the summer and big wave surfing during the winter. It's a good dichotomy they got going on. Unicorns are real. I like it. I
was hoping they'd have a hat with a little unicorn horn in there.
Katie, your imagination never disappoints. All right, we're staying here with this crew from Haleiwa, and as you can see, I love that overcast it's not the prettiest, but it makes for another level of comfort when paddling, and you don't realize how all these little things start to add up over the course of a race.
This is a great view here to see what's kind of going on in the ocean. You can see that swell kind of coming from their back right.
2:30. This is Keoahu Canoe Club that we saw earlier, again racing in their Kona. Nice smooth stroke. They know this is a long race. They know how far it is to get home. They've been in this water before, and so they really seem to be pacing themselves, but nice and smooth paddling. I like it.
And they can see another Koa canoe just up ahead of them to the right. So, again, there's divisions in here. Sometimes it's easier to tell who is in your division. For example, the Koa. You can see the other Koa canoes. Others, you're not sure. I see another traditional canoe there, but I don't know, are they open, are they 40s? Or it's hard to tell, so you just have to try to do your best to stay ahead of everybody that you can. And
yeah, you really never know. And often what you'll find, particularly towards the middle and the latter part of this race, is it doesn't matter who's next to you. It's like whenever there's more than one canoe in the water, there's a race, right? And so whoever is next to you, you're trying to beat them. And so often I find that when I have a crew next to me, I'm going to paddle harder, right? It's almost like when you're on the freeway and there's a car next to you, you're going to drive a little faster. You just want to be out in front of them. You want a clean view in front of you. This is crew 100. Hey, aunties, ho'okui. Number 100 from Mountain View, California. Oh, no. Is that? Maybe not. We're still here with Kiowa. And you can see that that 54, every canoe club in Hawaii has a number or perhaps a letter designation. And so I think 54 is their number. Nice smooth play. Okay, we're going up to the 187. This is the crew that we were looking at earlier that was moving really nicely. This is the 4-4 cruisers need a 5-minute break. It seems to me that this would be, this might be the gang from Kaneohe Canoe Club. I'm not sure. Don't give me on that. But 4-4 is the zip code for Kaneohe, right? 96744. That is our zip code for that area past Kailua all the way to, I think, to Ka'aava. But these 4-4 cruises, they're going to need a 5-minute break after this. This, again, back to our 230, Keoa in their koa. And so, nice little cut. Oh, look at this va'a. Shabang. This is Kauai Strong 111 from Wailua, Hawaii. Nice. In an unlimited, you can see that they're kind of creeping up here on some crews in front of them. But these aunties are going at it. Talk about, Katie, real quick, for Wahine, the difference in paddling a light unlimited canoe versus being out there in a heavy 400-pound spec boat.
Yeah, I think you started to mention that earlier, that the lighter canoes, while, it would be, you would think be easier because you have that much less weight. This canoe is probably a little over 100 pounds, so you're 300 pounds lighter than the traditional canoe. But it does mean that you kind of lose the momentum that you would build up with a heavy canoe. A heavy canoe, it's a little harder to get it going, but then once you do that, if you stop paddling, the canoe would glide further than the lightweight canoe. So, people will change depending on their own crew and how heavy your crew is or how well you paddle together. But in general, people often say with the lighter canoe, you typically paddle a little bit faster and you try to keep the canoe going. So maybe you're not having to paddle as hard because the canoe is lighter, but you're paddling a little faster to kind of keep that hull up and going, because it's not going to, every time you take a stroke and release, it's not going to have that glide.
One way for people at home maybe to understand it that haven't ever been in the difference of crews and or boats and not really understand it, it's like trying to throw a ping pong ball or trying to throw a baseball. It's two different things. They take different amounts of energy, but if you have the power to throw that baseball, it'll go a lot farther. Yeah. Whereas you can apply that same amount of power to the ping pong ball, and it just doesn't have the weight to carry the energy that you're putting into it. And so sometimes a male crew, which is going to have more power per paddler, right, is going to like a little bit heavier boat because they'll be able to slow down their stroke. They'll be able to make that stroke longer, have more application time in the water, and therefore get more drive out of each stroke. Whereas a women's crew might want to have a little bit lighter boat and a higher stroke rate, maybe not as much time or as long of a stroke, but they're going to have quicker strokes and spending a lot of time in the strongest part of that stroke. So they have more strokes per minute, and they'll keep their stroke in the front where the power is, but it also happens to be easier on the body, on those joints. You don't have these smaller people trying to work really hard to pull on a canoe to make it go. Whereas a lighter boat, they'll be able to apply the power that they have and last over a longer period of time. But this is Taranaki Outrigger Canoe Club.
So yesterday, when I learned that the Matahina did not have its own division,
Correct.
that it's in the unlimited division, and it is quite a bit heavier. It's like a couple 100 pounds heavier than some of those really lightweight boats. I talked to someone and asked what they were racing, and they said the Matahina, and I said, is that good? Are you happy about that? Because now you have much heavier boat, and they said they actually preferred to have the heavier
Here's
boat
the
because
follow-up
of
question. Is that a male or female?
It was a male.
Yeah. I think the men tend to like a crew with a little bit more drive, and that changes. Different kinds of water, different makeup in your crew, right? Here's the Queen Lili'uokalani Masters women. This is crew 153. I'm not sure. That looks like a Puakea boat there. Might be a Malolo, but that is a unlimited creue.
And you can see the difference in the design. It's
in
just
the background,
the nose there.
Yeah, in the background there, that teal green canoe is Napili Canoe Club Wahine e Kolu from Lahaina on the island of Maui. They are in a Matahina, and you can definitely see differences in waterline, differences in approach. A lot of time they design the front of the boat differently to be able to handle the trough as it drops into a wave. That's not going to be a concern today because the water's so flat. They'll also design the back part of it to release differently so that the va'a can surf differently or surf better. But you can see definitely two different ways. And this Puakea boat in the near ground, the black and yellow canoe, it has a more modern style click-in aluminum pipe or even sometimes carbon fiber pipe yakos. There, you see how that yako just inserts into the hull and it's just a pin. Whereas if you look in the background there in that more teal canoe, that is a little bit older style for the Matahina. You actually have to rig on the vai. You have to which allows for more adjustability, right? If you have a bigger, heavier crew, you got more larger people, you can adjust it to be to your benefit versus a crew that is a light crew.
Yeah, so if you have a heavier crew, the canoe's going to sink in the water a little more, which is going to push your outrigger up. And so you may need to make some adjustments to how that outrigger is sitting, so to keep the balance, keep the outrigger light, but then also keep it so it's not too light.
Yep, and this crew right here from Hawaiian Canoe Club looking really strong. They jumped out to an early lead in the I heard spec is a bad word nowadays. We're going to go with traditional design. This more traditionally designed canoe. This, again, is that heavier boat. This is the 400-pound required canoe. It looks like they have, I'm going to guess on what ama they have there. That looks like one of the Tiger amas. And, yeah, they're out in the front. And for a top crew like this that's gotten a few-minute head start on the unlimited boats, and they're good paddlers in this crew, they're going to have the chance to hold off that the pursuit of those unlimited crews and really kind of stay up front and perhaps even win this race overall. So we're going to see how they do. But, again, these ladies are paddling a boat maybe up to 250 pounds heavier than some of those other unlimited canoes back there. But you can do it you can do it in any canoe, obviously, but it's not such a big deal if you have a bunch of wahine that are probably, maybe a little taller, a little bigger, a little stronger, gals that are, 150, 160, as opposed to having a bunch of ladies that may be 110 pounds. It's a real different game, as it would be for men, as opposed to having a crew of guys that are, 5'9", 170 pounds. You might have a crew of guys that average 6'3", 210. Those are two totally different crews. You're going to have a different stroke rate, maybe a different stroke style. You're going to have, a different boat, maybe more of an advantage. So there's all kind of these little factors that go into it. Here's another beautiful Matahina canoe brought to us by Are. This looks like it might be another Kaiopua canoe. They got that hele gas in the front. Again, big mahalo to all of our sponsors today that are helping make not only this broadcast, but this race a possibility. The Hawaii Tourism Authority, Queen K Tesoro, Island Energy, Johnson Brothers of Hawaii, High Noon supplying the liquid for the festivities, Kona Brewing as well, Are Tahiti, our gang right here at Ocean Paddler, Pacific Hybrid, Kona Salt Farms, and a whole list of other sponsors helping make it happen. This is Task Force Hydro 1, St. Augustine, Florida. And this may have been one of those military related crews here coming all the way from the other side of the country in Florida. Welcome, ladies. We're so glad you made it. And this gives us an opportunity to talk about attendance today, right? So Katie, we had 170 plus crews, not a record for this race. In the 50th anniversary a couple of years ago, we had 200 going each way, 200 plus, which is absolutely amazing for a canoe race when you think each one of those crews has at least 6 people. That's a lot of paddlers. But Katie, today 170 plus, and what made up some of those crews that we had today? We really, everybody from Kaiopua and Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races was so excited to have that level of participation. And the word on the street was that there were a lot of local crews that really came through. Just a great representation of our junior crews this year. A lot of our younger paddlers getting out. And, of course, we had a few more of our ohana from south of the equator, from New Zealand and, of course, Tahiti showing up. There's a little bit of a conflict. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had the world distance races in Brazil. And so a lot of these crews that are going to have to choose where they're going to go, there's only so much funding. They can't just be traveling all over the world, taking off from work and paying for plane flights and places to stay. So some of them chose to go to the Worlds. A lot of them chose to come here, as did this crew from Oahu, Alapahoe 60s women. Go get them, gals. But really the participation, we talk a lot about a lot of youth paddlers. And how about those folks that opted not to come this year? We had a couple crews from Canada that decided, we're not going to make it this year.
Yeah, there's other things that come into play besides just that you've gone to another race. But, yeah, we've got people here from Canada, from Japan, New Zealand, Tahiti, Australia, and then and other places in French Polynesia. But then, of course, a lot of people from other parts of the United States, Arizona, Florida, just so many different people from different places here. It's another Katie, international race.
A quick commentary on this crew right here. You're a long-time Wahine paddler, but let's talk about this 3, 4, and 5. This is your engine room in the canoe, right? This is the gals that are going to be getting you there, right? The stroker sets the pace. You want to have somebody strong up front. 2 is making that blend, making the canoe really work together. And then these ladies back here, they just pump and grind, baby. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. Nobody's out of breath. They look really smooth. What's going on here, Katie?
Yeah, right now, I mean, this is still early in the race, so they've still got a lot of energy, but they're trying to pace themselves. You want to distribute that energy during that whole race so you get to the end. You still got a little bit left. There's always going to be, it seems like you get to the end of the race and you're always going to have to do some kind of a sprint to the finish. And like you said, doesn't matter who's next to you. You're gonna race and try to beat somebody at the end. But so the different water conditions is kind of makes some difference in what these people are doing, especially seat 5 and seat 6. In this race, number 5 is going to be essentially another engine room and helping to really just to paddle. If you have a rougher ocean, she might be helping the steersman more in some way. She might be trying to help the steersman push the people to get onto the bumps and make the canoe surf the ocean waves. It being more flat, these guys are just trying to really focus on working together, working smooth, powering at the right moment of the stroke so that this canoe has its glide and it's going to move as efficiently and smoothly as possible.
Yeah, this gang is looking really good right here. They haven't sacrificed reach. That's kind of a lot of times the first thing that goes is the length of your reach, your grab out front. But they're looking good. Their chins are still up, still breathing nicely. Backs are strong. This Kaiopua crew is looking really good, and they are certainly one of our top 10 crews, as you can see. Nobody next to them, but a whole bunch of crews behind them in the distance there.
Yeah, that's another strategy when you're watching these guys and when you were watching the crew from Hawaii that's outside there, thinking about how are you going to do when you're out there by yourself? Are you going to be able to push yourself, or are you going to do better if you're going to be near someone?
I kind of like being by myself in the middle of the race because you kind of just get into more or less this flow state with your own crew, with the own people in your team. You got a good chatter maybe from your kapena, your captain, your peperu, as they would say in Tahiti, your steersman, just kind of encouraging you, and you just flow. You're just only worried about making that canoe flow, and which you should be worried about the whole time, right? But really, it in the middle, I like that. And then at the end, it does help having somebody next to you to race to kind of get you up and going.
So we're starting to see some of the unlimited canoes move up through this pack of the open and the koa in the traditional canoes and the koa canoes. So in this middle of this race here, you're going to have a big mix of different types of canoes, different divisions. This is another one of the most beautiful koa canoes that we have here. There's going to be quite a number of koa canoes here, probably more than in most races. Another unlimited canoe. And you can kind of see the spread here. It looks like you can see a group in the back there that's probably the 9-person, the changes crews that started a little bit behind the group of unlimited. This is the Lanikai Open Women, Crew 184. This is from the windward side of Oahu. This is going to be a really good crew here. They did really well in last week's Dad Center race, which is a coastal race that goes around Oahu. Another beautiful koa canoe in the mix with a bunch of other kinds of crews. You can see the different water systems there. The steersman has chosen to wear the backpack kind of water system, and then other people have the hip pack. So that's all what you're more comfortable with. Some people even will attach it to the seat underneath so that nothing is on you. Sometimes that feels a little more comfortable. Actually, I remember doing this race with a gallon jug of water that was duct taped to the bottom of the seat, and then we had to go out and get some surgical tubing hose to stick it into the bottle, and that's how we were drinking our water. Water systems have gotten a lot more technical now, and much better than a jug of water. Now we're back watching the women of Kaipua. We've got the GoPro on their ama here, or the aku probably. Really kind of getting to see their race up close. I think we have another a GoPro on another canoe as well, I think.
I think it's just the two. It's these ladies right here from Kaipua. Yeah, it's these ladies here from Kaipua, and then it's the ladies from Manuoke Kai. All right, looking good. These gals are doing it right here. Very smooth still. You can see maybe some of those unlimited canoes getting a little closer, but they are certainly having a good race. When you look out towards the horizon, there's really not too many people parallel to them. Now, you would think this steersman, obviously steerswoman, very experienced for sure, and these are her home waters, right? And I'm sure she's consulted with some of the other great steersmen in the area, and they have chosen an inside line, and it seems to be working for them. I'm not really clear on how and where they're getting their info from, but I'd love to get an update on what we feel the water is doing out there. Like where's the best line? Which way is the current going? Because
And that's another part of race strategy here is to
234.
try to figure out where you want to line up and where do you want to go in relationship to the coastline. Do you want to be further out, further in, depending on what the currents and the tides or things are doing. So if you don't know beforehand, it's good to try to ask around or find a local crew. Often they will, have
Not
paddled
always.
this before.
Not always. They might, depending on if they feel you their competition, they might not give you the best information. This is the sunshine.
I'm saying you
from
find a
Maui.
local crew in the race.
Yeah,
and you paddle near them because you're
I see
you're
what you're
thinking
saying.
that they
don't
probably
reinvent the wheel. Just follow somebody that knows how to drive it. Right here we have Francine Cabigon, Collins Christian, Marsha Kalekau, Charmaine Vigara, Bernie Moniz, and Kathleen Takashige from the Sunshine Crew on the island of Oahu. So a lot of these, because this is such a fun race that everybody wants to come to, the logistics for this particular race are kind of easier, right? You have a lot of flights coming to Kona. You have a lot of places to stay. You have an international airport here. It's easy to get your va'a here or borrow one from somebody. So a lot of people like to do this race, even if they maybe are not affiliated with a particular canoe club. They're going to want to do they're going to get probably 3 girls from here, and I know I have a couple of friends from this other crew, and they'll just mix it together, and they'll do a few practices on their home island, and then they'll come over here to Kona just for the festivities and for the race and for the course, because it's a real easy race to do logistically, as opposed to like maybe a race that might start on Molokai Island or something like that.
Sure.
Right?
And then because you can do iron, you only need 6 people.
Yeah, you don't need an escort boat.
You don't need to find an escort boat. There is probably this race has more crews that are what we call like a pull together, or a dial crew. You're calling up your friends. Hey, can you do Kona race?
Crew, I like it.
Yeah. A lot of that going on. So you'll see, mixed jerseys, and it's harder to tell sometimes who crews are because they're people from different clubs.
All right, here's Crew 271, Kaiopua, another one of them. They are, again, the home club, and they have the opportunity to put together a lot of different canoes. This is that Kai Va'a Hydra. This is a new canoe that he's come out with. Kai Bartlett, well known as a OC1 builder and designer, and this is his, I believe, his first stab at a 6-man canoe. I've heard a lot of paddlers really like it. It's nice and light. It is only about 150 pounds, I heard. Is that what you heard, Katie?
Yeah, or later, maybe.
Yeah, and so maybe a beneficial hull for these ladies that don't, have the same power as a like male crew. "44 minutes into this thing.
A little less than halfway, probably.
Yeah, a little less than halfway. This is, our top crews will be in right around the 2-hour mark, maybe a little less. And again, that's a nice amount of paddling. It's not ridiculous, but it's not short by any means, but it's not crazy.
Yeah, I overheard somebody yesterday saying that they felt the current is going to be against us for the women's race. So I don't know if that's a tidal current or something larger than that, but that could make some decisions about where people are going closer or further from land. So we've got some people writing in on the live chat. Why? I'm not sure how this breaks down. Why? Who a guy's asking, how about showing the men too? The men aren't racing yet, except in some of the mixed crews. So this heat going down is all of the women and some of the, I think the 50 plus and older mixed crews will be here. The men will be starting after this. So once all of the canoes from this wave have finished, they're turning over the canoes to the men's crews who are coming back up. So that'll be starting. That's usually about 11:30 or so.
Yep.
That the men's race starts with, and then also some of the mixed crews go then as well.
And on screen right now, that's Nakai Evalu from the island of Maui. These ladies are looking great in this unlimited canoe. Looks like another Matahina, I believe. No. This looks like it might be. This is Kala Amiko, La'akea Konohia Harney, Ashley Jung, Sarah Greb, Malia Michael, and Caitlin Hughes. Looking good, ladies. Nakai Evalu. Very smooth stroke. Kind of a shorter stroke. You notice they're not like that crew we were watching from Kaiopua that had the camera on the Yako. They kind of had a longer, bigger stroke. These gals are keeping it kind of right up front. Looks like they're kind of staying right in the pocket, a little quicker turnover, more strokes per minute, and but they're looking great.
Somebody here online was actually just asking about that crew. It's from Geocentric Playing Us. Who gets the privilege of the GoPro camera live streamed on the Yako? That's this crew right here. So the privilege, as
the
long as
privilege.
Yes.
I don't know if for me, I wouldn't want it. You can see some hydration, some food. Looks like the girl in 4 just had some gels, and they'll coordinate that on the boat. Real quick, as we talk about this, you saw our paddler number 4 take a quick break. You see her chewing on some kind of energy snack. Even our lady in 3 here looks like she's got something in her cheek that she's munching on, and that is how they're going to do it. But they take turns, right? So okay, they'll call them by name or seat, and they'll say, okay, 2 down, and 2 is going to stop. She's going to take some water, maybe open her gel pack, whatever, and do that. And then as soon as she's up and going, give her a few strokes. Okay, 3 down. The next person will get their opportunity. Or they'll say, okay, 3, and maybe she just doesn't feel she needs. She'll shake her head and say, nope, good. And then they'll pass it on to the next person. And so I know you've been there 1,000 times, Katie. The goal really is to not have too many paddlers all just
you try to have
no more than willy-nilly.
One person not paddling.
Yeah. And so that way the other paddlers may have to work a little bit extra during that time, but you're keeping the flow. You're keeping the canoe up and moving during that time while everybody takes a break. And so it's really appreciated. Maybe during that snack, they'll give a quick stretch out of something that might be bothering them, a shoulder, a low back, whatever it is, and they'll get back in there and start pounding away.
And the steersman often will sort of try to keep track of how much time's going by to give reminders to people every, say, half hour or whatever it is. Make sure that you guys are drinking and eating, and maybe even say what you've maybe agreed beforehand. We're going to, every 20 minutes, every 30 minutes, we're going to do a rotation of everybody getting something. And if you need something in between, like maybe you drink more often or maybe you need to eat more often, you could, break out of that schedule. But that's something, because it's very easy to just keep going, not know how much time has passed, and get and not eat, eat, not
so particularly
often enough.
For these iron crews, you're going to see a lot of them with a lanyard hanging from their neck, and they're going to have their hydration on a little chew tab, I guess, just hanging here. They'll either wear a backpack for their hydration. Some of them have it around their waist. Some take that waist pack and they'll duct tape it or somehow fasten it underneath their seat.
So
right?
I was talking about that earlier while you took a little break, and we were even looking at one canoe where you could see one had a backpack, one had a waist pack, and I think another, you couldn't see her system anywhere, so I think she did have it under the seat. And recalling one of my first Kona races where we actually had water jugs, gallon water jugs that we duct taped to the seat with some surgical tubing that was stuck in there. That was our water system.
And so you can see right here, these gals, looks like 3 and 4 have it around their waist. A lot of times these unlimited canoes, because you have like a cockpit, right, in that area right in front of you where it's tubed over, they'll have either like a shelf or a little hook or something where you can hang, and now that tube is coming straight out the front of you onto your little lanyard, and you can just miss only one stroke. On the change maybe, and you'll pick it up, put it in your mouth, drink as much as you need, spit it, and keep going. And really, sometimes just having something wet and sweet in your mouth, not necessarily the hydration side of it, but just to it kind of wakes up your senses. You're trying to stimulate different senses to kind of keep the body engaged and keep you on a high and keep you, up mentally and physically. Yeah, you can see right there, a lot of these ladies here have that lanyard hanging from their necks, and it's going down and in front of them.
So that's you can just, maybe miss one stroke. Grab that thing, stick it in your mouth instead of, if it's somewhere else, you've got to stop and find it.
182. Yeah, you can stop and find it. Sorry, Katie. I'm wondering if this is the gang from Kilohana Canoe Club. Otherwise, they may be borrowing a canoe from Kaihitu. but we're going to start looking for some of our juniors crews. This might be one of our juniors crews. That's what's giving me the idea that 182. We're looking for 182 here, gang. We'll pull it up on the screen real quickly. This is 51 minutes into our race, and this crew has a real up kind of stroke, higher rate, and they're kind of keeping it right in the front. Yep. And so, again, just to remind you that the 51 minutes is the amount of time from the first start of our traditional design canoes, and then these unlimited canoes were 10 minutes later, I believe. And so they've been paddling a little bit less than the time shown on the screen. Can we get a 182 on this? What crew are we working with?
So
Yes.
that canoe we're looking at right there, I believe it's a plank canoe, wood planks. If you look
Strip plank, yeah.
If you look at it closer up, you can see those.
That was how the first unlimited canoes or those designs were started, and then they would pull a mold off of that and then make that into fiberglass. But again, this is a strip plank canoe here, made mostly out of wood. Nice work on this orange canoe, number 217. A little battle of unlimiteds going on here. You can see our steersman in this with the green jersey kind of looking back, seeing where her competition is.
That looks like Lanikai Canoe Club to me. I think that's their first open crew. Sam Stewart stroking right there, Alani in C2.
184, crew 184. We have someone in studio here, folks, that's assisting us with bringing up those all that information that gives the crew name and what they got going on. So
someone here on Facebook is asking us who's in front, and that's a little hard for us to tell right now because some of the crews that are up in front are very spread out laterally. There's some that are way outside. There's some more inside. I think this Lanikai crew right here is probably one of the leaders. But they're in an unlimited canoe, so they're working their way up through the pack of the traditional canoes.
And as far as the traditionals, it did seem that you're right. That was Lanikai Open Women. Good call, crew 184. Nice work there, Katie. And they certainly are going to be, just based upon their performances over the last year or two, this is going to be one of our top crews, in particular in the unlimited. We're looking for them to be able to start putting some pressure on our top traditional crews. If I were to guess, some of our top traditional crews would be Kaiopua. Looked like they were doing good on the inside there. Nobody was around them. Hawaiian Canoe Club was on the outside, a totally different line. We're going to see if that was beneficial to them, but they looked like they were having a good start. And so, we're kind of trying to see what line seems to be working for these crews. And quite a high rate. This crew is, compared to some of the others, like in particular that Kaiopua Canoe Club, these gals are going at it with a high stroke rate. That means a high number of strokes per minute. And they're coming out of the water fairly quickly. They're not having a deep, long pull. Even the ladies in the middle, they're kind of coming out when that bottom hand is like mid-thigh. And so that's great. If you have a crew that can keep this rate, this is certainly a more taxing on your cardio. This type of stroke rate, this is more for them to work with, more harder for them. This crew is a little bit longer, but as well, this is our Outrigger Canoe Club, Outrigger White. They're having a good go at it. And so, a lot of these crews will look at having a 9-10-man crew for the Navahine that they're working with. A lot of these better crews are certainly going to have more than 6 ladies vying for seats in their club. So they're going to take their best paddlers and kind of break them up. This is Kahala Schneider, Rachel Kincaid, Kaylee Larson, Taylor Doherty, Shay Fody, and Claire Hughes.
So the Outrigger Women's Program, they're kind of rebuilding their program. Some of their more experienced paddlers are not paddling or went somewhere else. So they have a good mix of some younger, excited, stronger paddlers mixed in with some experienced women, and they've really been doing well the past few years.
Yep. Kahala Schneider's an experienced paddler. She was with them when they were having some great seasons. Good to see her back in the Va'ana, strong paddler there. The Larson's always putting out top-rate paddlers. But nice work from these ladies, looking really smooth. Keeping it up front, very together. You can see they've been putting in time in the water off of Diamond Head for sure. Crew number 195. This is Outrigger Canoe Club. We are obviously using the numbers to identify them. We're on our first glance. We're trying to use jerseys. We're also not gonna be held off by what the canoe looks like, because a lot of bowering going on today.
So we've just gotten word from our team that it looks like the Hawaiian Canoe Club is out in front. So they're in the traditional canoe. So they were in the first heat of paddlers. Of course, in the end, we're going to be looking at sort of overall times, and you can say the different divisions. But it looks like right now that the Hawaiian Canoe Club is out in front. None of the Unlimiteds have come up on them yet.
Yeah, Hawaiian is out in the front. They had a nice crew. They were kind of more on the outside. I'm sure Kaiopua is somewhere up in there with them. But again, this crew from Outrigger is going to be certainly one of our unlimited crews that's putting the press on those traditional crews. In experience of covering this race, in the women's division in particular, you are more likely to see an unlimited crew come up and pass a crew in the traditional, right? This is Kaioni Canoe Club. Hello Ikahi from Kailua Oahu. Our Micah, this is his gang there from over in the Kailua area. They're looking really good. Nice smooth stroke these ladies have on a matahina. This is Ali Earl, Kathleen Raitzik, Kimi Apilando, Kaylee McCoy, Joelle Simone Piteri, and Valentina Nebarger. Valentina is certainly one of our top V1 paddlers. She does great. And Heleu Ekahi from Kaioni Canoe Club, looking good right here. Way to go, ladies. Nice work. And we're back with crew 221 right here. Looking good, ladies. Again, as I was mentioning earlier, I think in the women's race, you have a higher likelihood that our crews in the unlimited are going to be able to catch and pass. Our top unlimited crews are going to be able to catch and pass our top traditional.
However,
crews.
that depends on which crews have decided to go into unlimited and which crews have decided to go into traditional.
Sure, absolutely correct. But you're more likely to see it. This is looks like Puna Canoe Club. The Puna Antis 60s from Pahoa on the other side of the Big Island of Hawaii near Hilo. The Puna Antis, a 60s crew here, looking good, making that very colorful red, yellow, green canoe roll. And this is Sheila Kadaos, Jolene Hughes, Susan O'Shaughnessy, Kim Kimmy, Beverly Tuaolo, and Renee Aki. Nice work right there for these 60s antis. But the relative power output on the men's side allows them to kind of keep that traditional boat running a little faster and harder to catch for the rest of them in the spec boats. But right here is our crew on your right side of the screen. That's going to be Hawaiian Canoe Club from the island of Maui, currently first overall, but again, they started in an earlier heat.
And we're going to see how that's going to play out, whether these unlimited canoes, any of those crews can catch up to these front traditional canoes. And that's been kind of the past 10 years or so, that's been kind of going back and forth in the women's race as to who actually finishes first over the line, I'd say.
First overall is kind of the big deal, Here we go again. This is our gals from Manu Okikai on the north shore of the island of Oahu. They're looking good in their unlimited. I think it's some matahina there that they have based upon a look at that rigging. Can't really tell, but they're looking good. So
that is kind of a fun feeling when you start at a later heat. So the Unlimiteds, they started in the second heat, and as you come up onto other canoes and pass them, it gives you a little burst of energy, and it's also a goal. You can see a canoe up in front of you and say, okay, now we're going to focus on that canoe and try to pass them. Now we're going to focus on that canoe. So
100%.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. Here we again, a nice drone shot of our ladies of Hawaiian Canoe Club, currently in the overall lead and leading in the traditional. But I think other than just the weight, perhaps even design, coming from behind in an unlimited boat and trying to, I guess, for lack of a better term, we always say reel them in. You're trying to reel in those crews in front of you, and you're doing it because these are perhaps people in older age group divisions or younger paddlers, whatever. You've got a good chance if you're being open. And so you're reeling in these crews, and 100% I agree with you. It's mentally stimulating, and it keeps you up on it. This is a novice A crew from Hilo, crew number 244.
It also can kind of give you a little gauge of what's going to improve your speed. So, hey, we're going to do 2 hard changes next change, and if you see that it actually moves your canoe a little faster past someone, so it's giving you a gauge of how your canoe is moving, and sometimes you can use that to your advantage.
Right, but the flip side of that would be it's going to encourage you to come out kind of hard, and then you don't have much left in the tank for the next one. This is, again, a novice A crew in this beautiful koa canoe. And you can see just on the inside of them, that's one of our top unlimited crews trying to put the pass on. And as you can see, this koa canoe is totally different design. It's guaranteed a little heavier. And this unlimited crew in that Are Matahina is creeping up on them and going to be able to put on the pass. Right back here with our Kaiopua ladies, I think they are one of our top crews. It looks like in the distance on the outside there might be perhaps Hawaiian Canoe Club as one of those crews. But they're really moving. I mean, you really get a feel for it when our cameraman is able to get the lens down close to the water, showing how fast they're moving relative to the ocean. And these gals are moving, Katie.
They are. Yeah, the angle, provides a different view, but being right there in the water and watching it come past, and that can be motivating in the canoe too. You're watching, up in front and seeing the ocean, seeing how your canoe's moving through it.
Kaihitu Iron 40 Wahine from right here in Kailua Kona. They're putting on a nice job, nice drive from these ladies. Crew number 253.
So again, we have lots of divisions out here. We have the different canoe types. We have traditional canoes, then the unlimited canoes, and then we also have teams who are going iron, 6 people staying in. Crews that were in the third heat that started are 9 people doing water changes. And then we also have different canoe types within that, where there's the koa canoes. And then we have all the age groups. We have open, who can be people of any age. We have 40s, 50s, 55s, 60s, on up. So lots of different choices that people make about their age group and what kind of canoe they're going to be in and whether they're going to do iron or changes race.
This is a nice movement by this crew from Kaiopua. This is, again, our crew that has that GoPro on the Yako. And nice movement. They really are just flowing here. And you can see why we're one of the top placing crews in this race right now. A nice little back and forth. I'm kind of liking this. I'm going to have to tell Alex we're going to need some more of these GoPros for the next race. Get a few more of those out there. It looks great. But you can really see what's happening. These gals are keeping it together, nice and smooth. Got their GoPro, their hydration going, and you can see they're moving on this water. So, Katie, we're going to take a quick commercial break right here to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more action from the women's race. It's Saturday at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. We'll be right back. The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is presented by Kaiopua Canoe Club and its army of volunteers, and supported by Hawaii Tourism Authority. High Noon. It's always noon with High Noon Sun Sips. Sun's up. Johnson Brothers of Hawaii. Queen K Tesoro. Island Energy Services.
Kona Brewing Company, Liquid Aloha. Kona Salt Farm, powered by Deep Ocean. Ari Tahiti. Televised by Ocean Paddler TV and these great supporting sponsors.
Kona Brewing Hawaii. Crisp refreshment in every pint. Island pride in every pour. Born here, for here.
You want cool, you got it. If you're a boy or a girl, 8 to 18, here's your chance to learn outrigger paddling. It's becoming more and more popular, and with good reason. The thrill of gliding through the water and a newfound feeling of power, confidence, and accomplishment. It's an awesome sport where you'll get in shape, meet new friends, and most of all, have fun. You know the joy of water sports. Well, outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. It also gives you more confidence in other areas of your life. Become part of the Outrigger family. Let Ade Tahiti find you a club or a coach to learn the skills for this totally cool journey.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
All right, gang, welcome back to our live coverage of the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. It's the big day, Saturday. This is our long-distance race. Our women have departed Kailua Kona, right, about just over an hour ago, as you can see on the top of your screen there. And they are working their way down south along the Kona coast to Honaunau, the city of refuge. Well, they'll have their finish line. The men will switch out with them, and the men will race back midday towards the Kailua Kona pier. And it's just going to be a whole weekend of festivities. It started on Thursday with the Hula Kai four-man races. It was kind of fun. They had all kind of activities yesterday as well. Talk story. We had some clinics, all kind of stuff. And then tomorrow there's double hull races and one-man and V1. So that's why so many people love coming to the Queen race, because there's so much to do. And really, it is the best bang for your buck of any race if you're traveling from off island or especially out of state or internationally, Katie. Really, if you're a paddler, you're watching online, you're thinking about one day, hey, I want to get my crew together and do this race, this is the race to do. I've been lucky enough to travel around the world, other places, and see different races, and to me there's nothing that is a more user-friendly, easier on the logistics, more fun and more bang for your buck than the Queen race. And speaking of the Queens, this is our gang from Kaiopua, and we have our GoPro on there. They're doing really good. It's probably, I'm going to go out and say this is probably top 3 of our traditional, and this is our other crew that has it. This is Manuoke Kai. They're doing well also in this unlimited canoe. But man, the Queen race is the place to be, Katie.
It is. It's great, and it's not just about paddling. It's also about the culture, and not just the local culture, the Hawaiian culture, but also we have people that come from other countries who are sharing their culture as well with some of the international stuff. And there's plenty of opportunities for performances, or even to just go out and talk to these people. So it's really great to see how many people who are embracing this sport and come here and embrace this culture as well.
I think it's a great opportunity as well for paddlers that are looking to go and do races away from home, to travel. This is a great opportunity to find a crew from Tahiti or Aotearoa or wherever and kind of make friends, and then one day when there's a race there, you'll know somebody when you travel there.
Yeah, it's where a lot of really good friendships have been formed. Meeting people at canoe races, seeing these people again at some other venue, even where they live, or you get run into each other again in other races, and it becomes just a big worldwide ohana.
Yeah, it looks like something's going on here. It looks to me like right now we're just past an hour mark. They're at least halfway through this race. It seems to me like this Kaupua crew is pressing a little bit. Like they just got a little shot of energy. Can you stay on this one here? We're back. We're forward. Which crew are we looking at? So we're going to stay with this Kaupua crew for a moment here. But man, I'm just going to read the body language of this tough lady in seat 3 here. She's going at it, and it just seemed like whether they had a call from the steersman of, hey, give me a couple changes here, or there was a boat that pulled up next to him and was cheering him on. There was a little bit of a pickup, and they were kind of going at it. It was great to see.
And I think this crew's going to have a little bit of an advantage here, where local crew, so they've probably done this course not only in this race over and over, but in practice. So
yeah,
they're going
every
to feel
week.
They're going to feel comfortable with knowing where they are and how much further they have to go. You know, I see these the land here. I know that means that we have this much.
What are my
further to
benchmarks,
go.
right? Sometimes you're absolutely right, Katie. When it's like you go hiking on a new trail, right, and you don't really know how far it is, and you're just going, and sometimes your mind can play tricks. You're like, oh, how much further is this? When is the end? Whatever, and you don't know. But when you're familiar with a path or a trail or whatever it is, you're like, I know exactly how, and it seems to go by faster, right?
Yes.
It's always like, when you go somewhere, the return trip always seems faster than the way there, right? So is that mental game in it. And these girls know they're at home in home waters, and they're going at it. Here's one of our beautiful koa canoes. This is crew number 245, and they are getting a nice smooth entry. Look at that stroker. She's doing good. Hui Va'o Waiakea from the Hilo side of the island of Hawaii. Looking good, ladies. And one of the crews lucky to be out there in those so special Va'akoa. Nice work. And, hey, for all of you folks that are watching online, send us a comment, ask a question. We're here for you. This crew right here is Linda Lee Daggett, April Hoxton, Erica Kekaulua, Joni Wayik, Jean Waters, and Christine McMahon. Way to go, ladies. Looking good. Hui va'o waiakea.
So speaking of online and people sending in comments here, Donna Carhart asked, will you show some water changes with the cruise? And so we're hoping to get some of our
yeah, when we find them, we'll get them to you, Donna. Very good question there. Very few of these crews are doing water changes, but we'll get some of them. And for all you folks online, hey, let us know where you're from, where you're tuning in from, what country, what state. Let us know, hey, do you got plans to come next year? How, maybe you got questions about how I would, get involved, how I would find a crew. We also have the online registration is live for this race. They're no longer doing it in person, so a lot of folks can register online for next year's race and get down here and make it happen. There's nothing like the experience of coming to Kona for the Queen Race. Nice crew again, this Hui Va'o Waiakea crew.
So we just had Monica say she's watching from Minnesota.
Holy Minnesotas. My goodness, I didn't even know they were aware of outrigger canoe paddling in Minnesota. Monica, we're happy to have you logging on and watching our live coverage of the Queen Race as we switch over to crew number 194. Again, this is outrigger white, I believe. Nice go by these ladies from Oahu on the south shore there, practicing along the slopes of Diamond Head, just outside of famous Waikiki Beach. Outrigger Canoe Club, one of the mainstays, one of the bigger, stronger clubs that have had success over the years. Nice work, Outrigger.
And I think they've got at least a couple open crews in Unlimited today.
Oh, sure, for sure. Faux show. Outrigger red.
So we've got people shouting out from Washington, D.C.,
wow.
Iowa, Utah.
Utah. They can paddle on the lake there.
We've got Noah watching from Ethiopia.
Get out of here. Ethiopia?
Syracuse, New York.
Wow. We're so stoked to have all of these folks logging in from all over watching us. Aloha from Hawaii. Aloha from Kailua Kona and the beautiful Big Island of Hawaii. Many of you have been having the luck to tune in to Apple TV's new series, Chief of War. A lot of this area, and actually south of here, kind of near where this race will finish, was the capital of the Hawaiian Kingdom when King Kamehameha conquered all the islands. That was the initial capital. And so this area here was an area where they did a lot of the filming for it. And this area is just steeped in history and tradition of Kamehameha, and that line of chiefs that he came from was here on the Big Island of Hawaii. And so
just as they pulled away from showing that outrigger canoe, it looked like one woman was maybe going down to bail the canoe a little bit. And so even though the water here is relatively flat, you do still end up getting water in the canoe. It's probably coming in off your paddles. Sometimes you're going to have little swells sloshing in. So you still might need to do that once in a while and get the water out, keep the canoe light.
Yep. Here again is our crew from Kai'oni Canoe Club. We're having a little bit of audio challenges getting with our man, Micah Kalama. Maybe he knows sign language and can give us an update from the water that way. But this is his gang from Kai'oni Canoe Club on the eastern shores of the island of Oahu, a real up-and-coming club. They've been doing really good and are in certainly a great phase of building upon a strong foundation. And so great to see them out there. This is Kai'oni Canoe Club, Helu Ekahi.
So I just had a shout out here from Mindy Clark. She's reminding me that next week is the Catalina race. Next weekend, I think Ocean Paddler will be going to that.
Over in California. Mindy Clark. Aloha, Mindy. How you doing?
Yep.
A nice battle going on here between, it looks like at least half a dozen crews. We have a little of everything. We got an unlimited on the inside. We got a traditional boat there with the blue triangles, a koa just outside of them. A little bit of everything. So this is Navahini o Ho'omau from Kailua, Hawaii in crew 151. That's Heather Lotsky, Katie Hollier, Mandy Lemus, Lorinda McEckern, Monica, holy mackerel, Naya Kawidati Singer, and Kalei McDonald. Sorry, folks, I'm doing my best to get your names out. I'm going to fail a lot, but at least I'm mentioning you, right? At least your name's getting out there. You know the proper pronunciation, and you can tell your friends I blew it, but we're trying out here. Again, this is our Kai'oni crew here. Nice work, ladies.
So just had to mention, we're talking about people giving a shout out here. I think this person is Naya Bless 31, watching from Dubai Chocolate Factory.
Dubai Chocolate Factory. Well, for everybody logging on that's in all these other places, share it with your friends, Let them see what we do out here in the Pacific as we perpetuate our Polynesian culture and we bring folks in from all walks of life, Polynesians, non-Polynesians, Hawaiians, Tahitians, people from all over the globe to enjoy outrigger canoe paddling. And what a fun and healthy pursuit it is, and how neat it is to be out here on the water with your own crew, kind of building flow state, getting a synergy going between your crewmates. This is, again, Crew 244, the Novice A Women. I'm not sure what club they're affiliated with, but they're from Hilo. And you can see number 2 stopping there. She's going to get a little food. All right, this is Heather Brungard, Kelly Drosselmeyer, Samantha Loyola, Noelani Javelana, Maya Nielsen, Andrea Ellis.
So we had a shout-out from Carmen Zapata from Tacoma, Washington. I talked with some folks yesterday from Kikaha Canoe Club in Tacoma.
Yeah.
They were great. They said their canoe club is going to be 30 years old next year.
Wow, cool.
And they are the largest canoe club, outrigger canoe club in the Pacific Northwest. They've got 120 people in their club. They've got a couple crews. They've got a mixed 40s crew, and I believe they have some people doing a 70s crew mixed in with some folks from New Hope Canoe Club here.
Good fun.
And they told me a great story. I was talking with Ashley and Joe, and they told me a great story that about 30 years ago when Hokulea Canoe went up to that area, they wanted to go out and greet the hokulea, but they didn't have any outrigger canoes yet. So they got some of the local tribes, the indigenous people, to take them out in their traditional canoes. But it really sort of spurred them at that time to want to get outrigger canoes. And so that kind of pushed people in that area, hey, we really need to do that. We need to get some outrigger canoes here. Hokulea may be back.
Yep.
But also realizing they just kind of wanted to bring that to the area. And so there's a number of people in their club who originally were from Hawaii or lived here and have shared the culture of the canoe with them. And so they really try to share that with people, not just get in the canoe and paddle, but understand.
Yeah, and adopting culture and realizing that our native cultures are all tied together, often tied together with our watercraft, our va'a. Again, this is Keoa Canoe Club. In their beautiful Koa canoe, they are paddling home. They are from the area where this race will finish. I'd like to check on crew 182. We're going to see that. It looks like a junior crew here. 182 there. That is a Kai Ehitu canoe, but I'm not sure if that's a Kai Ehitu crew. 182.
So we had a lot of people writing in, asking if we can find specific people or specific crews.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, we're sort of relying on our roving motorboats out there. They've got the drones and they've also got cameras, some of the motorboats, and so they're just able to show what's around them. They are moving around and trying to show you different canoes from the different waves, and people with towards the front, people towards the back.
Right. On screen here is Honolulu Pearl Canoe Club from Oahu. They paddled in the area of Pearl Harbor. This is Alexandra Mashbanks, Jamie Hatch, and it seems like they're making a little bit of a family affair here with Marcela Segura, Maria Segura, Martina Segura, and Miriam Hernandez. Great to see these ladies out here. I'm going to assume they're all related either by blood or by marriage, but ain't nothing like having family ties in your va'a. You're never going to give up on your ohana, right? You're going to fight to the end because as Stitch once said, family means nobody gets left behind, right? So we're going to be enjoying watching this crew from Honolulu Pearl do their thing ohana style. Great to see you out there, ladies. Good work. I kind of like the paint motif of this canoe. Yeah, it was kind of cool the way it was going. Okay, I'm here with crew 170. This is the one I've been looking for. This is Kilo Hana Hoi Va'a from Waimea, Kauai. I'm not sure whether this is their open. This might be their open ladies here. 182 might be the juniors. I'm not sure, but 170. This is Kilo Hana Hoi Va'a. Iliao Makua, Kahiao Makua, Mehana Dameron, Taimana Kajelson, Havel Patak, and Ruby Schwartz. So real quick, gonna say aloha to the fathers of this crew. This is the juniors crew. Thank you. So this is a juniors crew. Keep these names, please, on the screen here. And so I'm going to say an aloha to the fathers of these young ladies who no doubt have played a big role in their being top-level paddlers. Iliao Makua and Kahiao Makua, of course, the daughters of Kaina Makua, the wonderful gentleman who is playing King Kamehameha in The Chief of War. He is also their coach. Mehana Dameron is a daughter of our good friend Jason Dameron. He's a steersman for the canoe sailing team, the most winning canoe sailing team.
And he actually just wrote to us
on
Facebook
what's up,
and
Jason?
said, I'm looking for
Hi,
Mehana.
brother. Yep, so Mehana is here. Jason, he's a fabulous steersman and sailor, good friend of ours. And then, of course, Taimana Kajelson. She is the daughter of none other than Maui Kajelson. He's
and
originally, and the wife Jody. He is originally from Aotearoa, but a terrific paddler, paddle builder, and he was part of that team.
Team Hawaii, New Zealand.
Yeah, Team Hawaii, New Zealand that used to, had a few Molokai Hoi wins under their belt. And so really, these young ladies are just extending the traditions of their families, of their fathers, and it's so great to see them out here doing so well. And I'm sending choke aloha to this crew right here. Good luck out there, ladies. You're killing it. Go get them.
So here's another tight battle with two unlimited canoes.
This is at Honolulu Pearl in 244. We were looking at them earlier. I'm looking at the background, crew number 216 in yellow there. We've got a nice battle going on there between these two. In the background there, that looks like an Are Matahina, and in the near ground here, that looks like that might be one of the Puakea boats. And these two ladies' crews are going at it. Nice work. And a family affair happening here in the Honolulu Pearl group.
So this is actually showing quite well that, in general, we kind of consider this course, or right now, the
216.
water should be flat. So if you compare it to, say, going across the Kaiwi Channel or some of the coastline races. But it really isn't completely flat. There is a lot of motion here on the surface of the water and some rolling swells that seem to be coming in kind of from their back right. And you really can utilize this during the race. If your crew knows when to sort of push to sort of utilize any momentum that you're going to get from the ocean. You know, you're not just paddling steady. You're like, okay, there's something here. Let me take a couple harder strokes. Let me use this momentum that the ocean is going to give
216. Yeah, so 216 in the background there. I believe that was Hanalei Canoe Club. That's their open women Bs. So we have Faith Blaylock, Michaela Owen, Rachel Stevens, Delilah Osakota, no way, and Jasmine Lloyd, and of course Mahie Beck. Mahie Beck, I ran into her last week. She was doing that Holopuni race where they had those 3-man sailing canoes race all the way from the Big Island all the way to Hanalei on the island of Kauai. Those canoes designed by her grandfather, Nick Beck. Her father is none other than Hobie Beck, an amazing and accomplished paddler in his own right. And another one of their teammates there, Delilah Osakota, happens to be the daughter of my cousin Randall Osakota. So some deep Hanalei roots going on there with this crew, the Hanalei Open Women B. Go get them, ladies! You are crushing it right now. Enjoying watching them paddle. Special aloha's out to Delilah and Mahie. Way to go, girls! Loving it.
So the case here of an unlimited canoe coming up on some of the traditional canoes. Second heat, coming up through the first heat.
Yep. And we're doing our best, folks, really, for all of you that are watching us online or trying to chime in. We're doing our best to show as many of these crews as we can. We only got a couple of drones and a couple of boats out there on the water. This is Imua Outrigger, one of our crews coming in from the continent. They didn't give us any names unless they're all sisters with the last name Null. But this guy from Imua Outrigger is from Newport Beach, California. Again, the Catalina race happening out of Newport Beach I think it's next weekend or the weekend after. So some of these crews will be up there. But really, the big story is what's happening here on the Kona coast. You can see slowly the sun starting to burn off some of these clouds. And in the distance, a beautiful view of this South Kona coastline as these crews march towards Honaunau, the city of refuge, and our finish line. For this ladies' race here at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races, we're back here with Manu Okekai. Nice work, ladies. Really smooth. They're in an unlimited crew. They're kind of probably somewhere in the...
So we've got people asking here if there's a leaderboard where they can see. We don't really have that, and part of the reason for that is sometimes it's hard for us to tell who actually is in front. You've got some canoes that are further outside, further inside. They're maybe even a half a mile apart.
Nice work.
The most inside canoe to the outside canoe. So it's hard for us to tell. And then now we also have a mix of canoes of different start times. So the unlimited start about 10 minutes after the traditional did. So we would have to do adjusted time. It did look from what we could see that probably Hawaiian Canoe Club is in front in the traditional canoe. And there's a Kaiopua crew that looks to be pretty close to where they are, but much further inside. So it's a little bit hard for us to judge which of them actually are in front. And then we're going to have some pretty fast crews, like the Lanikai crew, who are in unlimited that are coming up. And then I think that's
him
right
there.
there.
Oh, look at you, Katie.
Yeah, talking about Lanikai.
And there they are.
Yeah,
this is a tough crew. This is a very experienced crew. Some top paddlers right here. If we can get some names on this one, this is crew number 184. Looking great over here. This is Lanikai's Open Women. We're going to call up some names for you here just so that we can give a shout-out to all of these. Samantha Stewart, Kamalani Freitas, none other than the daughter of our man,
Freitas.
Scotty Freitas, Aulani Hall, Michaela Ward, Monica Chan, and Miley Villablanca. This is a very experienced crew, yet, kind of definitely on the younger side of things. And these girls have been putting time in the canoe over the last several years, and you could tell. Look at that blend. Look how clean everything looks. I'm stoked to be able to watch these girls go at it.
And Michaela Ward used to live here at Paddle with Kaipua, so she's going to be pretty familiar with these waters and this course. Now she lives over on Oahu and is paddling with Lanikai. And these women are doing great the past couple of years, really building up their women's program.
You can see there's a little bit of chop coming in from escort boats and stuff like that, but for the most part, really clean water. This is the kind of water where even maybe less experienced crew can really kind of find the flow. Speaking of flow, look at this crew right here going in their strip plank canoe. Nice job. We're about an hour and a half into this. Not sure what that camera angle was, but this Lanikai crew is really stepping it up. When you can look out to their side and not see much going on behind them, they're in the front. This looks to me like Keaukaha or maybe a Hemajang crew. This is definitely a Hemajang crew. I see some Keaukaha jerseys. Our stroker is Keaukaha, and she is going at it. Nice work from this young lady. Hemajang crew, I guess they're centering themselves around Kailua, Hawaii. I'm wondering if that means Kailua Kona or Kailua Oahu, but definitely a nice drive. I'm not sure. I'm going to go out and guess based upon how they all look a little wet and they all are kind of really going at it and making a move on this unlimited crew. This might be one of our change crews. This might be one of our 9-man crews here that are getting in and out of these canoes, making some changes and going at it. Nakai Evalu. Nope. 180 in the background. That's Nakai Evalu in the dark jerseys there in the background. And in the front here, that's Hemajang. So for all of you that are logging on from places near and far, Hemajang means kind of all mixed up and kind of thrown together. So that's the Hemajang crew. And you can tell by the different jersey colors that they are pretty Hemajang. You know what, though? They all got the white hats. They obviously got their hats sponsored by somebody. But
They're
nice.
one crew.
One team from the neck up. All right, here we go again. This is what is supposed to be our leader right now, especially definitely our leader in the traditional crew. This is Wailea Canoe Club from the island of Maui. Ladies looking strong, going at it. They obviously borrowed a va'a from over here on the big island of Hawaii. Probably mahalo to June Balanga and his gang with that big Aloha Oi sticker down the middle. But looking good, ladies, looking good.
So this is Hawaiian Canoe Club. You said Wailea.
Not
which
Wailea,
maybe
Hawaiian.
you will be saying in the men's race. But
yes.
Here, yes, Hawaiian Canoe Club, Kahalui, Maui.
Yep. Thank you for that correction. But these girls looking good, looking really good.
Again, here you can see some of that surface texture. Some of it may be coming against them. Looks like there is actually a little bit of current coming from the left side there, but also sometimes some larger swell coming from behind, back right.
Alma running nicely, rigged perfectly. We have somebody tuning in from Northern California, rooting in for Crew 118. Yep, we're always looking to show all of the crews that we can. Checking in with our winners here, though, but just take a look real quickly at the synergy going on between these ladies, the flow. They're all really together. They've been probably really good paddlers, each of them in their own right, but putting it together. I see a couple gals from the Big Island, some from Maui. They're kind of definitely mixing it together to put together a top crew right here. And as we approach Honau now, they still seem to be in the lead and working their way down this Kona coast, looking really smooth. A lot of energy left in this crew, maybe as much as another half hour in this race for them as they zero in on the finish line at Honau now.
So, yeah, we're about 3/4 of the way into this race, and this is where people are going to start to take a little gauge of their personal situation, how they're feeling, when, should I be eating? Am I getting a little tired? Am I getting a little, sometimes your brain starts to get a little bit unfocused because you probably should ingest some more sugar.
Everybody gets the brain fog.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Maybe I need to take one of my gels with the caffeine in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Might need one of those right here in the studio. But this is our crew from Kaiopua. They are one of our top traditional or spec crews. They're more inshore. You kind of keep an eye on where that steersman's head is focusing. Sometimes she's looking out to the right at where we're going to assume that Wailea crew is. But a great race by these ladies here, and it definitely seems to be where they are looking strong still. Got a lot left in the tank.
Yep. We've got people asking again who's in the lead overall. Right now we think of the traditional canoes that it looks like Hawaiian Canoe Club from Maui is probably in the lead, but they're on the outside, and the Kaiopua crew that we've got the GoPro camera on, they seem to be doing quite well on the inside, and it's hard for us to compare how they're doing with each other. We also have some pretty fast canoes coming up in the unlimited. So here we're showing a change. We've got these crews have 9 paddlers, so 3 are going to get out of the canoe and 3 are going to get in.
They're going to try to all line up 1, 2, 3, space themselves out equally as to where their seats are. So it's probably a 1, 2. You see how close the
like
2 girls
1,
right
2,
next
4,
to
I think.
Yeah,
the
like
way
a 1, 2,
spaced
4.
Out.
Yep.
Yep, they try to space themselves as to the distance that they're going to be getting into the canoe.
Oh, we're good. Look at that, huh?
Yes.
1, 2, 4, perfect.
Yep.
Got a hooker right there. That's what they call when the ladies run their leg up over the side and hook the side of the canoe with their leg. But, hey, if you're not hooking, you're not trying. You know what I mean? Let's go, girls. Looking good. Some Keaukaha coming in there. Our stroker also with a Keaukaha jerseys, and these girls came to play. Look at that.
They're
nice
right
drive.
back in and paddling
Yeah.
right away, right
Great
together
work.
again. Yep, and they've got fresh meat in the boat, and they're off.
Hamajanga Jang flying that big Hawaiian flag from their escort boat, but looking great. Again, back to our crew from Hawaiian Canoe Club on Maui. This lady's looking good. Looking a lot better right now.
So after the girls get out, that
167.
The escort boat's going to go back and pick them up, and then they'll zoom up to try to catch up with the crew again. And they're probably changing usually about every 15 minutes or so. And so the people who remain in the canoe are going to do, two sections in the boat. So you'll be paddling for about a half an hour, and then you're going to get out for about 15 minutes and get back in.
I like this strip line canoe. I love their name. Brown Sugar. Oh, must be Brown Sugar. Look at these names. I believe this is going to be Charisse Agarastas, Mahealani Botello. She's over there probably in seat 3, looks like. Violet Cinderillo Carrillo is in there. She looks like she's in seat 2. We have Mealoha Hooten in there, Nahaku Kale, and of course Celeste Pai'aina, likely steering, or maybe in 5.
No, I think they did this in reverse order here because
Is that Celeste?
Is steering.
Charisse Agrastas is steering. Yes. Yeah, Charisse. She's a Kauai High Canoe Club girl, born and raised here on the Big Island, and then looking good. But that's definitely Rillo in 2. Good work by these ladies. This is kind of a little bit of a throw-together crew, but, man, definitely some brown sugar in that crew. Way to go, ladies. Looking good out there.
Yeah, that's a very good example of what we call a dial-a crew or throw-together crew with women not only from different clubs but different islands, but all friends, all big respect for each other and their paddling abilities, and also know they're going to have fun together, both in the canoe and out.
Yes, ma'am. Here goes. Look at that, brown sugar. They got their jerseys going, everything, man. They put some effort into this. Looking good, and they are having a great race. I'll be curious to find out what kind of hull that is. If it's a one-off or how but you can see that nose drop in right there, little surf bump. You caught that, Katie? They're getting a little bit of action there, battling with the crew out to their left. And Our Lady, the Violet Carrillo, is just in there pounding away. She's always got that energy in the crew, delivering some good mana into this and motivation.
It looks like probably Celeste Pai'aina stroking.
Yeah,
seat 1.
Might be Celeste up front. She can
stroker.
do it as a stroker. She's a great steerswoman as well. Celeste is is maiden name Kalama, but she's married to our good friend Kea Pai'aina, who is the president of Healani Canoe Club and a great paddler in his own right. A great guy. And, man, that is a paddling dynasty when you bring the Pai'aina and the Kalama Ohanas together. Great shot out here, drone shot showing what the rest of the field is looking like and how things are starting to stack up here in the back half of the race.
So we've got Makai Kari'i here online asking, where did this race start and where does it finish?
Hey, where you been all day? So this race starts at Kailua Kona, right in downtown Kona, at the Kona Pier. This is, again, the Pacific Dragons from Sydney, Australia. All right, and they're doing great here. But the race started in Kailua Kona at the pier, and it's about 18 miles down to Honaunau, the city of refuge. And then the men jump in, turn around, and come on back. This Pacific Dragons crew is made up of Maya Bridges, Laura Cook, Vivian Ng, Nicola Frauen, Cherie Raposo, and Kirsty Ni'inimaki. Cool. Always good to see paddlers from all over the world come to Kailua Kona and enjoy our waters here and have a good time paddling. Yeah, Pacific Dragons. The She Dragons.
So big trip across the Pacific to get here, and we really appreciate all of the people that come from far. But like you said, this is a great race to go to. Days of racing, lots of events, lots of culture. Really a wonderful thing to travel to and enjoy.
Yeah, I think too it's really the ease of doing it. The biggest headwind for a paddler or a crew is logistics. Logistics is always an issue. We got somebody cheering on Cherie Raposo, but the easier you make it to come to a race and the more things there are to enjoy in the course of your stay is great. And people will come and they'll spend a week here on the Big Island, travel all over the island, play tourists, and just enjoy all the beautiful climates and places that the Big Island has to offer. Volcano, Hilo side, they can go down to South Kona and enjoy over there. So this is really a great race and a great journey, a great adventure to come on when you come to the Queen races. These are Hui Nalu's Masters Women.
Yeah, again, we're seeing all these different divisions here. Some of the Olympic canoes mixing in with the traditional canoes that started about 10 minutes before them.
Hui Nalu Masters right here. 60s or these 50s, I'm not quite sure. Ooh, watching from Texas. All right. Nice work, gang. A lot of boats out on the water today. Loving it. All right. It's a nice view of where they're headed with all the kind of lining up there, getting ready to head into Honaunau. Crew 222. Nice work from these ladies. Puna Pink from Pahoa. This is another of a crew from the Puna Canoe Club over on the Hilo side of this island.
So this is their Novice A, so that means typically that they are second-year paddlers. Novice B would be only first year. Novice A is typically the second-year paddlers.
All right. One of our 9-man crews, 9-woman crews. Again, this looks like a 1-3-5. Hooking the leg over, getting it in. Way to go, ladies. Up and in. Nice work. Here we go.
So paddling like this where you're changing people out, there's many differences, but one of them is that often you're changing out the seat one. In some races, you'll change seat one every time, and then the other ones you're changing every other time. But all of a sudden, if you're in the canoe and a new person comes in seat one, it may be different. Not every stroker is going to be paddling exactly the same. So now the people who are left in the canoe need to modify potentially what was happening. It might be a different rhythm. One might paddle a little bit faster than the other. So you have to kind of come back together as a crew, adjust to now who's sitting in seat one, and all kind of come back together. And the quicker you can do that, the quicker you're going to start moving smoothly.
Yep, for sure. And yeah, like you're right. Typically, they're going to change, number one, the stroker every time. You want a fresh stroker, right? You want that lead horse to be fresh as much as possible.
So this is one of our canoe cams here where we've got 2 canoes right now, the women's race. This unlimited canoe here, and then also this Kaiopua crew who is in the traditional canoe. And so we're watching them. Sometimes we've been able to get some audio of them. You can hear them talking to each other. You can hear the ocean. It's really been great to kind of feel a little bit more like you're right there. You just saw seat 3, pause for a second, grab her water hose. So these crews have maybe another half hour or so, maybe a little bit less to go. That Kaiopua crew, of course, is going to have probably paddled this race, as often or more often than a lot of these crews. But they also practice here. And so they potentially could easily practice this course, last week or 2 weeks ago, but sort of have more experience of the landmarks and where you are in the race and sort of judging what you've got left in your system. Okay, I've got another 20 minutes to go, so I know I can push myself to a certain level and still have a little bit at the end. I've got 2 unlimited canoes here continuing to battle during this race. So the unlimited canoes are all paddling iron. We do have some races where you can do changes in a limited canoe, which actually is quite different. It's a more limited space from which you can get in, and so people are sometimes needing to modify how they get into the canoe. This is crew 195, Outrigger White. I think that Outrigger Canoe Club, they're from Oahu. I believe they have 2 open women's crews in unlimited today, Outrigger White, Outrigger Red. I don't know which one is in front. Kahala Schneider, Rachel Kincaid, Kali Larson, Taylor Dougherty, Shay Foudry, and Claire Hughes in Outrigger White. And this is crew 249, also in an unlimited canoe. This is a Matahina. So these canoes are a bit heavier than some of the other unlimited canoes. This is Waka Kapaimua from Kaunakakai, Hawaii. So I think these paddlers actually are from Molokai. It's an island over between Maui and Oahu. So again, this Matahina canoe probably weighs about 300 pounds, whereas some of these other unlimited canoes are closer to 100. But some people actually prefer this. They prefer a slightly heavier canoe.
Oh, we got somebody with a birthday today.
Oh, there's a great view of looking, and you can see the coastline. So once you've done this race several times, you can kind of start to get a little more used to the coastline, seeing some of the points that come out, and knowing, kind of using that as a landmark. I know that point up there is the one that we're going to turn and go into. So here it looks like some of the canoes potentially in the front or near the front of the pack of the unlimited canoes. Here we have canoe 111. Women nicely matching their outfit here with their canoe. Don't know if that was planned.
Oh, come on, look at him. Of course it was planned. Kauai Strong, 111 from Wailua. That's kind of in the Kapa area right there, Wailua River. Pretty cool. I like it. These ladies are top shape. That's Annie Allen, Darcy Adesani, Suzette Gertler, Leanne Rivera, Debbie Green, and Laola Aya. Hey, Auntie Lola, how are you? She's probably back there piloting this gang. But nice to have you ladies on the water today. Crew 111 looking pretty in pink, I tell you that.
Yeah, Lola is steering. I saw her this morning.
That's a good choice.
Yes.
Lola's a heck of a steerswoman.
So these are 60 plus. 60 plus age group.
Yeah, way to go, ladies. Hey, I wanted to say mahalo to my man Kwai Chang over there from Big Island. He brought us his So Juicy Hawaii. Love you more, ba. Love you too, ba. Showing the love over here. So Juicy Hawaii, fresh squeezed juices. This thing is so ono and pono. Mahalo for that, Kwai Chang. Keeping us going over here in the studio. We're stoked to be bringing you the live action from right here. You can see it's kind of quiet behind us, but at the finish of the men's race, it's going to be mayhem and excitement here right in Kailua Kona at the wharf. But getting ready to see the finish of the women's race coming up shortly. This is one of our top crews right here, Kai Opua in the screen on the right. Mahalo again, Kwai Chang, keeping it so juicy. So he's on him.
I think the women might only have another 15 minutes or so for the top crews. We're coming up, so 9:22. They start at 7:30, so coming up close to 2 hours, which is typically about the benchmark of when the first cruise will finish. Sometimes a little more depending on ocean and wind conditions. Still have some nice cloud cover, though, but they're pretty grateful for that.
Man, you know what? Though still, mass respect. This crew just doing some changes, and they have one of those inflatable sleds behind the boat, which keeps our paddlers away from the engines, keep them a little safer. They're able to swim up and just pull themselves up at water level. Today it's pretty minor, the water, but when you get a little rougher conditions, those sleds sure help to make it easier and safer for our paddlers. But that 9-man crew back in and on their way. Look at this. You can see this armada of canoes making their way into Honau now, and this is going to get exciting. We're coming into that time of this ladies' race where things are going to come together and really we're going to see some heavy battles going into the finish line. I'm wondering how close anybody is to that Hawaiian Canoe Club crew that's putting the press on right there. Speaking of putting the press, this is our ladies crew 241 from Kamehameha Canoe Club in Hilo. Again, another crew from the Hilo area. This looks like it may be a juniors crew. I'm not quite sure if we could check on that, gang. But it looks like some young ladies out there doing a great job here in this traditional boat. Not sure whether they're doing 9-man or not. But, ooh, that spray cover looks hot.
I do think they are probably doing 9-man. You see the motorboat behind them. Looks like people with kind of the same colored jerseys. So looks like they might be zooming ahead right now to go drop some ladies in the water and make a change.
Very cool, very cool.
And that's another skill set part of this race is your escort boat driver. Knowing that they need to pull away slowly. If they zoom off, sometimes they'll leave you with a big wake that then you have to negotiate.
Yeah, this wake looks a little close and a little big. We usually like to kind of veer off at a almost a 90-degree angle from where the canoe is, so that your wake is, if anything, pushing the canoe in the direction it wants to go. Then once you're up on plane, you come up around and wait for them out in front. But they're going to have a nice change here, getting a little texture on the water. We'll see how this happens. Again, this is a crew from the Hilo side of the Big Island of Hawaii.
And so this is not unlike having the GoPro on your Ama. If you've got somebody sitting here watching you make a water change, a little bit more pressure. Not that it's not already hard enough.
Let's look for the hook. Look for the hook. Oh, what a great shot from our drone. Make sure we follow him, brother. Follow, yes. Okay, we're going for a 1-4-5 change. Oh, up and in and over. It's definitely sometimes a little easier from seat 4 or seat 2. You can use the Yako if you need to. But, okay, you can see they're working hard. They're dragging this canoe back up and out of the water, trying to get back on plane after that change. Here they go. They're up and going. They're going to make a change here. Change sides real quick. Little bump there, picking them up. And boom, they're over, and here they go. Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a juniors crew. A lot of young ladies inside of there.
So the changes are going to have a strategy where, especially in a race where you've got more movement in the water and it's more possible that water is going to be getting into the canoe when you have the zipper open. Generally, the steersman or somebody in the crew will call the people to unzip in order, starting from the back. So if you're changing 1, 4, 5, they would say 5 unzip. 5 would unzip, then 4 unzip. So you only have no more than one person not paddling at a time. And then, of course, the person in the front, last person unzip. Just as they come up to the paddlers, they're going to call a coordinated, paddles in and then jump out. And you want everybody jumping out at one time together so nobody lands on the other person. And you want to get out before the canoe actually gets to those in the water so that those people getting in aren't held back by someone still in their seat. And you want to get out so that you're not like kicking someone in the face or something when you're getting out. So it's a coordinated thing. They get in, and then usually the person in the front would zip up right away, try to keep water coming in the front. And then those in the back would go in order going towards the back, 4 zip up and then 5 zip up.
Yep. Very coordinated effort. And speaking of a coordinated effort, look at these ladies from Kaiopua. I'm going to gather that they're still one of our top crews out there. Again, this is going back to our GoPro. This is the ladies from North Shore of Oahu, Manuoki Kai. Our gallon 4 here looking really strong still. Nice big reach, big drive. You can see it in her face, the focus. Great work from these ladies.
Yeah, she's very efficient. She doesn't have a lot of extra movement, not too much body movement, but
she has a good lean, but not too much. She's staying right in the pocket. She seems to have a nice drive, though. You see that little drive in her shoulders off the when she's kind of has a nice grab in the front. Nice.
Not too little, not
but
too much.
Just right,
Just right.
You know that. Ooh, speaking of just right, how's that So Juicy hitting you right now, girl?
Boy, that's really great. I've got drama free.
Hey, you want to be drama free?
How did I pick that one out? But it's got pineapple, Japanese cucumber, green apple, and ginger. One of my favorites. So this is really good.
That's one of the one I was looking. It's called Love You More. It's red apple, ginger, and olena. Olena is turmeric or the it's really good anti-inflammatory properties. So mahalo again, Kwai Chang, for hooking us up in the booth here. So Juicy in the house.
This looks like the Lanikai crew, women from Lanikai and windward side of Oahu. I would guess that they probably are leaders in the unlimited division. But again, it's a little hard for us to tell, especially from here, because could be somebody that's further out. No. These guys look fairly close to the shore. And then it's hard to get the right vantage point to actually see. So there's
a lot of different divisions here we talk about, Katie, but it is always prestigious to be first to the beach, right? Yes. That's not necessarily a division, but first to the beach. If you're first to the beach in the traditional canoe, means you were strong enough to hold off the onslaught of the unlimiteds, which are supposed to have a little bit of an advantage. If you are first to the beach in an unlimited canoe, it's like, man, you were fast. You were good enough to take that advantage of the unlimited canoe, make up that extra time that was given at the start, the staggered start, and you're able to march down that traditional, those top girls in the traditional, and get first to the finish line. But make no mistake, they are in two totally different divisions, and they are on two separate clocks. So the fastest time overall is typically going to be our unlimited canoes. A lot of them will kind of start to close in on those traditional canoes and have the fastest overall time. And then within each one of these divisions, the different types of canoes, including koa, there's age group, there's open, there's novice, there's juniors, there's 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. And so just because somebody is the first one you see across the finish line doesn't mean they're not taking home a gold medal. There's a lot of different divisions here.
That's right. And that's another one of the fun things about this race. You're competing against, well, we all compete against everybody, but they're competing against those in their division, and there's plenty of divisions to choose from. But you'll race against people who have the same kind of craft, the same age, or maybe same experience level.
All right, we need a little bit of a confirmation on this, but this seems to be our Hawaiian Canoe Club crew right here in our traditional boat. And they were the first crew in the beginning, but it seems that somebody is out in front of them right now. This is crew 261, Hawaiian Canoe Club. This is, we believe, our top traditional boat, yes, from Kahului. And just a few boat lengths in front of them, it seems they've got a pass put on them by a crew in an unlimited boat. We're real quickly going to find out who that is in front of them. And it seems like they're, by the angle of these canoes, like they're beginning to make their way into the finish line. If we could take a, I think you see this big white boat out here. That was the one that was at the starting line. And so they usually hang out on the outside of the bay in Honau now. So it seems like Tower, it seems like our canoes are in the final approach. That is Lanikai, as you predicted, Katie.
Yeah.
You are on it today. On it like a hornet. So this is our Lanikai crew that has managed to surpass that staggered start time differential and get into first place overall. Lanikai women crew number 184 in first place overall as they begin to make their way into Honau now. If we could get our drone to kind of look back on shore to give us a perspective of how close we are. Folks, we are just past the 2-hour mark into this race, and things are getting excited. We've had that changing of the guard that we talk about, as always, the unlimited crews trying to march down those traditional crews. And if I were to say, Katie, it seems to me like this unlimited boat is pulling away.
Yeah, I believe they are. I mean, they had the speed to make up that 10 minutes and pass them, but now they see the finish line.
Now they're catching bumps. And this is definitely, folks, going into the finish line. Honau now, they got maybe just a few hundred yards into our finish line, and we are going to be looking at a culmination of this race as the ladies from the eastern shores of Oahu, Lanikai Beach, are making their way into the finish here in first place overall, first place in the unlimited, and fastest time. This is going to be our finish. The finish triangle buoy right in front there. 2 hours and 2.5 minutes. Looking great. Lanikai just behind them. Hawaiian Canoe Club from the island of Maui. Hunting them down. Trying to keep the difference tight. That's in a traditional boat. The ladies of Hawaiian Canoe Club. And I'm really curious, Kay, to see who's in third overall.
That's right. I mean, it's probably going to be the Kaupua Canoe Club.
I'm hoping because those ladies were looking good.
They looked really good. Again, hard for us to tell because we didn't have too many shots where we're showing.
Yeah, that'd be so cool. One from each island.
That would be great. And look, pretty close. This is like, an eighth of a mile between these crews. So the time running on the clock you see there, 2:03, is the start time from the traditional canoe, the one in second place. This crew right here from Hawaiian Canoe Club. The unlimited canoe that's in the front, Lanikai Canoe Club, they started approximately 10 minutes after, so they'll get that subtracted from their time to show their overall time.
So what's I think important here too is that in these ladies' minds, they're not only trying to be first in their division, first overall, but they are certainly trying to break the wall of a sub 2 hour time. That is a big one. If you can hit sub 2 hours, that's fast because our men's crews our winning men's crews are always sub 2 hours, and when the ladies do it well, it really is something special. I think.
Yeah,
really goes to show like how trained and how good they are. So they're going to be maybe about a 155 or so, a 156, something like that.
Yes.
Excellent.
As long as there was exactly 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looks like they broke the 2 hour mark by our knowledge, but congratulations again to the ladies of Lanikai Canoe Club. First place unlimited, first place overall, and a sub 2 hour time. Great work from these ladies putting it together, and now they're just trying to figure out how the heck they can get it. If we can again pull up their name and time. Let's call out these ladies right here. Yeah, they know the Shaka Cam. Again, congratulations out to Lanikai Open Women, Samantha Stewart, Kamalani Freitas, Aulani Hall there in 2, Michaela Ward, Monica Chan, and Miley Villablanca. Great work. And then in second place overall, first in the traditional division, that's Hawaiian Canoe Club.
And both of those crews there were open, so they're not in one of the other age brackets. We have sometimes had some of the 40s crews be right up here with. Oh, there's another.
Okay, coming up here in third place. That looks like, is that Puna? Not quite sure. We're going to get our drone on the other side of this canoe right here so we can get some numbers.
So it looks
nice work. They know the Shaka Cam. Mahalo, ladies. Crew number 217 in third place. That would be second in the unlimited division. And in fourth place, that's the Hamajang Aunties. So they know about Shaka Cam. Come on, Rillo. Raise them up, girl. Let's go. They're her Puna Canoe Club. Yep, that's Puna Vela in 217 in the unlimited. And back there in that plank boat, that's the Brown Sugar Aunties, yeah? Right? Brown Sugar, right?
Yeah, Brown Sugar. And I think they're going to be a 40s plus unlimited. So they won their division.
Killer, yeah. Won their division and third overall unlimited. Here's another crew coming in. This looks like Outrigger, yeah? 195 Outrigger Canoe Club.
I think that's the Outrigger White crew.
Yep. Good work, ladies. We're trying to pull up all these names and clubs and times and all of that. So
lots of unlimiteds
folks, it's going to get fast and furious right now as all these crews come across the line. We've definitely had our first 5 or 6 crews here. This is crew number 190. Nice work by these ladies. Is this... Oh, man, it's hard for us to say. Sorry, gang. We're doing our best to get all these names and crews out here. Mauna Kea Open Women from Haleiwa. Way to go, ladies.
North Shore of Oahu. Yeah, ladies.
Nice work. What a beautiful finish line, folks. Look at that. As picturesque as it gets, and much to the demise of the
2025.
All right, this is our other Manu crew making their way in. A little pixelated. Sorry about that. The feed is not that great at the moment. Here's another one of our crews making it in.
So far we've had only one traditional canoe finish. That was the women from Hawaiian Canoe Club, and we've had probably 8
this
or
is Kauai High right here.
Unlimited canoes.
From just up the coast here, a little bit north of us. And a big gap here. So, as you mentioned, Katie, only one traditional boat. And so you can see what a big difference that makes. I'm looking for that second traditional boat. Hopefully it's our gals from Kaiopua making it in there.
This is a great shot of seeing all the beautiful coral. The fish here are incredible.
What
this
a beautiful
is
bay.
A fish preserve. It's really great to jump out of the canoe here and swim around a little bit before you turn that canoe over to the men. Great place for snorkeling, swimming.
Oh, yeah.
So our crew from Haleiwa. They must be getting close to the finish, though.
And a quick shot of the land there. All of our male crews are arriving. They're getting ready to swap out boats. And you're going to see it's going to get quite congested in there. Some of these ladies already making their way in, knowing that it's time to take advantage of the clear shoreline. Get in and get out. Nice drone pan of what's going on here. All right, Katie. So we had a great finish there from the ladies at Lanikai Canoe Club, really pulling it together. I'm impressed definitely by this Hawaiian Canoe Club gang that have kept such a big gap and only were being able to beat by one unlimited canoe. That's pretty impressive. That is pretty impressive. As well as Outrigger had a good finish there. Mauna Kea. There were several crews finishing in the top there in the unlimited, pretty close on the heels of our winners from Lanikai, but definitely a great finish by these ladies and the unlimited boats on the top here for this women's race as they make their way in at Honau now. So kind of talk to us about what goes on at this point in the bay there as people are making their changes.
So this point, so the women are going to turn over their canoes to the men. The men are going to be starting, probably another hour and a half or so because they have to wait for all of the women to, and mixed crews, there's some in here too, all of them to finish so that everybody has the ability to get into their canoe and then take it back out to the start. If you can, it's really great that women can sort of coordinate with men. Yeah, we're going to break in here and just go over the unofficial results. First crew across the line was the Lanikai Open Women in an unlimited canoe. Second across the line was a Hawaiian Canoe Club. They were in a traditional canoe, so they won their division, traditional canoe, second over the line. And third was the Puna crew, the Wela crew from Big Island here, and they were also in unlimited. So back to what was going on in Hana now. The women turn their canoes over to the men. The men will paddle out and line up and start in their 3 heats, and the women will find their way back to the start here. Usually the men have driven down some kind of vehicle, and then the men drove it down, and the women will drive it back. It might stop to get some poke and beer.
Yeah, you know it, on the way back. So this is Kilohana Hoiva'a from Waimea, Kauai. This is probably their juniors crew for them. They got a great juniors program. This is the crew that, I don't know if this we might have this wasn't the same exact crew, was it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, anyhow, these girls looking good here. This is our Kaiahitu, barring a boat from Kaiahitu, but this is Kilohana Hoiva'a. Oh, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful waters here. Some folks will just try to make it up to the coral. Some folks will actually try to get into the bay there. Some are even going to pull their canoes out of the water and adjust the rigging to be good for the men's crew. So all these little things to try to make it happen.
And the last that we saw at registration, there was one more canoe in this second heat of races, the men's and some of the mixed. So pretty much all of canoes that the women use will probably be turned over to the men, and then one more will get added in. But that's pretty common. But often there is more races in the men's division, so they will have had to brought down additional canoes from what was going down in the women's race.
This looks like Keaukaha right here.
Looks like they're trying to deal with a little bit of back current and maybe some escort boat wake.
Oh, yeah. But they've definitely made their way into the bay right there, having a little battle with the ladies in a traditional boat from Kilohana. Nice work, ladies. Wow, look at that. So right in front of us in the middle there, that's that same battle going on between that red and white canoe from Kilohana and the other canoe next to them in the orange from Keaukaha. Nice work from these paddlers. They're both trying to catch on to that white boat in front of them. But good battle going on here right now.
And again, they're in different canoe types, so in different divisions for sure, but still, it's a race. There's a canoe next to you. It's going to be a race, and you're going to try to beat whoever's next to you.
Boy, and they're really closing in on this white boat.
Again, that number you see in the upper left, that's the start time from the first heat. That was the traditional canoes. 10 minutes behind was the unlimited, and I believe another 10 minutes behind was the changes, the 9-man crews.
So as a steerswoman at this point, are you trying to be really aggressive? Are you trying to push in on that other crew, trying to give them a hard time so that you can kind of stay in front? Or, you know what, they're in a whole different division. I'm not worried about them.
I guess that kind of depends on the person. There definitely are some steersmen and crews who would want to get every little bit they can, however they're going to get it. Maybe you know this course a little better. You know where you can take a sharp left here and go next to the rocks, or maybe you don't know, so you're going to be a little more careful. But I think you've been trying to push each other this whole time. You're not going to stop now until you get across that line. So you're going to keep driving till you get across that line and get in front of whoever you can.
Some more drone shots. There's our crew from Kaiopua coming across the line. All right, ladies, congratulations. We really thank you for the privilege. Hungry. Got to refuel. We really thank you for the privilege of letting us watch you up close and personal during the course of this race. Great work, all of you. Man, real smooth. It's almost like they don't even realize the GoPro's there at this point. This is going to be funny for them to look at later, like, oh, my God, they were watching us. Oh, my gosh. Look at me. Look at my stroke. Oh, I got to make a change. What am I doing? It's hilarious.
So I believe that they were second in the traditional, but it was hard for us to tell. I don't think we saw everybody that crossed
Definitely
the line.
one of the top ones, for sure.
Yes.
Oh, and this might be a juniors crew from Kilohana still trying to hold off this unlimited. I'm not sure if we're staying on them because they're the first overall in the juniors division. But they have a chance to kind of sneak inside of that other white canoe in front of them. They seem to be making a move, simultaneously holding off that unlimited crew and making a run at this white canoe in front of them. These ladies from Kilohana Va'a are certainly showing why they are a crew to be watched coming up. They've been doing really good at world sprints, at states, in the regatta seasons. And this is really a crew that's been building a lot of talent, a lot of legacy in that crew. And, hey, all you open crews, watch out. Here they come, man. Here comes Kilohana.
And this is right where we say, leave it all on the water. You don't want to finish this race and feel good and feel like you could go
Look
further.
At
it's
them.
like,
they're leaving it all on the water.
Put
The
it
Makua
in
sisters.
Use it all right here.
Yep. Kajelson and Dameron in there. Look at them crushing it. Yeah, girls, that's a way to finish a race. Wow. Kilohana Hoi Va'a. They really have upped their rate right now. It looks like their stroker has decided that, just like you mentioned, Katie, we're leaving it all in the water. It's now or never. They've seemingly left that unlimited canoe behind, and they are making a march away at this point from this other white crew in the white canoe that didn't even realize that they were coming. They're a quarter of a boat length, and they're just reeling them in seat by seat. They already got one Va'a length gap on the unlimited, and look at them go all up front, digging everything they got. Look at that stroker. My goodness, girls. Oh, look, I'm loving what they're doing in number 5. Look at that steerswoman. She is stroke for stroke up there.
Making their parents
beautiful,
proud.
Beautiful
right
work. Yes, ladies. Yes, sir. Bless sir. Coming across the line. Great work. Yes, ma'am. From the island of Kauai, Kilohana Canoe Club. Great work by these young ladies. What a battle. That, my friend, is what paddling is all about.
And that kind of finish can really, make you feel proud.
Yeah.
Like you did your best all the way to the finish. They had a really strong finish. Still had some energy there that they pushed.
They know the
in.
Shaka Cam. They know about Shaka
yeah.
Cam. Yes, girls. How's it? Kilohana Hoi Va'a with a fantastic finish. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is the juniors crew that is in first place in the juniors, and to be expected. We've been calling this Kilohana crew for a while. They're really one of the up and comers for sure. They have a great program there where they do all kind of cultural stuff. They work with the V1 a lot, and so really making it happen over there in Kilohana. Congratulations to their coach, Kaina Makua. All right, we got a cool little shot of the shoreline there, and another crew coming in here in the green and yellow. Maybe a Puna canoe, not quite sure. Man, it's hard not to enjoy that view there with some canoes racing and a beautiful, lush green uplands of the South Kona coast.
Oh, this is such a beautiful bay. You can see why it's a national park. And the great sort of reconstructed city of refuge over there on the right. Beautiful place to finish a race.
Heck yeah. Not quite sure what crew this is. 212, 212, I believe. Yep. Here they come up. All right. Hanalei Open Women. Nice work, ladies. Good job by Hanalei Canoe Club. Do we have some names? All right, this is Joanne Kaona, Lahela Correa, Heather Chandler, Kirsty Daly, Luciana Ribao, and Sarah Coyne. Sarah Cohn. Cohn. Great work, ladies. That is Hanalei Canoe Club.
Novice, so second-year paddlers right here. So coming in the bay here, so we've got a mix of unlimited canoes and traditional canoes and koas and 9-person crews and iron crews all coming in here. So we'll have to see how these crews did when we do the adjusted time. 10 minutes, first the traditional cruise, then 10 minutes unlimited, and then 10 minutes to the changes cruise. So even finishing the race here, one of these canoes, there is still a little bit of mystery about how you did, because not only the
you're going to have
different
to
canoes and then the different divisions. So you look at each other and say, "Did we win our division?"
How did we do?
I
don't
don't know.
Yeah, right. Where do we place? I have no idea. So
Yep.
they're going to have to wait till they make their way back to Kailuakona here on the wharf and take a look at the results board provided by Kaiopua Canoe Club. And big shout out to my gal Shelly Spencer. She's in charge of the medals today. I know she's got a lot on her plate, so she's also racing and doing the medals. So a lot going on for Shelly. And big mahalo to just the army of volunteers to help out here at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Kaiopua Canoe Club definitely has a lot of membership and a lot of depth, and we just appreciate all the work they've been putting in.
Yeah, they've been working hard for not just this week, but for months.
Yep.
Really, they pretty much, after this race is done, they start working on next year.
People like Amy and
yes.
Nikki and all of them, just
Cheryl.
really a sea of people.
Yes, everybody doing so much. And, there's so many different components to this. There's so many things to organize that people don't even think about. The permits and the safety and the escort boats and just lots of things. And then there's lots of things happening on land. There was the pule this morning before the race and just coordinating all those things. So
all the little things, yes. All the little things, the logistics. That's 247 on your left, Hui Va'o Waiakea from Hilo, making their way in. So this is the point where we're going to have beginning to have a lot of some of our top age group crews, some of our top juniors crews that we're watching come in here, and so great to be getting this kind of feedback from our finishers to see what everybody's feeling like as they cross that line.
So the finishers list over here will be a busy place for a while when all these people come in and trying to figure out how they did in their division and what was their time. And it's fun, though. It's fun to see all that and see so many people did this and all the different divisions.
Nice work by this crew here. Love that drone shot. You can see all those beautiful coconut trees over there in the City of Refuge.
So here's another example of a crew where everybody's got a different shirt. I don't know if they are all from the same club and they planned that just to be fun, or really are they all from different clubs?
Probably Hamagang. No, that's Hawaiian Canoe Club. 262 from Kahalui. It's probably their second crew or maybe a 40s crew.
Here we're watching lots of crews still coming around the corner, making that last stretch down to the finish line. Some crews by themselves, like this crew, and then others battling it out to the end with who's right next to them.
I like the battle. Makes it more fun. To me, from a paddler's perspective as well, it's just good to be there and kind of giving it all you got right up into the end.
Yep.
Kind of makes it more fun. A little bit more exhausting in the end, but yeah.
Yes.
But more fun,
I've felt
If
that
you're
way.
worried about exhaustion, you shouldn't be paddling.
I've felt that way at some races that you have paddled all the way across this ocean and then just to come in right at the end, right next to someone. And often it's the same crew that you're competing against all the time. And so here you are again, got to sprint to the finish.
All right, Napili Canoe Club, Wahine Elua from Lahaina. Right there in that red, gold, and green, 203. Nice work, ladies. Another one of our spec boats. Traditional.
This looks like it might be another Manu Kai.
Yeah, Manu's really growing the club there on the North Shore of Oahu. Crew number 151. I'm looking for some mixed crews here. Some mixed age groups. This is Navahine o Ho'omau from Kailua.
That's an open crew. So any ages? That's something else we need to add to our information that's coming up on screen is the division, because you can see the canoe and you can see where they're from, but it's also fun to know, what division are they in? Are they open? Are they 40s?
Oh, there's Taranaki again from... Shucks, where were they from? Was it New Zealand?
I think so. Yes, New Zealand. That's a 40-plus group.
Nice job, Taranaki. Kind of cool to make it all the way to Hawaii.
Yeah.
This is Laura Collins, Sarah Lee Maury, Amanda Locke, Kiri Schofield, Joanne Thompson, and Amanda Wickman. Way to go, ladies. Any idea when the mixed teams will start?
Well, we had some mixed crews. I think it was the
age group mix,
age
the 50s
group,
and 60s?
50s plus that came with the women. They must have. I'm not sure which group they started with. It didn't seem like they started with
the first group. No, maybe the last group.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Must have
Last
started.
group.
Yep, it started with the 9-person changes, so they had to make their way up through. It looks like that might be a mixed crew yet. Then the other mixed crews, the open, and I think probably the 40s are going to go racing with the men.
With the men, yes.
Yep.
With the men. And I wonder if they'll start in the front with the first group in the men's race. Not quite sure. Sorry. But the answer is yes and yes. We have had some start already, and we will have some more start later. So depending on what crew it is when they're going to start. So nice shot of the shoreline there. We see our paddlers start to, some of them come down and jump in crews, and others make it to the shoreline. 139 there looks like one of our first mixed crews. You can see a couple of guys there, 3, 4, and 6. Laid back racers from Oceanside, California.
These guys are 50-plus iron mixed.
50s iron mix. Nice. There's are several people, believe it or not, that are going to race both ways. We have in this crew from Oceanside, Richard Lifat, Bill Van Tassel, Jamie Boydowitz. I don't know how you say that. Jamie Weisbrod, Cesar Ruiz, and Kim Tucker. Congratulations. They look like one of our first crossing crews. They obviously must not be that laid back if they're paddling that fast.
Yep. Then something
this is a little flotilla coming in.
Something we've talked about before is in the mixed crews, like what's the strategy of where you put people. I think we talked about that at the state race, and it's going to come down to your paddlers. And if you're going to put a female in seat 1, is she going to have a stroke that the men can follow? Typically men might have a little bit slower, bigger stroke. So it's just kind of the blend of your crew and what the skill sets are.
What would be your optimum, though? What would be your optimal way to do it?
Well, I think you'd like to think of your men as being a bit more the power, providing the power. And so you probably would not typically want to put them in seats 1 and 6. Seat 1 is really supposed to be setting up the pace and not powering and pulling the whole canoe. So I would probably put the men in like 2, 3, and 4.
This is Huiva'a's novice women from Huiva'a and Hilo, Hawaii in this koa. Nice work, y'all. I also think about balance in the canoe. If you put too many guys up front and you have a light female steerswoman, it tends to be nose heavy, which can be good if there's surf. This crew is made up of Heather Brungard, Kelly Drosselmeyer, Samantha Loyola, Noilani Javelana, Maya Nielsen, and Andrea Ellis. Congratulations to the novice A women. All right. So, to me, I don't like giving up the power of and putting a male steersman. But I also think sometimes if it's bigger water, it might be good to have somebody with a little bit more strength in the front. Also, if there's surf, though, I think there's definitely an advantage to having more weight up front and encouraging that nose of the canoe to drop into the trough.
Yes.
So, I think it would definitely depend on conditions, but
that is, they're assuming that your men are all bigger than all of your women.
Yeah, because you could have some smaller guys and there's some women out here in these races that are pretty full of muscle. They're tall, they're broad-shouldered, they're bigger bigger gals, big boned, as they say, and tough. So some of them can beat some of the men paddlers, you know. So it's not frequent, but it's there. I definitely think you want to put your heavier paddlers in the middle. But I've also heard weight doesn't matter. Just put your strongest paddler up front, your most fit paddler. As far as maybe not your strongest, most powerful overall, but your most fit paddler up front. Unless, of course, you're doing changes, right? And I would say your lightest paddler in 5. And everything else is just whatever. Here's that Kauai Strong 111 crew from Waialua. Looking good. Pretty in pink, these gals. Pu'uvai Canoe Club right there in the Waialua.
And they are 60-plus unlimited.
Nice.
Yeah. Good job, ladies.
I know that some of our friends were Butch guys and Keone and Dana were jumping in on a mixed crew for their club, so that'd be good. Pu'uvai. Not Pu'uvai. Yeah, Pu'uvai.
Yeah, they were called Pu'uvai Ohana.
Nice.
Yep. That has Butch, Keone, his wife Dana, so married couple there, Natalie, Dave Winters, and they actually have somebody from Florida, Sarah.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's the brown sugars right there. Oh, somebody was set up. Look at this, girl. The lounge chairs and the kula and the mat out there and the towels. They were ready, man. That is
waiting comfortably.
That is front row seats, man.
That's right.
My goodness.
I say, where do we bring the canoe in? Over there by the living room.
By the kula.
Yep.
Wow, now it's going to really start to get busy, folks. As the rest, imagine 170 crews switching canoes right now. And you know, it's a good shot. Look, just to the left there, there's those the sandy tidal ponds where I'm sure a lot of these paddlers are just jumping in there and like cooling off after a hot, long race, you know. Nice. There goes 111.
So they're Matahina there, finishing with another unlimited crew next to them. So I don't want to move on yet to talking about the men's race, but I am excited to see we've got 2 crews of junior boys from Tahiti. People have been talking them up, and actually they were out yesterday at the Talk Story at 4 o'clock. They had their coach out there with them, and so we got a little bit of insight into their training and what they're looking forward to. That was really great. So I'm looking forward to watching them race. That
juniors crew from Tahiti, that's OPT. They're tied into one of the most successful open men crews. This is basically their development team. And, man, these kids are fast. They're not really kids. You know, most of them are in that 17, 18-year age. You know, they're starting to become young men already. But, man, in an iron race like that, a little bit of youth can go a long way. Those boys are smooth. They're quick. They've been paddling together for a while. And I really am looking forward to watching them paddle. And word on the street is they got a good chance at coming at this. We're also looking for the men of Outrigger to be doing well. They've had a great season. They crushed it at States in the senior men's race, as well as Wailea, of course, who won this race last year. We're looking forward to seeing them. I'm just going to be really curious to see what divisions each one of them are jumping into.
Yes. I believe that Wailea has won the last 3. So this would be number 4 if they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, and they're coming hard for this. This is it's a
matter of pride.
This is turf
now
that they want to defend.
That's
you know
right.
What I mean? And of course, you know, there's going to be a great crew. Big Island Junior is putting together a great crew. Lanikai, as always, will have a great crew. You know, don't count out other crews even from the Big Island here. Keaukaha is teaming up with that Team Oceania, and they have a really strong bunch of men there. So it really there could definitely be some sleepers, but Wailea's got some work to do if they want to defend the title.
Yeah, I remember the Keaukaha Oceania guys were nipping at their heels last year. That was pretty exciting.
All right, we continue to see a bunch of finishes here in our women's race at the beautiful City of Refuge there in Honao now, in beautiful South Kona area. Keoho is kind of a larger area here, but once the kingdom of Hawaii, the capital of the kingdom of Hawaii. So we've had maybe about a good 30 to 50% of our crews come across the line. We'll be here for a while more as these crews are making their way in, changing out their va'a with the kane there, going back and forth, and all the ladies will be jumping on shore, the men jumping in the canoes and getting ready for a start. Probably that won't happen for an easy half hour. We're going to continue to bring you live coverage so you can be looking for your home club, your friend or family member that you're watching to support as they come across the finish line here. But just a beautiful day of racing, and it is so picturesque. But if I was one of the men, I'd just be like, oh man, because it is all the cloud cover is going away.
It's going
away.
The
sun is coming out, and it is going to be a hot midday race for our men once again. But hey, congratulations to our ladies. All of our finishers doing great. That's Manawahini is Hano from San Diego, California, right there in that canoe. Way to go, ladies. Thank you for coming to the Big Island of Hawaii for the Queen race. But we're going to continue to watch more of the action here at the finish line for the women's race with anticipation of what's to come in our men's race. Nice work for these ladies from San Diego. And you can see they're taking kind of a moment to collect themselves after the finish line, making sure they gather up all their ukana that they're. A lot of them will see jump off the canoe and get into the water and kind of refresh themselves a little bit, and then make their way into shore and switch out.
So they got to go in and find their men, and sometimes people have prearranged, where the men are saying, well, we're going to be over, find us other location.
In this area,
right. But sometimes it gets pretty crowded and you're not able to get in where you wanted to or where you thought you could. There's definitely areas that are easier, with some sand, and other areas where it's quite rocky. You have to be a little careful, but lots of canoes coming in here. So the front canoes usually try to get in there and trade the canoe out as quickly as they can, knowing that more people are coming and need that space to go in and make that exchange.
Yep, that's another benefit of being a top finisher, right? You get to get into the beach real quick and secure your position. All right, looks like some mixed crews coming in here. Again, we had our mixed start of our age groups, the 40s, 50s, 60s, maybe 50s, 60s.
I think it's the 50s and ups, and they probably had a 50s, 60s. I'm not sure all the different age divisions.
Yeah, they might
mixed,
be 55s
but there was a number.
and 65s, all kind of stuff.
Yep. And I believe all of the mixed crews are in the traditional canoe, but I think they had to start later and start with the 9-person, it seems like, because we haven't seen them pretty much until now.
Ooh, hydrating right here.
Finishing up the last of your snacks that you didn't eat during the race.
This canoe club is from right in this area. Oh, stretch. Look at that stroker kind of stretching out her back there. What a race. That's a long way to paddle. 18 miles roughly.
But boy, it feels good when you get there. It's quite an accomplishment, and you did something that was really fun and difficult that, not that many people in the world get the chance to do.
Yeah, like any challenging undertaking, it's always very gratifying when it's over. When you've successfully completed your mission. Here they come in, though. Continue to have our finishes of our women paddlers.
How much longer are we going? Okay, coming into just drone one. Live on drone one. Hey, Tino, you can go back out again. Drone 2, go back out. Drone 2, go back out.
Looking good, gang.
How much longer are we going to do this?
Still got lots of
196.
packs of group coming in here. These guys are racing against each other. It looks like outrigger.
Like an outrigger crew right there. Maybe a juniors crew, outrigger juniors crew, maybe.
Right.
Look like some young paddlers there. NKOK girls. Not sure what NKOK stands for. Nakiki Okikai? I don't know. I'm making stuff up here.
That was a juniors crew.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, there's another crew right there. 165. Who's this? 165.
Live on pad.
165 is
Kailua.
KCC.
Kailua
50
Canoe Club,
Wahine.
50 Wahine. Yep.
Yeah. Kailua Canoe Club.
All right, folks, as we continue to enjoy some of our crews coming across the line, we're going to shoot out to a real quick replay graphic. And here we go. Crew 211. This was that the Keoka Hamajang crew? They were pretty good. Here's our ladies from Hawaiian Canoe Club.
Yep, they won the,
they won the
traditional
traditional.
division.
Yep.
And they were
Looking really smooth.
second over the line.
This looks early morning right here for them. Nice drive. Nice drive from these ladies. This is our young ladies from
Kauai.
Kauai.
This is the Kilohana juniors.
I don't know if this is juniors or open. Not quite sure.
I think this is the junior crew.
Yeah, it might be juniors. Big bites. There's the brown sugars. There's our girl Rillo in there. And Celeste Pai'aina. The brown sugar mamas.
Lanikai Canoe
Yep,
Club.
Lanikai Canoe Club there. This was our first overall and first in the rudderless division. Unlimited division. Yep.
They're all rudderless today.
Yeah, they're all rudderless. See, never wrong. Oh, please. I like this crew, Hemajang Nines. Here we go. Some Keokaha girls and some, not sure what that other crew is in the pink jerseys. Way to go, ladies. Nice change and hammer time. Here they go. Brown sugar.
So the brown sugar again. Charisse Agarasta steering. I didn't even know that she knew how.
Oh, come on. She does it all, that girl. See, I think this is the juniors from Kilohana, unless they had multiple. Outrigger girls again.
Lanikai.
Solid. Lanikai, sorry. Lanikai. Holy mackerel.
Yep, race
Thank you,
winners
Katie.
right here. This is Lanikai as they finished. This is the winning shot right here.
Money shot.
We're live a little while, so guys. I'm on a replay right now.
That's an incredible feeling, crossing the line first.
Okay, Josh, give me a finish. That is the finish? Okay. Okay.
Nice work. Little reclip there. Let's continue to see our this is, that's not the crew that we're looking at right now. Negative. We are continuing to it's just reloading. I don't know why. What a beautiful sight. Look at all these escort boats here along the bay. Still just a whole bunch of canoes coming in and finishing this race, the women's race at the...
Well, we had 167 canoes that came down here from Kailua Kona.
All right. Folks, we're going to come back into the studio real quick as we enjoying these finishes. We're going to say thank you to Katie. She's going to take a quick break from us, and we're going to bring in another friend and talk story about what's going on in the water here and what's been happening in the world of paddling. So thank you, Katie. As always, a pleasure to be with you. We'll enjoy more of this coming in with the men's race in just about another 45 minutes or so. But mahalo. Great stuff out there.
See you guys soon.
Yeah. All right. As we continue to watch the finish line here at the women's race of the Queen Lili'uokalani Race races, it's Saturday, the distance day, and our women are finishing their long race 18 miles from Kailua Kona into beautiful Honau, the city of refuge in South Kona. And these ladies have put in some work today, boy, let me tell you. And congratulations again out to Lanikai Canoe Club, who is first in the Unlimited division, and of course Hawaiian Canoe Club, who is first overall in the traditional, or we don't say spec anymore. We don't say spec anymore, Sam.
Traditional.
Folks, this is Sam Moikeha. She's joining us here real quick. You were recently overseas Yes. Tell us what you
Brazil.
were doing and where.
We were in Brazil for the IVF International Va'a Federation World Distance Championship.
And how did it go? I mean, we were looking forward at perhaps going down there today. It didn't, not today, but going down there this year for that. It didn't materialize for us, but man, did the Brazilians not disappoint? Because it seemed like it would be a fun time down there.
It was fun. There was a lot. They have embraced canoe paddling.
Wow.
Beyond, there's
Really?
just 10,000 paddlers. There are 300 clubs.
Really?
Yeah, they are all
Holy
over.
mackerel.
It's kind of similar to, I guess, like the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that boom that they had. It's very much like that.
Huh, interesting, because the Brazilians had a boom in jiu-jitsu in America, and now the Hawaiians are having a boom in paddling in Brazil. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of, hey, you're going to infect us with your fun time. We're going to give you ours, too. So,
it was good.
Loaded people, tons of spectators, and this was the World Sprint. So in every division, each country, nation, or was sending one, right? Now,
one.
Was America and Hawaii two separate, kind of like in surfing?
Two separate.
Okay.
Because Hawaii is one of the founders of IVF, we have that designated, we're separate.
Okay, cool.
So we have our autonomy when it comes to Hawaii.
Any divisions or races of note that you thought were kind of spectacular that we should know about? How long was the distance race?
There was 18 kilometers, 12 kilometers, 24 kilometers.
Okay.
So depending on what event you were in, like 3 races a day, different waves within, like how we do our start, 7:30, 7:35.
Right.
7:40.
A lot of action.
We came home with like 4 medals. I think Hawaii came home with 4. Lanikai women did first
As
place.
they did today.
Yep. So that was, the 60s. Sorry.
Okay.
That was Denise Darville, Lynn Christensen, that group there. Pawahi. Yeah, so that was a good thing. We had Dennis Salas there, like normal, our 70s men.
Who raced open for the men and women?
We didn't have an open men, and as far as I know, we didn't have an open women. I don't remember exactly what events. I just knew, the Hawaii uniform and
right.
But they did well. When they did get on the water, they did well.
Oh, awesome. And so, how were the conditions there? Kind of like this Kona water, really flat, or was it bumpy? Was there surf?
The first day was big. It was
really?
Big. Yeah. Outside, when you make that turn going out, they call it the fortress or the fortress or something like that. There was some big waves. Some of our steersmen were saying it was pretty gnarly.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
But as the week kind of went on, it got to be a little bit more.
Calm down a little bit.
Yeah.
And so there were V1 races as well?
V1 and V6.
And in all different age divisions?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I heard there were a lot of countries, Canada, Australia, kind of like how we did here, last year with the world sprints. And really that was like one of the highlight races, highlight events for Ocean Paddler crew to cover. It was so fun and amazing. I mean, it was certainly arduous, as you in the officials' capacity were well aware.
10 days of racing.
It was insane.
From morning to night.
But it was fun, Sam. It was really fun, and it was really a pleasure to be a part of.
The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani.
Hello, me, you. we're fun to be a part of, and so what is the next upcoming race for the IVF, the International Va'a Federation?
We are going to Singapore in August of 2026.
Okay.
It will be a sprint race, just like we had in Hilo. So
yes.
It will be the 1,500, 500 meters. It's more like our sprints, our regatta.
Oh, good fun. And so that sounds like fun, too. Singapore is an amazing city. Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to sneak into somebody's suitcase just to be able to get down there for that. Hopefully we can assist with the coverage again on that. That was several days of broadcasting, but certainly worth it. And we're lucky to have some great numbers on viewership. A lot of people kind of tuning in and using us as a conduit follow their family or
Yes.
cheer on their country. So that was great. A lot of work, and congratulations to you and the rest of the crew out there.
Thank you.
Making it happen on the logistics and administrative side. And I see you with an official shirt over here today. You're again helping out over here. See what happens when you raise your hand. Everybody wants you to come
that
out.
and like Laura Collins today is racing with.
Oh, nice. Is she
New
still the
Zealand
president
crew.
of
Yes,
IDF?
she is.
Okay,
Yes, she
awesome.
is.
She's from New Zealand. Laura
Yes.
Collins, Senator Shaka,
Yep.
and one of those. So
She's out. Hopefully she finishes soon, or if she hasn't already.
looking forward to seeing her later. Sam, we're well into the finishes here at the women's race. There's going to be a bit of a break in between the women's and the men's, just for them to be able to handle the logistics of switching out crews and getting all the men out to the starting line. But it's going to be a really, really exciting afternoon. I'm looking forward to it, as it's been a great morning. I'm not surprised by any of the placings of these crews. As far as Lani Kai and Hawaiian Canoe Club, these are the same crews that have been putting it together. They've been drawing everything together over the season and putting in some great performances. So we're looking forward to seeing them accept their medals this afternoon, and everybody enjoy the festivities. And that really, to me, this time we have here in Kona is more than just a canoe race. It's really like a true outrigger canoe festival.
Yes.
The way it ties in not only the local canoe club here, Kaiopua, and the bigger historical elements surrounding Queen Lili'uokalani, but it's just a good, fun time for everybody from near and far, whether you're from the other side of the island or the other side of the globe or a neighbor island or a neighboring country. This is really the event to come to, and we have such a great time covering it, and you can see it on the faces of everybody here. They love paddling, and they love the camaraderie and the good fun that happens after the race.
Yeah, this is probably, if you can paddle this, it's it.
It's the one.
Right?
To me, it's the one. If you're going to lay down the dollars and the time to go overseas to do a race, folks, it's this one. And I've said that straight for the last, 5 or 10 years.
Best bang for your buck.
Best bang for your buck. All right, Samantha. Well, thank you so much for coming in to spend time with us. Great to see you, my friend. And thank you for the favor that you did for me the other day. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You made some kids happy on that one. But, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break and bring you back in with our live coverage of the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. We have a little bit more of our women's finish. Take a quick break after that, and then it's on to the men for the afternoon. We'll be right back.
The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is presented by Kaiopua Canoe Club and its army of volunteers, and supported by Hawaii Tourism Authority. High Noon. It's always noon with High Noon Sun Sips. Sun's up. Johnson Brothers of Hawaii. Queen K Tesoro. Island Energy Services. Kona Brewing Company, Liquid Aloha. Kona Salt Farm, powered by Deep Ocean. Are Tahiti. Televised by Ocean Paddler TV and these great supporting sponsors.
Kona Brewing Hawaii. Crisp refreshment in every pint. Island pride in every pour. Born here, for here.
You want cool, you got it. If you're a boy or a girl, 8 to 18, here's your chance to learn outrigger paddling. It's becoming more and more popular, and with good reason. The thrill of gliding through the water and a newfound feeling of power, confidence, and accomplishment. It's an awesome sport where you'll get in shape, meet new friends, and most of all, have fun. You know the joy of water sports. Well, outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. It also gives you more confidence in other areas of your life. Become part of the outrigger family. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to learn the skills for this totally cool journey.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
The 2025 Queen
Hello, I'm Kala'i Miller, and welcome to Ocean Paddler. On today's episode, we take you to Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii for the world's largest canoe festival, the Queen Lili'uokalani Race. The race attracts paddlers from all over the world as they come to Kailua Kona to enjoy 5 days of racing and festivities. And with over 3,000 paddlers in attendance, the Queen Lili'uokalani Race is truly a festival of the outrigger canoe culture.
We are at the Queen Lili'uokalani 51st edition long-distance canoe race here in Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii.
Biggest, most popular canoe race in the world right now. I mean, this is a race that people look forward to coming to. It's a great race for camaraderie, for catching up with people and meeting new people.
The conditions are amazing. The location is spectacular. This is it. This is the race to do. If you're only going to do one, this is it.
So many activities, you know, you could spend like a whole week over here. It's not like you race and it's over. You race and the party goes on and on.
We used to be a 1-2 day event, now we're a 5-day event, so we're a pretty large deal. I hope you all get a chance to come over here because when you come here, you got 5 days of paddling activities.
We start with 4-man races, which is a relay format where the teams leave the pier, turn around, have to huli, flip over, and then the relief paddlers jump in and complete the course. The next day we have what's called the Royal Splash Fest, which is basically a cannonball contest. Then we have the premier event, the 18-mile race from Kailua down to Honaunau. Over 350 canoes combined in that event. We have the torchlight parade, which goes from Haleholawai to the pier. We have the races with teens, double hull, men and women, mixed. OC1, OC2, and we also have the Kupuna race, which is the paddlers starting from 55 years up to, we have some 80 years old. So we run the gamut in the age of the paddlers that we have competing over the 5 days of the Outrigger Canoe Festival.
In the morning for the women's race, the sun is coming up over Hualalai. You feel the energy of all these women getting ready to race down to Honaunau. It's electrifying. And then you see all these canoes lined up on the start line, like a horse getting ready to race.
And you're like close to these other boats, and when you kind of look up and down the line, you're like, holy crap, there's a lot of boats here.
I feel like the women really score with that morning run. The morning run is something really special.
The main race starts in Kailua Kona. First start is the Wahinis and the mixed crews, and right after that is the unlimited race, and then 5 minutes after that is the crews that have 9 paddlers. They have escort boats and relief paddlers. They go down to Honaunau. That's about 18 miles. Waiting for them in Honaunau is the men's version, which will be coming back to Kailua.
Over the years, the unlimited canoes, which are the Tahitian-style canoes, have started coming in, and the unlimited division has grown.
It's a very different canoe to paddle, but it's got a lot of glide to it. You can have a peppier paddle stroke. There's just many pros to it, but I think for 18 miles iron, I feel like Unlimited's the way to go.
The design, I think, is what is going to really help step us forward, because the Tahitian canoes have a similar design to it. They all rock this similar, narrower, long waterline canoe, and I think the Unlimited is that step forward to change that will help us improve and take that next step forward.
It's really important that we allow innovation, and I think if you look back at Hawaii, the Hawaiians were very innovative. It's really neat to see that part of innovation to be allowed to be part of the sport, because it is. You know, the California crews have already moved to that completely, and you go to Tahiti, it's a different canoe than you have in Hawaii, so I think we need to respect but yet allow innovation in the sport to continue to grow.
Next, more action from the women at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Saturday at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races is reserved for the long distance. Now, most crews race in the iron division. The women are lucky because they race in the morning before the heat of the day fully sets in.
People that have never done a long distance race, it's daunting. And to go iron, 6 people in the canoe, no change out, no escort boat, no nothing. It's you, 5 other people, paddling together, paddling from the heart, and enduring, supporting each other.
Out there, so it's just how do you pace yourself? How does your steerer in the boat keep your crew calm and comfortable and aware to stay hydrated? It's a long race.
I mean, a lot of it is mental strength more than physical strength. Because once you lose your mind, the physical stuff just falls apart, right? Keeping everybody strong-minded is probably the biggest part.
Our battle was like pretty much the whole time. It was like, let's just focus in on doing our own race and we'll see what happens. And then when we came towards Napopo and Kealakekua and all of the escort boats started swarming us, it was like, oh, I think that's a good sign.
We know what our goal was, to be the first spec boat over the crossing line, so we made sure to set that precedence from the beginning to the end.
Now the city of refuge, every time it kind of takes your breath away, because thinking of the history of the place and just the beauty of it. It's just this beautiful bay and the mountain goes up and it's so green and lush and the water is this beautiful turquoise water and it's just like, oh my God, we're here.
So to start in Kailua Kona where the weather is so beautiful and to end over there is sacred, and of course they have all the heiaus, and it's so important for the Polynesian culture.
When you reach there, you really feel that you have accomplished, and you've done that together with your team, and then the people that are waiting over there to give you cold drinks, and also obviously giving the canoe over to the crew that will bring it back.
What a gorgeous day on the Kona coast. Congratulations to all our women who paddled, but especially the top finishers. In the open division, it was Wailea Canoe Club in third, Hawaiian Canoe Club Open Wahine Blue in second, and Manu'oke Kai from Oahu in first place with a time of 2 hours and 20 minutes. In the unlimited division, it was Huinalu in third place, Outrigger Canoe Club Red in second, and Kai Opua Canoe Club in first place with a time of 2 hours and 11 minutes. Now that the women have finished at Honaunau, it's time for the men to take the canoes back to Kailua Kona with over 200 crews and 3 separate starts.
Nowadays, everybody's competitive. Everybody's fast. So many fast guys out there.
There's boats all around you. You're never going to not be able to see a canoe. You look on the outside of you, there's a bunch of canoes. Look on the inside of you, there's a bunch of canoes. And whenever you see a canoe that's in your own division, you always want to battle them and beat them.
When there's more than one canoe, it's a race already automatic, right? And then when you got almost 200 canoes on the water, it's a bigger race.
Next, more action from the men's crews at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. The men's long-distance race is from Honaunau back to Kailua Kona, and it's an all-out push in the heat of the midday sun.
This race, we say it's about a 2-hour race. So like the way I look at it, and I think the most of us look at it in our crew, is it's not the first hour that wins you the race. It's going to be that second hour when your body starts getting tired, you start getting a little more thirsty, hungry, and I think that last hour is what's going to really separate people, because it's who prepped the best, who hydrated the best, who got themselves ready to duke it out, who is mentally ready, who has anything left in the tank to push for it for the end.
We learn a lot of things from our coaches, especially the biggest thing is never to give up. Especially on that grueling 18-mile course, you want to quit so many times, but you just keep thinking like you want to keep going for your crew.
The challenge is getting over this wall, but the practice is what makes a difference. To try to get to the wall during practice and then know what the wall will be like when you finish this race.
A battle out there today from start to finish. From the start, it was kind of a 3-boat race between the Kona boys from Kaihitu and the Lanikai guys and us. For a good 30 to 40 minutes, we maybe got a little edge, but not by much, and we had to cover both. The wind kind of picked up maybe at the second point, and it looked like the Kaihitu guys were making a move, so we faded out to cover them, and when we did that is when Lanikai found their groove and made a strong push, so we ended up come back in to cover Lanikai, which when we got in there, it was a dogfight. We were neck to neck. It was a hard race all the way to the finish.
We started off really well with the pack of unlimited canoes, and then we kind of like just fell off into our own out there, and there wasn't really many battles we had, but we definitely could feel that heat on us. And I have some really skilled teammates that I'm super honored to be a part of. A very enjoyable day for me.
At the end of the men's race, the pier is packed. There are so many people that are excited. They're encouraging the men to come across the line, and it's just very exciting.
When the canoes are coming across, we've got all different colors. We've got koa canoes that are made of wood. We've got all the different colors of the fiberglass canoes, and matching that with the blue water of the Kailua Bay and the background of Pulihe'e Palace, where Queen Lili'uokalani used to live, makes for a spectacular backdrop.
Queen Lili'uokalani is always a special race, especially perpetuating her in general, right? She did so much for Hawaii and was such a positive influence for everybody.
We have Hawaii because of Queen Lili'uokalani. She was able to keep it so that you've got a culture that continues to flourish and grow. But I think it's just really special. We get to spend time at the palace. We get to honor Queen Lili'uokalani, Hawaii's last queen, speak about Oahu, speak about history. And so I think it's really significant. And I applaud Kailua Canoe Club and the community here in Kona for embracing this year in, year out.
Hoiva'a is not just a sport, it's a way of life. It is a spiritual experience. It is one of the many ways that we can perpetuate our culture and share what we have with the world.
A great job by all the men who raced, but a special congratulations out to our top finishers. In the open division, it was Kai Ehitu Avon in third, Lanikai Canoe Club in second, and Team Wailea Va'ahaulis in first place with a time of 1 hour and 52 minutes. In the men's unlimited division, it was Outrear Canoe Club White in third, Wailea Canoe Club in second, and Team Kai Ehitu Ka'eo in first place with a time of 1 hour and 50 minutes. For detailed race results, you can check out qlcanoerace.com. Next, more action from the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Sunday at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races is reserved for all the different divisions. Double hull, one-man, suck, surf ski, but of course, it kicks off with the junior division.
After the Saturday long events, we start off with a Sunday kids race. The youth is really going to be our future. I don't think a lot of people realize it, but we need to nurture our youth a lot more because Tahiti is a big example, and that's the place we're racing up against a lot of the times. And I think the more we can propel and push our youth, the better we'll be for the future.
In Tahiti, we have very young kids. They can start at 4 years old. They're already in the canoe to the paddle surf like that. The juniors race is a good way to start
check
it.
Check 1, 2, microphone checker.
It's 5 miles. It's a straight down, straight back course. It's pretty easy. It is really competitive, but it gives you a little taste of what the Saturday race is.
After that 18 mile, we're unstoppable.
You got my audio?
Unstoppable. We're flying.
Kaulua, they take 2 fiberglass canoes and we strap them together, and it's 12 folks, and it is totally the best thing to wake up Sunday morning and be a part of that chaos. After a long night of fun, waking up early and going around the buoy in a double hull and trying to turn, and there's all this washing and mixing commotion.
It's just so good to be right next to your fellow paddlers just smashing it out, so that's pretty special. I think it's one of the most exciting races to do.
But the energy of that double hull is exciting. You paddle with maybe new friends you just made, strangers that will now become your friends.
Monday morning, we will have our Kapuna race, which only started about 10 years ago.
The paddlers are at least 50, some of them over 80, and they race in a 6-mile course, and they're all mixed. 3 women and 3 men competing in that race.
As you get older, Wakaama is a sport that you can continue not just to paddle in socially, but continue to compete in. And that's what I love about it.
I watched this race last year, and I wasn't old enough to paddle. So I got to watch some of my closest friends and my husband all paddle out of this beautiful and historically amazing place. and I got to stay on the dock and just feel like I was a little kid and I wasn't grown up enough. And this year I was able to participate and be a big girl and paddle with the big kids. And it was so amazing to see the beauty and strength that comes with being a mature paddler and to actually have paddled long enough to become one myself. And some of the people I admire most in my life that have a quality of life physically, mentally, and spiritually are Va'a people.
The paddling community is huge. To me, sometimes I'm not the most social butterfly, but like when I'm at a paddling event, I talk to so much people, and other than just international, mainland, other clubs, you build this friendship. But even within your own club, you start to build your brotherhood, your sisterhood. You build a family that you spend days in and days out on and off the water with each other, and you really start building this connection.
You know, sometimes you never know how long you have with that crew. Some people move on to different things, but to embrace that time that you have with that crew, because they are going to be lifelong ohana va'a.
No matter where we come from, we're a part of the canoe family. And everybody bringing their cultures, their traditions, their energy, their enthusiasm, their ideas, and their competitive abilities brings a whole level of excitement and enthusiasm to the atmosphere that we've got that's celebrating and honoring Queen Lili'uokalani.
The Big Island's Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is hands down the best and biggest canoe festival in the world. And it just keeps getting better every year. That's all the time we have for this episode of Ocean Paddler. We hope you enjoyed the show. I'm Kala'i Miller. And until next time, hoi pa. Hello, I'm Kala'i Miller, and welcome to Ocean Paddler. On today's episode, we take you to Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii for the world's largest canoe festival, the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race. The race attracts paddlers from all over the world as they come to Kailua Kona to enjoy 5 days of racing and festivities. And with over 3,000 paddlers in attendance, the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is truly a festival of the outrigger canoe culture.
We are at the Queen Lili'uokalani 51st edition long-distance canoe race here in Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii.
Biggest and most popular canoe race in the world right now. I mean, this is a race that people look forward to coming to. It's a great race for camaraderie, for catching up with people and meeting new people.
The conditions are amazing. The location is spectacular. This is it. This is the race to do. If you're only going to do one, this is it.
So many activities. You know, you could spend like a whole week over here. It's not like you race and it's over. You race and the party goes on and on.
We used to be a 1-2 day event. Now we're a 5-day event. So we're a pretty large deal. I hope you all get a chance to come over here, because when you come here, you got 5 days of paddling activities.
We start with 4-man races, which is a relay format where the teams leave the pier, turn around have to hoolie, flip over, and then the relief paddlers jump in and complete the course. The next day we have what's called the Royal Splash Fest, which is basically a cannonball contest. Then we have the premier event, the 18-mile race from Kailua down to Honaunau. Over 350 canoes combined in that event. We have the torchlight parade, which goes from Holly Hollow to the pier. We have the races with teens, double hull, men and women, mixed, OC1, OC2. And we also have the Kupuna race, which is the paddlers starting from 55 years up to, we have some 80 years old. So we run the gamut in the ages of paddlers that we have competing over the 5 days of the Outrigger Canoe Festival.
In the morning for the women's race, the sun is coming up over Hualalai. You feel the energy of all these women getting ready to race down to Honaunau. It's electrifying. And then you see all these canoes lined up on the start line, like a horse getting ready to race.
And you're like close to these other boats, and when you kind of look up and down the line, you're like, holy crap, there's a lot of boats here.
I feel like the women really score with that morning run. The morning run is something really special.
The main race starts in Kailua Kona. First start is the Wahinis and the mixed crews, and right after that is the unlimited race, and then 5 minutes after that is the crews that have 9 paddlers. They have escort boats and relief paddlers. They go down to Honaunau. That's about 18 miles. Waiting for them in Honaunau is the men's version, which will be coming back to Kailua.
Over the years, the unlimited canoes, which are the Tahitian-style canoes, have started coming in, and the unlimited division has grown.
It's a very different canoe to paddle, but it's got a lot of glide to it. You can have a peppier paddle stroke. There's just many pros to it, but I think for 18 miles iron, I feel like Unlimited's the way to go.
The design, I think, is what is going to really help Stat Plus forward, because the Tahitian canoes have a similar design to it. They all rock this similar, narrower, long waterline canoe, and I think the Unlimited is that step forward to change that will help us improve and take that next step forward.
It's really important that we allow innovation. And I think if you look back at Hawaii, the Hawaiians were very innovative. So it's really neat to see that part of innovation to be allowed to be part of the sport, because it is. You know, the California crews have already moved to that completely. And you go to Tahiti, it's a different canoe than you have here in Hawaii. So I think we need to respect, but yet allow innovation in the sport to continue to grow.
Next, more action from the women at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Saturday at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races is reserved for the long distance. Now, most crews race in the iron division. The women are lucky because they race in the morning before the heat of the day fully sets in.
People that have never done a long distance race, it's daunting. And to go iron, 6 people in the canoe, no change out, no escort boat, no nothing. It's you, 5 other people, paddling together, paddling from the heart, and enduring, supporting each other.
Out there, so it's just how do you pace yourself? How does your steerer in the boat keep your crew calm and comfortable and aware to stay hydrated? It's a long race.
I mean, a lot of it is mental strength more than physical strength. Because once you lose your mind, the physical stuff just falls apart, right? Keeping everybody strong-minded is probably the biggest part.
Our battle was like pretty much the whole time. It was like, let's just focus in on doing our own race and we'll see what happens. And then when we came towards Napopo and Kealakekua and all of the escort boats started swarming us, it was like, oh, I think that's a good sign.
We know what our goal was, to be the first spec boat over the crossing line, so we made sure to set that precedence from the beginning to the end.
Now the city of refuge, every time it kind of takes your breath away, because thinking of the history of the place and just the beauty of it. It's just this beautiful bay and the mountain goes up and it's so green and lush and the water is this beautiful turquoise water and it's just like, oh my God, we're here.
So to start in Kailuakona where the weather is so beautiful and to end over there is sacred, and of course they have all the heiaus, and it's so important for the Polynesian culture.
When you reach there, you really feel that you have accomplished, and you've done that together with your team, and then the people that are waiting over there to give you cold drinks, and also obviously giving the canoe over to the crew that will bring it back.
What a gorgeous day on the Kona coast. Congratulations to all our women who paddled, but especially the top finishers. In the open division, it was Wailea Canoe Club in third, Hawaiian Canoe Club Open Wahine Blue in second, and Manu'oke Kai from Oahu in first place with a time of 2 hours and 20 minutes. In the unlimited division, it was Huinalu in third place, Outrigger Canoe Club Red in second, and Kai Opua Canoe Club in first place with a time of 2 hours and 11 minutes. Now that the women have finished at Honaunau, it's time for the men to take the canoes back to Kailuakona with over 200 crews and 3 separate starts.
Nowadays, everybody's competitive. Everybody's fast. So many fast guys out there.
There's boats all around you. You're never going to not be able to see a canoe. You look on the outside of you, there's a bunch of canoes. Look on the inside of you, there's a bunch of canoes. And whenever you see a canoe that's in your own division, you always want to battle them and beat them.
When there's more than one canoe, it's a race already automatic, right? And then when you got almost 200 canoes on the water, it's a bigger race.
Next, more action from the men's crews at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. The men's long-distance race is from Honaunau back to Kailuakona, and it's an all-out push in the heat of the midday sun.
This race, we say it's about a 2-hour race. So the way I look at it, and I think the most of us look at it in our crew, it's not the first hour that wins you the race. It's going to be that second hour when your body starts getting tired, you start getting a little more thirsty, hungry, and I think that last hour is what's going to really separate people, because it's who prepped the best, who hydrated the best, who got themselves ready to duke it out, who is mentally ready, who has anything left in the tank to push for it for the end.
We learn a lot of things from our coaches, especially the biggest thing is never to give up. Especially on that grueling 18-mile course, you want to quit so many times, but you just keep thinking like you want to keep going for your crew.
The challenge is getting over this wall, but the practice is what makes a difference. To try to get to the wall during practice and then know what the wall will be like when you get to this race.
A battle out there today from start to finish. From the start, it was kind of a three-boat race between the Kona boys from Kaihitu and the Lanikai guys and us. For a good 30 to 40 minutes, we maybe got a little edge, but not by much, and we had to cover both. The wind kind of picked up maybe at the second point, and it looked like the Kaihitu guys are making a move, so we faded out to cover them, and when we did that is when Lanikai found their groove and made a strong push, so we ended up come back in to cover Lanikai, which when we got in there, it was a dogfight. We were neck to neck. It was a hard race all the way to the finish.
We started off really well with the pack of unlimited canoes, and then we kind of like just fell off into our own out there, and there wasn't really many battles we had, but we definitely could feel that heat on us. And I have some really skilled teammates that I'm super honored to be a part of, and it made it a very enjoyable day for me.
At the end of the men's race, the pier is packed. There are so many people that are excited. They're encouraging the men to come across the line, and it's just very exciting.
When the canoes are coming across, we've got all different colors. We've got koa canoes that are made of wood. We've got all the different colors of the fiberglass canoes, and matching that with the blue water of the Kailua Bay and the background of Hulihe'e Palace, where Queen Lili'uokalani used to live, makes for a spectacular backdrop.
Queen Lili'uokalani is always a special race, especially perpetuating her in general, right? She did so much for Hawaii and was such a positive influence for everybody.
We have Hawaii because of Queen Lili'uokalani. She was able to keep it so that you've got a culture that continues to flourish and grow. But I think it's just really special. We get to spend time at the palace. We get to honor Queen Lili'uokalani, Hawaii's last queen, speak about Hawaii, speak about her, speak about the history. And so I think it's really significant. And I applaud Kaiopua Canoe Club and the community here in Kona for embracing this year in, year out.
Hoiva'a is not just a sport, it's a way of life. It is a spiritual experience. It is one of the many ways that we can perpetuate our culture and share what we have with the world.
A great job by all the men who raced, but a special congratulations out to our top finishers. In the open division, it was Kai'ehitu Avon in third, Lanikai Canoe Club in second, and Team Wailea Va'ahaliks in first place with a time of 1 hour and 52 minutes. In the men's unlimited division, it was Outrear Canoe Club White in third, Wailea Canoe Club in second, and Team Kai'ehitu Ka'eo in first place with a time of 1 hour and 50 minutes. For detailed race results, you can check out qlcanoerace.com. Next, more action from the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. Sunday at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races is reserved for all the different divisions. Double hull, one-man, sup, surf ski, but of course, it kicks off with the junior division.
after the Saturday long events, we start off with a Sunday kids race. The youth is really going to be our future. I don't think a lot of people realize it, but we need to nurture our youth a lot more because Tahiti is a big example, and that's the place we're racing up against a lot of times. And I think the more we can propel and push our youth, the better we'll be for the future.
In Tahiti, we have very young kids. They can start at 4 years old. They're already in the canoe to do paddle, surf, like that. The juniors race is a good way to start it, especially if you're not really a seasonal paddler. It's 5 miles. It's a straight down, straight back course. It's pretty easy. It is really competitive, but it gives you a little taste of what the Saturday race is.
After that 18 mile, we were unstoppable. Yeah. Unstoppable. We was flying.
The Wa'akaulua, they take 2 fiberglass canoes and we strap them together, and it's 12 folks, and it is totally the best thing to wake up Sunday morning and be a part of that chaos. After a long night of fun, waking up early and going around the buoy in a double haul and trying to turn, and there's all this washing and mixing commotion.
It's just so good to be right next to your fellow paddlers just smashing it out, so that's pretty special. I think it's one of the most exciting races to do.
But the energy of that double hull is exciting. You paddle with maybe new friends you just made, strangers that will now become your friends.
Monday morning, we will have our Kapuna race, which only started about 10 years ago.
The paddlers are at least 50, some of them over 80, and they race in a 6-mile course, and they're all mixed, 3 women and 3 men competing in that race.
As you get older, Waka'ama is a sport that you can continue, not just to paddle in socially, but continue to compete in, and that's what I love about it.
I watched this race last year, and I wasn't old enough to paddle, so I got to watch some of my closest friends and my husband all paddle out of this beautiful and historically amazing place, and I got to stay on the dock and just feel like I was a little kid and I wasn't grown up enough. And this year I was able to participate and be a big girl and paddle with the big kids, and it was so amazing to see the beauty and strength that comes with being a mature paddler and to actually have paddled long enough to become one myself. And some of the people I admire most in my life that have a quality of life physically, mentally, and spiritually are Va'a people.
The paddling community is huge. To me, sometimes I'm not the most social butterfly, but when I'm at a paddling event, I talk to so much people, and other than just international, mainland, other clubs, you build this friendship. But even within your own club, you start to build your brotherhood, your sisterhood. You build a family that you spend days in and days out, on and off the water with each other, and you really start building this connection.
Sometimes you never know how long you have with that crew. Some people move on to different things, but to embrace that time that you have with that crew, because they are going to be lifelong ohana wa'a.
No matter where we come from, we're a part of the canoe family. And everybody bringing their cultures, their traditions, their energy, their enthusiasm, their ideas, and their competitive abilities brings a whole level of excitement and enthusiasm to the atmosphere that we've got that's celebrating and honoring Queen Lili'uokalani.
The Big Island's Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is hands down the best and biggest canoe festival in the world. And it just keeps getting better every year. That's all the time we have for this episode of Ocean Paddler. We hope you enjoyed the show. I'm Kala'i Miller. And until next time, hoi pa. All right, folks, welcome back to the afternoon race here. It's the men from Honau now back to Kailuakona at the wharf there, and we are excited to have an action-packed afternoon of racing here in Kona Town. Katie, I am stoked to watch these men battle it out. The heat of the day has come in, and it is vela. It is very hot here, and we're getting ready to see these men just charge back from Honau now back to Kailuakona. And it's going to be a similar start to what we saw with the women. It's going to be staggered, 3 different starts. We're going to be opening up with the traditional canoes as well as the 40s, right?
The mixed
40s and mixed open.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And then we're going to have the unlimiteds and then the 9-mans after that.
Yes.
Okay, so ready to go. We're going to be all our crews, as you have been seeing. That was Wailea Canoe Club, our defending champion. This year, if they win, it's going to be a 4th time in a row.
It's going to be a 4-peat.
So if they do that, it's going to be an exciting day. But we have a camera on their boat. And then you've seen them kind of making their way out to the starting line. We're going to have a start here real shortly. But, Katie, you said you did some research on our juniors division coming into this. What you got for me, girl?
Yeah, well, we're pretty excited. We've got a couple junior crews here, boys from Tahiti, both quite good. One of them kind of expected to do quite well. But I was curious how many junior boys crews there are. So according to our information here, we've got 19 boys crews, and I just wanted to note that there's 2 from Waikiki Surf Club, 2 from Tahiti, 1 from New Hope, 2 from Molokai,
yes,
Kamoi, Kili'uokalani, Waikiki Yacht Club, Lahaina, Manu'ukekai from Oahu's North Shore,
right.
Keoho, Waimanalo. We've got 2 from Mi'ola, 2 from Big Island Junior Va'a, and 1 from Kaiopua.
Wow, that is a stacked. And you know, it was only a few years ago. We're like, oh, we have 3 junior crews or 4. I mean, what is that? That's 19? In the neighborhood of 20 canoes. I was going to say that's pretty unbelievable. And I think it's a real testament to we wanna get better at paddling in Hawaii, right? We're always trying to chase the best in the world. It starts with the juniors. So we're getting ready to go over to the starting line, and one of our camera boats, we're looking for Marjorie Kaho'okele sister. What is happening?
Glitch it. Okay.
All right, we're on.
All right. We good? Good afternoon. Welcome to the 52nd annual Queen Lili'uokalani long distance canoe races out here. We're getting ready for the men's start and the mix 40s and open mix, and we're out at Honau Bay, kind of heading more toward Port Kenner area. South is really pushing, so the boats are getting drifted back. pretty quickly. So boats are still heading out. We've got a few far back, and everybody else is out here. I want to say more towards Ho'okena. Pretty far. Everybody's getting excited, getting out there. Pretty beautiful day. In the women's race, we had a lot of cloud cover when we started, but looks like it's going to open up and a lot of sunshine is going to come in for the men. Little breezy, slight breeze, and it was actually nice coming into the wind here. The breeze felt good in the cloud cover conditions. There was a little current pushing us this way, so I think the women's race is pretty fast. I'm not sure, but I believe Hawaiian Canoe Club won. Congratulations, ladies, from Maui. If I'm correct, was Hawaiian Canoe Club? Yeah. So, congratulations. I believe we had Kristen Drost, Kendra Bean. It was steered by Kelsey Naiole. Who else did I see in that boat? Kaimana Brummel, the coach's wife. Okay. Can't think about it right now. But anyway, how's it looking on the pier, Kauai? We'll go back to you in the studio.
Gang, they made it in just third place in just past 2 hours. So really excited to have those results. We also mentioned that Hawaiian Canoe Club was first in the traditional boat. But as you saw earlier, we have a camera on the Wailea boat as they were paddling their way out to the starting line. Now, Wailea, as we talked about, is defending champs, and they have opted to paddle in a traditional 400-pound boat. Katie, what does that say?
That says, I guess they probably have some confidence in that because they, I believe, won the last 3 years in traditional boat, and they probably feel like they're going to be fast enough to stay ahead of the unlimited boats. That, you know, they're going to want to be first across the line, which is what they've been doing so far. So I think they must still feel good about themselves and their crew, and that they can do this again.
Right. So, I think there's a certain amount of prestige being first overall over the line. And no dig on any of the women's crews for sure. But you can see, looking at that Wailea crew, those guys are stacked. There's not an ounce of fat on them. They're all just lean muscle, big, strong dudes. And they can push that 400-pound canoe. And in this kind of water, that may be a benefit to them to be able to have a little bit heavier canoe that will carry through the amount of energy that they're able to apply with their paddles. And so they're confident in it. They're gonna do it again. I'll be really curious to see who else enters in the traditional, and then who are some of our top crews that are going in the unlimited. So it's going to be exciting. They're starting to get this start line organized here outside of Honau now, and there they are again, Wailea. I mean, these guys, no wasted space. Broad-shouldered. Big arms. They're not big guys, but they're tough. And this right here is our other crew. This is a juniors crew from Tahiti. This is OPT Juniors, sponsored by Ade. And so these young men are getting ready to have a race of their own. They're kind of like a dark horse favorite for us. We're thinking that they may be able to pull this out against some of the other top Hawaii Open men crews in this unlimited boat. So this is a Matahina. This is kind of flatter waters. This is something that these young Tahitians are very ma'a, or very acclimated to.
Yeah, that's so they've put these GoPros on two very good, very fast crews. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, that'll be really exciting. So kind of like we had on that last race with Hawaiian Canoe Club and the ladies of Manoa Kekai. And it looks like we're starting to line up for our first start. Again, this is going to be the traditional boats. Our koas are in there. We're going to have our open mix, some of these other crews in there. So really a big start off the top. But, man, 10 minutes later, when they have that unlimited start, man, it's just like release the hounds, you know. It's like a hare and hound chase. Yeah, they're coming hot and fast in the unlimited boat, so they're pretty stoked. Yeah, these boys are looking good, tough, ready to go. So these are your defending champs. That is Koa Kramer in the back there, getting ready to steer his boys.
I'm just looking at a little bit of
our crew number for Wailea.
I'm looking for that right now. Also looking for some other crews that we think potentially could be trying to take down Wailea. Outrigger Canoe Club has 3 crews, 2 that I'm seeing here, open, 2 unlimited and 1 traditional. So I'm kind of guessing that they may have put their top crew. And so Outrigger's top crew is pretty much the lineup that they've been using to win the regatta season.
Yeah, they got some great paddlers in there on the outrigger side. So
yeah,
we'll be stoked to see them.
I chatted with Riley yesterday.
Ryland Hart?
Yeah. No, Riley
Kawananakoa.
And he told me that their lineup today is Ryland, Riley, Kai Wilding, Nate, Matt, and Shane Mensch is steering.
Ah, Shane Mensch, all right.
Yep.
That is a top crew right there.
So again, on the left, you're seeing the crew from Wailea, defending champions, paddling out to the race start. They're in a traditional canoe, what they've been using the past few years, so looking for them to try to win and stay up front.
Yeah, pretty soon we'll have the start of this race. We're trying to find Wailea, their crew list here. All right, looking good. These guys have been paddling for a while already, and they never even get to the starting line. Good, beautiful conditions, nice and hot. Hopefully these guys are ready to have a hot race here. You're going to see them going at it hard in the next few minutes. As Margie mentioned, we had some fast times for the women, which may indicate a current running south. That would be in the face of our men's paddlers. And here you go, Wailea brothers, +2. This is some brothers in here, a couple of sets of brothers. Dane Duroa and Kevin Duroa, 1 and 3 right there. Kikoa Ko'okele Santos and Tristan Ko'okele Santos in 2 and 4.
Okay, I've got they're going to be number 634. That's the Wailea Baras.
Yep, Nalu Sampson, of course, Kikoa Kramer steering them there. Kikoa Kramer, probably the most experienced guy on that canoe right there. He's he paddled for Primo and a whole bunch of other different clubs. Had a long history of wins in the 6-man, but that guy is one heck of a steersman. They're kind of getting there last minute. Got you brothers, handshakes over here. Yeah, Hawaiian, here we go. Duroa brothers, Santos brothers. Looking good, man. These guys are going to be having fun today. All right, you can see the skis starting to kind of hold the line there for our start. Everybody coming in, getting ready. I'm curious where Cole Kramer chose to line up. I believe if you have a head current, you're going to want to be maybe a little more offshore. That would be my take on it, but we'll see what they have going on. Or another because of the way that the shoreline is shaped and the depth of it, that south current may be heavier offshore, and they want to come on the inside and kind of hide in the little bays and stuff right along the rocks as they are making their way back to Kona. That would kind of break up that head current that everybody else would be having to fight on the outside. So not quite sure how they want to play it here, but I'm sure Keikoa Kramer's got a game plan. Which should involve something in the line of get out front and cover.
Yeah.
Don't let anybody get in front of you.
Get out front and stay out front.
If somebody outside or inside seems to be going faster, shift and cover them.
Cover.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he's done his research. I mean, clearly these guys have done this course a number of times, and wouldn't be surprised if they come over and train here a little bit beforehand, remind themselves of what this course is like.
Of course. Yeah, 2 hours. 2 hours. This is like a practice for these guys. This is definitely not max capacity for this crew. All those beautiful Palafamala blades that they just got, those have been selling like hotcakes out here on the wharf at Kailua. I'm not sure who that is lining up just outside of that.
That's what I was thinking. That might be the OPT juniors. Is it not?
The OPT juniors are in an unlimited, I believe. Yep. You know, it's one of those things, you know, you're a little bit warmed up, you know, just paddling out to a starting line that's so far offshore.
They're not the junior boys are in traditional canoe, I think.
Possible.
Oh, we'll check on that.
Do we have our other POV cam that we can pull up? There you go. That's
you're right.
OPT juniors in
that
an
is
unlimited in a Matahina.
Okay,
yeah,
so
they're kind of going to be in the next start of this race. Kind of getting ready. Looks like a bunch of Ade crews, all with their orange hats there. So looking forward to them doing well today. And of course, back with a double shot of our Wailea guys. A double shot of my baby's love. Here we go, gang. This is going to be a great afternoon of paddling, racing, and stoked to be bringing it here on Ocean Paddler TV. You can join us on QueenLili'uokalaniRaces.com on their Facebook page, Ocean Paddler Facebook page, on Ocean Paddler YouTube, or of course on Adventure Zone Sports Network that you can call up on your Amazon Fire, Roku, or Apple TV. Bringing it to you right here live is myself and Katie Stevens from the dock here in Kailua Kona town. It's kind of a quietly festive atmosphere, slowly starting to grow. There's food booths and all different types of vendors here. They're selling all kinds of stuff. And as the rest of the women crews make their way back to the wharf here, it'll tend to up the atmosphere a little bit. We'll have the men bringing their canoes in, and finishing right here behind us is the finish line. And then once paddlers finish, they kind of peel off and come back around the end of the wharf down into the area next to the King Cam Hotel and start bringing the up onto the beach and up onto the wharf here. And so it's quite a sight to see where the wharf is just covered with canoes, except for the occasional little lanes for people to walk, you know. So waiting for the start of this race here. Kind of pumped. Right now I'm looking to see some cool stuff out of this cam from the Wailea crew. Maybe learn some things. We're coming up on about 11:35 right now.
I'm hoping we also get the audio from that GoPro cam, because that was pretty neat. The beginning of the women's race, they were providing us also the audio. It's kind of neat to hear what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, a lot of patients sitting there waiting for the start. Jet skis going back and forth, trying to keep everybody in line. Hopefully they get a clean start, not a false start.
Yeah. It's such a, you know, when you think of it sometimes, it's such a simple pursuit, you know, canoe paddling. It's just a few guys, some paddles, and a boat. You know, it's really, when you break it down, it's really simple. It's one of those things, like, the more you do it and the more you know, the more you realize it's just very simple. You know, it can be a lot of complex little bits of this and that and other issues, but we're gonna get a. I think Brad is forgetting about our GoPro here. We're gonna get a PP cam. We'll give him some privacy, folks. Let him do his thing. All right. You know, we're trying to keep it PG here. How's the water out there? It's cold and deep, too. But, yeah, we're it's going to stay on the drone for now. We're going to get a big angle. I'm sure a lot of these guys are making sure that they're ridding themselves of extra hydration at this point.
And you could see from that view, the line wasn't really exactly straight. You know, there's always somebody who's kind of inched up, and everybody around them want to stay with them, so they've inched up. And people are kind of not realizing that there was kind of a bow in the middle of the pack there, a little bit in front. But
yeah, Katie, it's funny. You know, it really, you know, you can see there from that view, it never is really completely straight. It's often a little bow in it. But, you know, that starting line's got to get fixed. We've got to push those guys back, and hopefully those skis are kind of either holding, or it's hard to push back. It's easier to hold and let the other ones creep up to be in line. But, you know, over an 18-mile race, a little bit of that is not going to make that much of a difference. A lot of our unlimited crews just in the back getting ready to do their thing. Staying nice and cool. Making sure every ounce is out of the canoe.
I think he did that earlier.
He's ready. A lot of anticipation. You know, that really shows that you're excited. You have the anticipation where you're starting to repeat the little things, going over the checks in your head.
Okay, boys, be ready. Right outside that point.
It's the moment here you're trying to stay calm, breathe deep, get ready, but at the same time, really be ready to go. And it's going to start any moment. You're looking back and forth, trying to look for the flags, listen for the horn, trying to make sure nobody's in front of you.
Yeah, you want to come out real hard, but you don't want to overdo it. You know, you want to kind of feel like it's nice and smooth for you. But looking forward to another, like we said, a great performance from these guys. Duroa brothers, Kaho'okele brothers. Duroa, of course, one of our local families with French roots back in the day, French Hawaiian family. Not too many of those, along with the Duvashels and the Vals from the islands of Maui and Molokai.
Be ready, we're going to get rid of
Yeah, here it comes. Ski's trying to give him the push back right now. A lot of anticipation. A couple of bugs way out there. I still think it's very interesting that they are opting for the traditional boat. You know, you would think that, you know, arguably the best crew in Hawaii is going to opt for unlimited, try to push the envelope, but
there they go.
I don't know, you never know. There they go.
Nice. Right off the bat together. Hey.
I think there's a certain set of pride of being in the traditional and of not getting past.
Yeah. No, there definitely is, and coming in first overall.
Yeah.
Nice.
So one thing you want to kind of focus in on, of the people that don't paddle really know, just listen again to the chatter. Like what is being said, and how does he make that call? Is it a hut or is it a hey? And is it and how they're going to respond to that, and what he's saying. Nice.
Hey.
So sometimes, okay, already you can see they had about 2 or 3 changes of hard. They're already starting to stretch it out. That hey sometimes indicates like a longer, smoother type stroke. And so this is a kind of boat that will have a captain or a peperu, as they say in Tahiti. Koa Kramer doesn't bark a lot in the canoe. He's kind of a quiet steersman in my experience with him. He likes to have a captain. Before it used to be Mael Carey was the captain in that boat when they were doing Primo, and he's a great talk. And so this number 4 right here, I'm sorry, number 3 right here is the one calling the changes. Big open stroke. And what you can see from number 3 is there's not a lot of movement in the elbow, in the arm. It's all body. They're not breaking down and trying to like pull with the bicep. It's all body, all big swings. And what's important too, hopefully you'll be able to see later, is what's happening below the gunnel with their legs and how they're really driving off of that bottom. And that's something that you can really see. So look at the paddler in 4. You see how his leg is dipping every time? That means that he's really kind of loading onto that other leg. Watch his right leg now. When he's paddling on his right side, you see how he's loading and driving off his foot. His knee is moving back and forth along the side of the canoe. And so he's developing his power in his stroke from down low.
So he's using his big muscles.
He's using his big
your leg,
muscles.
You're using
his,
your hip, your lower
his
back.
Thigh, his hip, the twist in his lats and his back.
And that's going to sustain you much longer than using your arms and your little
this
muscles.
Is what people miss a lot as paddlers. They think it's all in the arms. And certainly you need arms and they play a big role, but you don't want them to be your power center. Just like anything, you know that you're stronger with your bigger muscles, and the bigger muscles can last longer.
I am seeing this other canoe behind him staying right rhythm for now anyway.
Yep. That's great.
To see who that is at some point.
So let's count strokes on the side. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so they're only going about 10 aside right there. I'm not sure who this is out there next to them. We'll get some feedback on that in a little while. But it's nice. They are kind of close, maybe closer than you want to be. And keep an eye also in the back there on Kiko Kramer, one of the best steersmen in the state. And you'll see how he paddle steers this thing. He'll paddle a lot, and he very rarely will actually poke, right? It creates more drag, more chatter along the boat, and it tends to slow the boat down a little bit more, so he'll paddle steer. He's paddling at angles. He's pulling the okole out to the side, one side or the other, and he's doing a lot of that. Very rarely will you see that blade of his come back against the side of the hull.
So something we didn't talk about earlier is there is a number of men's crews from Tahiti here, but they seem to be a mixture of different crews in each crew. So it's not a crew from Shelva or a crew from OPT. It's guys who, the phone call thing said, hey, can you go?
Yeah, for instance, Ade put together a team of their own. These are all paddlers, some really high-level paddlers in their own right, guys that have done well on the V1 circuit and all these top paddlers that were all like sponsored by Ade. And Ade said, hey, let's get together a bunch of our team guys, come down and we'll put together a team. So pretty cool that they're here doing that. I think that's we're looking to see a good performance out of them. So real quick, that Aloha Oi Designs was a canoe that we were paddling in and that we were watching. But they are the defending champs, but they certainly are going neck and neck right now. Now, that looks like it may be outrigger on the outside. If we can get our drone to zoom in and give us some numbers there. And then next to them, there's another crew, and I think it's blue and yellow. We're going to get information on those. If anybody online wants to chime in, if they know who those crews might be. But I would not be surprised for that to be on the inside there. It looks like we just had the start of our unlimited race here. Exciting finish. We're looking for these mad dogs to be hunting down those traditional canoes and trying to pass some people there. But I'm really intrigued to who are those other two crews battling with Wailea right now. My money would be that red and white canoe on the outside is Outrigger Canoe Club with the likes of Rylan Hart and Riley Koananakoa. I believe that might be Travis Grant steering them. But those are, again, a nice assortment of big, tall, stretched out paddlers. Shane Mensch steering them. So yeah, I'm really curious as to that. But right now, what you're looking at is our second start. We're gonna see right there. Kind of hard. We're flying right over them so fast. Hard to tell who is who, but
somebody jumped out.
Yeah, quite a bit of unlimited boats here. So that'll be exciting to see.
I'm thinking that crew that's next to Wailea might be one of the Tahitian crews.
Yeah, I don't know if Tahitian crews would opt for a... Oh, so this is that OPT Juniors crew that just got to start. Again, these are 18 and unders, I believe. Is that the threshold for juniors here at 18 and under? They got some kids in here that, did really good at the last Tahoe race, the V1 race there. So some definite hammers in that Tahitian crew. We're keeping an eye on them and kind of maybe compare stroke rates or chatter and all kind of stuff in the canoe, and we're really excited to give you a intimate look at the way a Tahitian crew might do it versus the way a Tahitian crew might do it.
Okay, just looking at the start list here, I see a number of Tahitian men's crews that are in traditional.
All right, we're going to throw it real quick to Margie. We've just had the start of this, but again, right here is one of our youth crews, Big Island Junior Va'a. Margie, what's happening out there on the camera boat? Give us the skinny, girl. What's it going down?
Hey guys, welcome back. It started. The race is on. This is so exciting. Let's talk about the race start. So there was a little delay, maybe about 15 minutes, but it's okay. I think the officials did a really good job. You don't really see them being as courteous. I think they extended grace on this race start, but it seemed like when the people came out to line up, the current kind of pushed them south. So like I said earlier, they probably went down toward Ho'okana, drifted because of the current. And so they had to wait a little bit. There was the one unlimited canoe that was heading out, but they're on the next start, so it's okay. But anyway, they handled it good. Still looked like it was a pretty clean start for the rest of the men. And right now it's exciting. We already got 3 canoes that are taking, looks like a middle line. And they're already pulling themselves away or separating themselves. They're separating themselves from the pack. And I'm going to guess I'm not there, but I'm going to say, they're going to correct me later. Outrigger, I believe we have Wailea Canoe Club. And I'm going to try to figure out who the third one is. Not really sure because canoe clubs don't really use their same colors anymore. And they also borrow canoes if they didn't ship it over. So mahalo to all the canoe clubs that do loan their canoes out to the visiting guests. It does make shipping and getting canoes here or getting people to be able to participate in this event a whole lot easier and less stressful. So big mahalos to the island of Hawaii, all of you canoe clubs here for helping us all out. Still don't know yet. I can't really tell. But I think we got our drone out there. We've got eyes everywhere. So they're going to let me know who it is. But I'm almost 100% sure I see Outrigger Canoe Club out there with the red canoe. They are wearing red shirts and they got the big O on the back. So that tells me that is Outrigger. Maybe Ryland, Hart. We got Camille Wilson maybe steering it. Maybe Nate Loyola. Miles, maybe Miles. I'm not sure. But anyway, maybe we'll double check on that. We'll be right back.
Okay, a little bit of intersection here. We have. Yeah, okay, we have a little bit of intersection here with our crews. I'm not sure with that big wide ocean why they are so tight. This may even be a Tahitian crew on the inside with them, but as they had mentioned earlier, that was Ryland Hart, Riley Kawanakoa, Nate Loyola, Shane Mensch steering, some of the guys there in that Outrigger crew.
Kai Wilding in 3.
Yeah, Kai Wilding. Let's stay on this for a moment. We're going to come in, hopefully, and get a nice look at what this crew is in the yellow. That's our dark horse right now. We certainly expected Wailea to be here at this point. It is no surprise on the left there to have Outrigger Canoe Club. These are kind of like some real up-and-coming guys. Ryland Hart, Riley Kawanakoa, these guys have been crushing it. Nate Loyola for a little bit longer. He's a hell of a paddler, builds custom canoes for Kai Va'a. Shane Mensch, he came over, I believe, from the east side to join up with Outrigger, and they're putting together a heck of a crew. But it almost does seem like the water's a little sticky, like they are kind of pushing something uphill. But this is, we're dropping back here. This is Big Island Junior Va'a. This is a development crew, a junior crew. And
looks like they're already catching up to the back of the traditional pack.
No doubt. This is one of the crews we'll be keeping an eye on, and as well as that OPT crew, and to see if these boys are doing as good as some of those others as far as the junior programs go. I got crew 672. Can we get a crew list? Okay. So some of the time, especially a lot of these top crews, they're kind of lazier about putting crew member names on top of the rosters or giving rosters to the organization.
You watched them
we
just
don't really know.
Pick the pace up there. They were catching a little bump. They went for it.
Sure.
Yeah. So they've got something running with them.
So sorry if you don't hear your nephew or your son's name being called out by us, you can take it up with their coach. Our apologies. Yeah, I'd love to find out who that canoe in yellow is, Mr. Drone Operator. Help me out here. This is the question of the day right now, and you can see in the back there some of those unlimited crews already starting to bear down on these traditional crews, but they're going to have a heck of a time catching Outrigger and Wailea.
Last time we were up closer, I think Outrigger had a little bit more of a lead. It looks like
I got
now
193,
Wailea.
Outrigger 193, and I need that number. 193, sorry, that's the women's number. No, that's the women's number in the front. The men's number is in the back. So tell our drone guy we need the back, Jack.
So when we were here last, it looked like Outrigger had a little bit more of a lead, and now it looks like these guys have kind of evened out. They're pretty close together, both going forward and laterally. So it looks like these three crews are going to stick together and try to battle it out.
Something 6'9". Four 6'9". Their stickers coming off. Ironically enough, we're unable to see who it is. Really, folks, we want to give you the update, but not much to give there.
And the 669 is missing.
Oh yeah, we have no idea who that is. Oh yeah, that could be the Ke'okaha guys. We're not sure.
Team Oceania.
Team Oceania guys. Not sure. Not sure at all. So again. Yeah, we're speculating that may be the gang from Ke'okaha. So as we saw in the last race, Team Oceania, they're mixed in with Ke'okaha. A lot of those guys all train together. That makes sense because that steersman with the long hair in the back, I think that's the guy that steers Ke'okaha during the regatta season. So we're going to go with that's Oceania for now, unless there's somebody online that wants to chime in on Facebook to either confirm or contrast our speculation here. But interesting to me, just like the last race, that it is a team from the Big Island, a team from Oahu, and a team from Maui going at it, right? Not all the same clubs, right? It was Lanikai in the women's. It was Hawaiian and Kaipua. Yeah, really cool to see this varying representation, but well spread out throughout the state, which I love. I love to see that.
And it looks like with these crews, even as we've been watching here, there's a little bit of
Kiwa, Grant Kaua, Eha Kiuna, Keola Kiuna, Keao Kiuna, Noa Pila. I'm not sure this is the team. I don't think that's the team, but could be. But I don't think so.
You're right.
All right, just 15 minutes into this thing. And there is a real battle going on here between the defending champions, Wailea with Outrigger, and I'm just going with Oceania. If we can confirm seeing Mario Malcio in there, that'd be great. Like Katie said earlier, or was it Margie maybe, nobody wears the right color jersey anymore, except for Outrigger, I guess. But, that Team Oceania could be a bunch of guys that just came together, made their own jerseys. Everybody's got their hats pulled down low and their Viper sunglasses on. Right here we have a crew from, this looks like this may be Hanalei Canoe Club. Nice work here, fellas.
So we've got a couple of people.
Let's see who this is. Hanalei Canoe Club Men's A crew. Not to be confused with Novice A. Maifino Amaru, Kaiola Forest, Kyle Pito, Tyrus Ciale, Joseph Cohn, and Sebastian Romero. Nice work, my man, Tyrus Ciale right there. Love to see him out there paddling.
So we've got a couple of people chiming in here on Facebook confirming that is Oceania.
See
Wyatt Egbert, some others Yep, blue
All
and
right.
yellow.
Takes a village. Thank you, folks. Appreciate you being part of this broadcast and helping us. We have some mishaps over there with the sticker peeling off and all of that. So kind of cool. But thank you for helping us out.
Travis says he's texting answers to your phone, but you're not looking.
Ah, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Travis Grant is helping me out over on my phone. What's up, brother? Thank you so much for sending brother a mention here. Keokaha, yeah, that is the Oceania team. So pretty cool having that little mix up there. Our outrigger team is going to be Rylan Hart, Riley Kawananakoa, Kai Wilding, Nate Loyola, Matt Mensch, and Shane Mensch. So the Mensch brothers in there. I like it. That's the team you're watching right here. These guys, a bunch of young guns over there going at it, top shape. These guys had a great performance. I'm sure Uncle Travis is at home cheering them on. Miss the good Aussie vibes, my man, and thank you for sending out some info to us over here in the broadcast booth. Mahalo you're always part of our team here at Ocean Paddler, Trav. Thank you for that. So, again, beautiful shot of outrigger battling it out with Wailea and Oceania. Oceania is pretty much, they're basing themselves out of the Hilo side of the Big Island and working a lot of those Keokaha guys in. It's kind of a mixed team there.
But then when they get to races like Molokai Hoi, sometimes they pull in some other guys from the Pacific, Oceania.
Yeah, they got
before.
buddies from, like Australia, New Zealand and stuff that they bring in. The Herberts on tour and some of those guys. Manu Okikai, man. Manu Okikai from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Looking good, gang. This is going to be Thomas Pule, Solomon Suki, Jace Guerrero, Ben Wilkinson. Ben Wilkinson is tall. He's a Maori. He's a woodworker and a big wave surfer. Tom Schlotman. Yeah,
wow.
Tom Schlotman and Fernando Carvalho Pacheco. That is one Portuguese name if I ever heard one. Fernando Carvalho Pacheco. Love it. I love it.
So I want to thank all you guys that chimed in confirming that was Team Oceania. I see Khaleesi, Mario's wife. Thank you for confirming.
Khaleesi. Glad to have all of you watching us here, joining us for the broadcast. Now it definitely feels like a team effort. Again, this is our OPT juniors right here, looking smooth. Some young Tahitian just kind of looking around, enjoying what they can see. Yep. It's a Team OPT juniors. They're from out of Pirai, right there in Papeete, and they're using Are Matahina right there. Beautiful. This is Auli'i Toitani, Ari Hauroa Ha'oatai, Kelian Nascimento Te Hoari'i. He did really well in the last V1 race. Rehao Vana, Hitirangi Tomasini, and Atiti Toroi Te Tauira over there.
So this crew
I
here.
love those. Hey, stop for a moment. I love these station names. And what I love about it is these are actually Tahitian, Tahitian-blooded young men, all six of them doing what their ancestors did for thousands of years. And it just, like, as a Hawaiian, this stokes me out. And I love seeing these young guys coming here to Hawaii and sharing their culture with us. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I'm sorry.
No, it's great. This crew here, they went and competed in the race, the World Sprints or World Distance Race in Brazil. They flew home from there. We were home for 2 days in Tahiti, and then they came here.
I wonder if they're getting some online schooling or something, right? Most of these guys probably have just graduated from high school, so they're like 17, 18 years old. But killing it. Very smooth, very together. I don't even think this crew in particular has paddled together for very long, but man, look at that stroke. This is like a development team for OPT, and it's the Office of Postal. It's like the post office in Tahiti, and they are a sponsor of one of the major crews, and OPT is one of the top crews for a long time in Tahiti racing, Tahiti canoe racing. So pretty cool.
These guys don't seem to be jet lagged at all.
Yeah, they're like, what a go. All right, there's the uplands. Got some trees there. Beautiful. All right, it's another Oceania crew, but this one looks to be in an unlimited boat. Nice work. Is that Ali'i in 6? Can we get closer on that drone? Ali'i O'Darian. This is Keokaha Laho Va'a. Oh, my goodness. The Laho Va'a. You guys are too much from Keokaha, Hawaii. This one, there we go. That's Mario Mausio, Kamaliloi, Frau Gribik, Casey Morris, Isaac Izagari, and Ali'i Yundari.
So they may have switched this roster because this says Mario Mausio.
I don't know which one. You'd have to see who's where, but I think this is the correct canoe because I see Ali'i in there, and I believe he's steering this canoe. So it looks like they're trying to make a go of it on both the traditional and, they have the depth. They're going to put together two strong crews and see what they can do. But let's take a quick listen in on this Wailea crew as they are continuing to kind of march forward towards Kailua Kona.
So you'll find that for some crews, whoever's calling it changes will call it the same way no matter what. They always sound the same, same words, same thing. And other crews are going to say it differently depending on what's going on in the canoe. They may be saying it so to get everybody to come over hard, or we're going to pick it up or something, and they can do that just by changing that one word that they're calling other changes on.
So this is a good example for all of you novice paddlers that might be watching. This is a good example of shut up and paddle, right? Do your job in the canoe as best. Worry about yourself first. What are you giving to the crew? There's not a lot of chatter going on here. These guys are just working. They're just supporting their brother in the seat next to them. Any chatter is light and it's positive. Pressure, you hear? Pressure. And most of the time, they don't need to be told. They're feeling what the canoe needs as they go along. They're looking at the canoe next to them. They're aware of where they are and what's happening. They know if they need to pick it up, right? So they're just shut up and paddle, and you don't hear more than one voice, right? You hear just one guy in Tahiti as the peperu or the captain, and he's the one directing what's going on. In Hawaii, sometimes we use the steersman like that, but not a lot of people talking.
Yeah. Well, there's sometimes if a swell is coming and you want everybody to push at the same time, you're going to utilize that swell a lot more if everybody's going to push at the same time. So somebody you might say something like pressure, might say something like push, and then it's 3 hard, the next 3 hard or something. And it looks like these guys do have a little bit of something pushing behind them to use. You can see every once in a while some of the crews will pick their stroke rate up a little bit. So it looks like they are getting, I wouldn't say they're surfing, but they're using a little bit of the ocean push and taking max advantage of that when they can.
Yep. And my apologies again, but you can see the amount of power in the men's canoe to be able to kind of push forward. That's Mario Mausio in 3, I believe Ali'i Yundari in 6. This crew is doing really well. Also, look at them flying along this coastline. Again, a different stroke maybe than the traditional. They look like they're a little quicker through the water, keeping that light canoe up and moving. But nice work from them. Nice work. I don't know what this green canoe is doing, trying to come in and cut them off. But yeah, Ali'i's not going to let any of that happen. A young but very accomplished, very experienced and talented steersman. He's probably in his 21, 22, a young paddler, a lot in front of him and actually a lot behind him. He's done a lot for a guy his age, and so great to have him in the steersman's seat. Again, we're back with Outrigger Canoe Club.
And this is not the crew that's up there with Wailea. This is another canoe. They've got a traditional canoe.
Or is it?
It doesn't look to me like that same crew. I think this
hard
is
to tell.
I think this is a different outrigger crew.
I don't know if this is that the right number. Okay, well that's it. We're kind of going to zero in on Shane Mensch and make sure that's his long sleeve white jerseys in the back. But I know Nate Loyola likes a sleeveless jersey. He might be there in the middle.
I guess in this shot we can't quite see Wailea and Keaukaha over on the right.
Yeah, that'd be great to kind of get a shot where we could get all of them lined up in there together. But again, this is that crew from Outrigger that's been putting in some work over the last couple of years. They've had some personnel changes, but looking great. Rylan Hart, Kai Wilding, Nate Loyola, Matt Mensch, Riley Kawanako, and Shane Mensch.
And so what they've listed here is actually not how they lined up in the canoe today. I was talking with Riley yesterday. He said it was going to be Ryland in one. During regatta season, it seemed to almost always be Riley in one, but now Riley's in two, Kai Wilding's in three, Nate's in four, Matt's in five, and Shane's steering.
Yep. The brothers in the back, but you can tell Nate Loyola is kind of a long and lean paddler. He's definitely matches those body types of the guys in front of him, and they're looking great right here in this. And our ocean paddler boat right there, our boy Kenji in orange. One day we're going to get our producer to buy him a new shirt. He's only been running that same shirt for the last 10 years. Unless he finds another one at the Goodwill, he's going to run that one for the next 10 years.
It's his lucky shirt.
Yeah, maybe it's his lucky shirt. It's his stinky shirt is what it is. But again, doing a great job with Wailea and Oceania right next to him.
Yeah, and see, now we can see the two canoes, at least from this angle. It kind of makes it look like Outriggers pulled back up ahead a little bit. Wailea's in there in two, and Keaukaha in three. But I think these guys are going to be kind of going back and forth for the next hour and a half.
We can hope. It certainly would make it exciting if these guys are trading places. But, none of them is to be counted out. And with this distance left in front of them, a canoe length or two is not such a big deal.
And that's where, when you were talking about the start and being ahead just a little bit doesn't matter. Sometimes it might matter a little bit. Sometimes races like this come down to seconds apart across the line.
Right, but I don't feel that that's something you couldn't have made up over the space of the race if you really wanted to. Wailea Bradas plus two. Two sets of Bradas plus two other guys. The Dudois and the Koho'okele Santosisis. Looking good, guys. All right. Here's a look at one of our koa canoes. This is Keoa Honaunau Canoe Club. They're leaving home waters, headed up to Kailua Kona. Looking good. Number 54. Working their way on home waters. They only got 3 guys paddling in this canoe today. The other 3 are just a figment of your imagination. We got Jake Herman, Thomas Kuboy Kaupu, and Scott Turgeon. And congratulations to them for pulling these other 3 guys with them. Open trees right here. Oh, that stroker is really the kind, huh? Aggressive, his stroke. Nice work. You get some big boys in the middle helping them work this crew all the way down this coastline. Beautiful watching that koa canoe slide through the water. Half hour into it, gang. We got another hour and a half till we see our first cruise coming across the line. But good stuff happening right here from all of our crews. And again, taking a quick look at Wailea and what they got going on.
Well, you can see, at least from this view, how much looks like they pulled a couple boat lengths ahead. Yeah, from Keaukaha.
But also, Outrigger is in front of them.
Yes. Last we saw. But not by much. Not something that they can't make up with, some hard changes or catching some bumps.
They get plenty yards in front of them.
Plenty space.
Oh, there you go. You heard a little bit. Pressure. The guys can say nalu. They can say press. All bunch of different things. Again, this is a good look at our Big Island Junior Va'a. No crew names. No names for the crew on this one. Mahalo, coach. Maybe he never know. I don't know. Maybe he never know. Got to be Secret Santa. You like Secret Squirrel.
So I think Big Island's got 2 junior crews here today, bringing up the youth.
Can you talk real quick about what were the crews sending juniors as well, please?
Oh, yeah.
Once again?
Yeah, we've got 19 juniors crews from what I could count with the start list here, and we've got 2 from Waikiki Surf Club, 2 from Tahiti, 1 from New Hope, 2 from Molokai.
Yes, Wakapaimua.
Kamau'i, Keola Okekai, Waikiki Yacht Club, Lahaina, Mauna Okekai, Keoho, Waimanalo, 2 from Mi'ola, 2 from the Big Island Junior Va'a, and 1 from Kaupua.
Wow, 19 junior crews. Yeah. That's crazy. And, this is Hui Va'o Waiakea from Hilo. Crew number, can I see because it's off the camera?
636.
No, that's the Wimi. Oh, 636. Okay, you get them already. Nice. Hui Va'o Waiakea.
So I don't know if I can do some quick math here, but I was curious how many koa canoes we have out there today, because this is one of the most popular races to race a koa.
So really, we're talking about these junior crews. Congratulations and a big mahalo out to the coaches, all the coaches of, every crew. But a lot of these adult crews, they kind of coach themselves, sort of. They're coached from within their own crew. But these Big Island Junior and these other junior crews, they have coaches and people doing logistics for them, and they kind of just show up and train and paddle. And so behind each one of these crews has a lot of personnel just kind of making it happen, bringing up the youth in this sport. And so mahalo to them for making that happen. There's a lot of effort being put in. So we're going to try to look for some other crews. Nice work, Big Island Junior Va'a.
They seem to be kind of off by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea who is who, but looking good, boys.
Yeah, they look really great.
Checking back in with Wailea here. Speaking of juniors, I'd love to see what is happening in that OPT boat. Nice work by these guys. Big work. Here's OPT. A little pixelated. I'm not sure why.
They're going so fast.
Yeah. Breaking the sound barrier.
Even the satellites can't keep up with them.
You know it. All right. This is crew number... Sticker falling off.
Looks like
574.
574.
These guys looking good, nice and smooth. Great work by this crew. All right, this is Wakapaimua Ekahi out of the island of Molokai. Wakapaimua. 674, 574, 674.
Looks like a 5.
Yep, looks like a 5.
574, okay. Confirm. Give me a little room. Careful, don't crash into the pin. You can't see the light.
Not sure if we have a crew list for these guys. They're looking good right out of Kaunakakai, Molokai. They brought quite a contingent. I heard Molokai brought like 4 crews this year. It's awesome to see. This is Iokepa Albino Shamblin, Kamako Mariano, McKenna Fernandez, Namaka Ross, Alexander Mawai, and Iokona Florendo. Way to go, boys. Looking strong out there. Wakapaimua getting it done. Ekahi.
Here's back for the OPT.
OPT breaking the sound barrier again. Let's just try to listen to them. Again, pretty quiet in the canoe. using the same kind of cadence and call out. It's like a hey, A little bit of talking.
I just noted there that not only 6 is paddle steering, but so is C5.
Hi, boys.
See, it's helping them out. And like you were pointing out, the less that steersman has to poke, the more that he can just steer the canoe with
and he also has a
J-stroke.
different shaped blade as well. Yeah. His blade is skinnier and longer. So he can reach farther down and get more leverage in the water. Nice. Well, this looks like another Keaukaha crew. Keaukaha Canoe Club from Hilo, crew number 643 in a nice Are here.
So this is
Looking
a 40
good.
plus crew.
40 plus, looking good, fellas. Yes, inspire. Here we go. So juicy. This is Kwai Chang. Publico, our man from So Juicy. Mahalo for hooking us up today with those Ono Juicies, Kwai Chang. Ryan, Lucia, Francis, Al Kane, La'a, Kamaka Vivo Ole, Alec Fearman, and John Lucero. This is the 40s from Keaukaha Canoe Club. Mahalo, Kwai Chang. Yeah. All right, kind of exciting what's going on. It's neat to see this this little battle developing for the long term up between Oceania, Outrigger, Wailea. I see a little bit of back and forth there, and it's really too early to see who's going to dominate. They're all looking good. Not quite sure how it's going to suss out in Unlimited. They seem to be our leaders seem to be a little bit farther spread out, but maybe Margie's over there in the boat. She can give us a little insight on what might be happening, a little bit different perspective. Margie, fill us in on what's going on out there in the water.
All right, welcome back. We're out here outside of just past Captain Cook Monument in Kealikikua Bay, maybe about 6 miles in. Probably got a little over 10 miles to go. We're up here with the top 3 canoes. We have Outrigger Canoe Club, Keaukaha Ohana, and we've got Wailea Canoe Club. First 3 boats. They pretty much got a nice substantial lead in front of the rest of the pack. They seem to be doing a really good job covering each other. These 3 crews, really, they don't have no time for any errors. Right now, currently leading is Outrigger Canoe Club from Oahu. We've got Wailea in second, and then the Keaukaha team in third. Outrigger, like I said, is from Oahu. I think that might not 100% sure on who is steering right now, but I do believe Rylan Hart is stroking the boat. Rylan, he's one of Danny Ching was his mentor. So he's a California boy, moved over here just before I believe he was 18. One-man team. Pretty strong paddler out there. He's leading them. We have Nate Loyola. Nate is also actually a Kona boy originally. And now he lives in Oahu, and he also builds the Ari's Kirikila boat. So he's a solid paddler also in that canoe. And we might have Miles. Miles is also from Oahu, California, and he's from California, but now they're all in Oahu, paddling for Outrigger Canoe Club. They look pretty solid. Nice little stroke there, little peppy. Wailea on the other hand, they're from Maui. We got a few boys in there from Kona, which is the 2 brothers, Kikoa and Tristan Santos, Kona boys. And then we have the other 2 brothers, Kevin and Dane Duduwa. Those are Molokai boys, all which now reside in Oahu. These boys, all 6, have been paddling together for quite a few years. Nalu Sampson is in there. He's in C2. And then we have Kikoa Kramer, their coach, captain of the boat right there. Out in Oceana's boat, Ohana Keaukaha, I believe we have Kua Nolan, who's also a Kona boy, solid paddler, used to paddle with Red Bull back in the day. Started out with Tuitonga way back in the 2000s. And Avon McCoy, another Kona boy in that boat. Jose, I I don't have their name rosters at this point, but doing really good. Anyway, what else is happening on the course? Let's find out.
Hey, how's it, gang? Okay, some good information there. She's talking about who might be in that Oceania Keaukaha crew. Heard mention of Avian Makua and Keokua Ka'ava Nolan, and see. We're going to see if we can be able to confirm that later. If anybody online might have a crew list for that team that you can help us out with, they didn't provide much information on that, so we're looking forward to seeing what may be there.
Khaleesi's telling me that Kua and Jose are in one canoe, and Mario and Ali'i are in the Unlimited, I believe.
Yeah, so Mario and Ali'i are in the Unlimited.
Yep.
Kua and Jose are in. Is that Avon as well? We're not quite sure. Avon, I think, is a steersman. Not sure. But here we go. Another Kua canoe looking good. Get some numbers off the back. Jack. Very smooth here. These guys looking very relaxed. I like it. Nice. What a backdrop, though, huh? There, as she had mentioned, this is just outside of Ke'e, kind of on the right side of this bay. Kealakekua Bay, and on the left would be Captain Cook area, but this is Huiva'o Waiakea from Hilo. Nice work, men. Nice work. This is Christopher Berg, Richard Kressinger, Lionel Gilbert, Ira Ke'Kau'alua, James Early, and John Croney. Nice work. Huiva'o Waiakea doing well in the Koa canoe. Getting some nice action out there from the ocean.
From starting list, I've been able to count 7 koas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Quite a bit. That's good. That's good. All right, who we got here? This is somebody, this is Wailea again, looking good.
And it's interesting with this angle, they look like they're all by themselves, but they're
Yes.
not. We've got Keaukaha just on the inside of them, I think just slightly behind, and Outrigger outside of them, just slightly ahead.
Yeah, you really get a feel at this angle, watching the water go by, how fast these paddlers are moving. It's quick, man. It's very quick. Here's another crew from Keaukaha. Te Ui Va'atahiti 60s from Wailua. This is Philippe Ribol, Franco Taraihao, Didier Bouchin, Jean-Marie Cadusto, Hélène Macher, and Moise Dean. These guys are probably out of Tahiti with all of those lovely French names, and they are borrowing a canoe, looks like, from Keaukaha, a nice strip plank canoe. This is the same one that it looked like Brown Sugar was on earlier, right?
Yeah.
Brown Sugar, and this is a 60s crew from Tahiti. Wow.
Got some good
These guys
mana
are top
in it
shape,
from the
looking
women's
good,
race.
man. Yeah, this has got good mana in it. Punauia is the name of that crew. That canoe. Punauia is an area in Tahiti, and so maybe originally this strip plank canoe came from Tahiti, or somebody from Tahiti came here to build it for them. Just making up stories, but it's likely.
Yeah, I thought maybe this canoe was built by the Pure. And quite a while ago, I do kind of remember this canoe being around. Possibly, it either is or looks like one of the ones that was used in the Olamau race when they used to have that.
Yes, Olamau. That race was killer. Like almost
3 day.
Yeah, 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Long distances. Did it finish up on Maui? Or
Well,
was it only around the
they
Big
had
Island,
it
right?
twice. They had it twice. The first time went around Maui, then to Molokai, then to Oahu, and the second time was all around the Big Island. We went from Lapahoehoe to Keokea, Keokea to Kauai High and Kauai High down to here in Kailua Kona.
Ooh, that's far, girl.
Yeah, so you had 9 people, and each day you used 6. They did iron, so everybody ended up doing 2 days.
623. 623. 623.
That's Puna Junior Boys.
Yep, Puna Junior Boys Unlimited from Pahoa. Looking good, these junior boys. We have Kili Davis Tanaka, La'akea Kawa'aloa Okita, Ilani Rocha, Masao Lee, Honokea Lindsay, and Thomas Gavin. Looking good, bro. How's these guys? Real smooth. Good coaching over there at Puna Canoe Club. You know, Puna Canoe Club has really shown some depth in the men's and women's, and look now, juniors programs over there, getting it done on the east side of the Big Island. But looking good, man, really good.
Oh, look how smooth and patient that stroker is.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Look at him. He's out there in the front. He's got a nice recovery, real smooth, and just this whole crew seems patient and really just not rushed. Getting their application and do a good job. All right, folks. Beautiful stuff right here from the Kona Coast on the Big Island of Hawaii. Little fly ama there from this Puna Junior Boys crew. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break here to thank our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more from the Kona Coast and the men's race at the Queen Lili'uokalani Races. The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is presented by Kai Opua Canoe Club and its army of volunteers, and supported by Hawaii Tourism Authority. High Noon. It's always noon with High Noon Sun Sips. Sun's up. Johnson Brothers of Hawaii. Queen K Tesoro. Island Energy Services. Kona Brewing Company, Liquid Aloha. Kona Salt Farm, powered by Deep Ocean. Are Tahiti. Televised by Ocean Paddler TV and these great supporting sponsors.
Kona Brewing Hawaii. Crisp refreshment in every pint. Island pride in every pour. Born here, for here.
You want cool, you got it. If you're a boy or a girl, 8 to 18, here's your chance to learn outrigger paddling. It's becoming more and more popular, and with good reason. The thrill of gliding through the water and a newfound feeling of power, confidence, and accomplishment. It's an awesome sport where you'll get in shape, meet new friends, and most of all, have fun. You know the joy of water sports. Well, outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. It also gives you more confidence in other areas of your life. Become part of the outrigger family. Let Are Tahiti find you a club or a coach to learn the skills for this totally cool journey.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Folks, we're back with our gang from Wailea right now. This is our onboard camera taking a good look at what's going on just up close and personal with this Wailea crew, and they are grinding away. They look as fresh and strong as they did, I don't even know, 45 minutes ago when they got started, but nice. They're looking really good. We're going to check in with this crew right here in this Kai Opua boat. If we can scan a little bit back, this is Hawaiian Canoe Club Masters. They're Hawaiian Canoe Club from Hawaii, and we're going to get a crew list if we have crew number 648. Beautiful work. Beautiful work in this unlimited crew. Nice job for our Masters. They're looking solid.
They are. And they're
real solid.
Just outside that crew we were looking at earlier, which is Tahiti.
Yep. The Tahitian 60s crew, right?
Yep.
This Masters looks like a 40s or 50s crew. These guys look a little younger. Yep. Nice shot right there from our guys. This is Tewi Tahiti, the 60s, in that strip plank canoe in the background. So killer action right here. Just coming past Keala Kekua, maybe a bay or two past our starting line, but real smooth. Oh, what's happening? Trying to navigate these waters here. A little bit of a bump from this escort boat, or this camera boat, should we say. And that steersman's pretty smart. He's going to go in there and grab some chop. All right, and we're back with Wailea here. We're not quite sure if it's them or Outrigger that's in the lead, but either way, it's going to be close. You're looking at one of the top boats right here. And what a cool, juxtaposition of beautiful ocean, black lava rock cliff, and, pasture and a golf course. Only in Hawaii, right?
Beautiful ocean going by very quickly. These guys are moving.
These guys are cranking it for sure. As we mentioned earlier from that up-close shot, they look like they're really moving. I'm wondering if that looks like Tristan stroking to me. He did really, really well this season and continues to get better and stronger. Punauia. Okay, we've looked at these guys about 5 times. We're going to move on. This is our 60s crew from Tahiti.
So you can see there is some surface action here. The wind kind of picked up a little bit from this morning, so there's some ripple effects from the wind and then some ocean swell. What we can't really see is the current, but certainly these guys are feeling it.
A little bit of bailing on C3, but it doesn't seem to affect them much at all. They're still going really fast. Not a slow stroke rate, but not super fast either.
So that's another choice that people make when they're doing the iron traditional. Do you want to use a canvas? So the canvas is hot. You're not going to get the same amount of air.
580. Hui Lili'uokalani. I would opt no canvas, girl. Straight no canvas. There's not enough water for it to be worth it for me. And I think what you gain by having it be cooler inside of that canoe is far beyond any splash that you might have to bail out.
Yep.
This Hui Lili'uokalani's crew is a buddy of mine, Pierre Blickfeld, Forrest Frizzell, Lance Hamilton, Graham Taylor, Edward Wheeler, and Matt Zahn.
Ed Wheeler.
Way to go, guys. Looking good.
Canoe sailor. Goes sometimes with Hui Nalu, sometimes with our crew, Tuitonga. Good fun.
Nice work, gang. Hui Lili'uokalani. Back with our OPT Juniors crew.
Hey. Nice, boys.
A little bit different strokes. You can see how these Hawaii guys are a little more bent over, perhaps a little bit bigger reach. The Tahitians seem a little bit taller in the way they're sitting in the canoe, you know.
Less movement, less motion.
Yeah.
That last shot, though, you could see, looking past Wailea, how close the Keaukaha guys still were. They're still right there.
Nice. Little bumps going on here. This is Team Volley from Waikoloa.
Not sure why these guys are stopping.
Tuitonga.
Oh, this they're doing.
Oh, this is how the
water
uncles make changes, bro. I see what happens. We don't drop and shot, but we just step right in.
Nobody get their hair wet.
Boy, oh man, that's the way to do it. Holy mackerel. These guys taking it to another level. Who wants to hop in a canoe when I can just step off, baby?
No, I've done this before in places where the water is so cold that you don't want to get in, but here you'd think you would want to jump in and cool off a little bit.
Oh, this is Cadillac, bro. Wow. That's what I sign me up for that. You know what I mean? Shucks. That's how you do it. I'm inspired right now, bro. I like join this crew. Shucks. Yeah, and they're up in. Well, look at that behemoth in the front. Kainoa Tanoai. What is he doing? That guy.
He doesn't even fit in the seat.
He's not even in the seat. It's like he's sitting up on the manu or something. Good Lord, look at the size of that kid. My goodness, Kainoa, I'm used to seeing him in like 3, 4, something like that. But holy mackerel, you want to talk about getting a head start downhill. Look at that canoe. The whole back is sticking out of the water with him in the front. Wow, that is, if you've never met Kainoa Tanoai in person, he is the sweetest, gentle giant, just the nicest, coolest brother. But the first time I met him at a canoe sailing race, I was like, holy mackerel, somebody got kicked off the football team and is now with the paddlers. He's a beast of a person, man. Large. That is like a triple extra large human right there, Robert. That boy can paddle. Let me tell you, that boy can paddle. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this. Wow. This is the crew right here, man. Follow this crew. My goodness.
So somebody's asking here on Facebook, they're allowed to use the support boat for changes? I guess there's no rules.
Kona boys in Kona water. They can do whatever they like. You try stop them. They don't care.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rule that you have to get into the ocean to get in your boat.
If you want to talk to somebody, his initials are Kainoa Tanoai. You can go take it up with him. Or his dad, Masepa. Actually, Masepa is the one you got to worry about. Kainoa is just a nice guy. Masepa is the one that'll give it to you. But hey, somebody's chiming in here. Go Puna Juniors, believing in and building the future of our club with who you got. Amen. Whoever this is right here chiming in our live chat, I love it. You build a canoe club from the ground up by making it the right place to be, and you will attract the right paddlers and the right coaches, and that's how you build a club. Not just by bringing in any kind like hired guns. I mean, I love to see these hired gun crews, don't get me wrong, but amen to Puna and what they're doing. I love it, and it shows, and they've been doing great. They're allowed to use support boat for changes. Sorry, you tell them. You see the size of that guy in seat 1? I ain't saying a thing to that kid. No way. He's going to take my lunch.
And I mean, there could be other unknown reasons why they're doing that. It may be maybe their escort boat is difficult to get back into, or I don't know. We'll have to ask them about it later. But that was pretty impressive. I thought something was wrong. The canoe was stopping, paddling, and.
All right, Outrigger right now in first place, and you can see behind them in white they got quite a distance on Wailea, probably as much as 100 yards or so. But this Outrigger crew is going at it right now. They are trying to put Wailea in the rear view mirror, getting them smaller and smaller, and they have come to play. But don't count Wailea out just yet. This is still a lot of ocean left to go, and you could tell in the distance there's more houses, more infrastructure looking down there. That's kind of where we begin to get towards our finish line. So still a lot of space out there. And speaking of Puna Canoe Club, here they are looking good. Kahiao. Yes, putting the hurt on. Love it. From Pahoa on the Big Island of Hawaii, this is David Okita, Mike Sarsfield, Julius Gutierrez, Sherman Manny Swart, Likana Jose, and Adam Hawkins. Looking good, guys. Looking really good. And you can see these boys from Puna have been building a program, putting it together. We're not, we're not trying to get decathlete brain surgeons here. We're just taking those solid local brothers and we're building one club. And I love what they're doing here. Congrats, Puna. You guys are hammers. Absolute hammers, and this has been showing over the last several years with continuing moving up the standings in their results. And so congratulations to them. Puna killing it right now. So back to that, what we saw, that step off, I think they had a couple of if you looked at the gentleman in number 5, they had a couple of folks that had maybe limited mobility, and so they were kind of using the vessel to make sure that Uncle got in the canoe safe.
Yeah.
And Kainoa Tanoai pulling himself into the canoe might rip half of it off.
And
he's got to be 280, bro. He's a large human.
Somebody on here says Andy Penny was in C3. Andy Penny is not a small guy, but he.
I was Andy. That's right. I could tell by those extra muscular legs of his. Andy Penny will run a marathon yesterday and paddle a marathon today.
Oh, Big Island Junior Va'a here.
Yep, another Big Island Junior Va'a. These guys doing great. Crew number 672. No names. The no name crew. But yeah, I'm gonna have to approach Kanoa gently later and apologize for the commentary. But man, that is entertaining to see. But Andy Penny is an absolute beast in the canoe. You got Kanoa Tanoa and Andy Penny. You need like one other guy to make that canoe move.
Not only is he a beast in the canoe, but this is a few years back, but I remember somebody told me that Andy Penny was going to run the Honolulu Marathon. I thought, boy.
I'm not joking.
I remember.
Yeah,
he got a 3:09.
Yeah.
He got 3:09, which for a big boy, that's fast.
He's not small, but he's very muscular, but he can move. Firefighter here on the Big Island and another just great human.
Clearly a great athlete, too.
Yeah.
Oh, Huinalu Onkos.
Nice shot on these guys. We were able to see them earlier. They continue to be looking to do the right thing. It looks like a black matahina, matte black matahina.
Yeah,
interesting.
This is 50 plus. They're going.
Yeah, Uncles. Way to go. Getting out there, making it happen. Beautiful background. We should check in on some of those crews on the inside of them. Interesting to see how Outrigger has started to pull away a little bit. I wonder what's going on in the internals of that Wailea crew. What's going through their head? What's going through Koa's head? Is not
Some
much
strategy.
you can do. It's just paddling. It's pretty flat water. There's not much changes in line selection you can do. There's not a lot of. There's a little bit of surfing, but a lot bit of surfing.
Here they are.
But I don't know. Do you change your game plan, or you just keep doing what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm sure they're trying to be patient, but trying to come up with some kind of a strategy. Hey, maybe we need to start kicking it in a little bit sooner than we had hoped or planned to. How do you start kind of bringing it up a little bit without doing that too early? Hard to see from here how much they're ahead of Keaukaha. For a while there, I think these three crews are really pushing each other. When somebody is right next to you, and you can get little times where you all of a sudden you've moved a few seats ahead. It's a good marker for you. Okay, this is working. But once you start to get these bigger gaps, then you're not going to see that quite as easily. So having Keaukaha right next to them might have actually helped push them up towards Outrigger.
Yeah, that Keaukaha Oceania crew is just behind them. Maybe the same type of separation, but here we go. This looks like a mixed crew.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And they're moving too, man. Auntie in one. She get the puffy shirt going on, but she got him. Look at her go. She gets some aggression in that stroke. Look them. Yes. This is a mixed crew here. Maybe we can get a number. This is Offshore Outrigger Canoe Club from Newport Beach, California.
Nice.
All right. Mahalo for making the trip, gang. And this is as we talked about, right? Who are you going to put in the back, right? They opted for a male in the back, arguably their largest paddler. And the girl in one is kind of petite. And you can look at the crew, look at the club inside of them where the front of the canoe is in the water. This canoe is a little bit higher. The nose is higher out of the water. You see where the canoe is entering the water compared to that canoe in front of them? The other one is almost up by the numbers. And here's Club Pure. This is Pure Light right here. They not sure where they started, but this is a adaptive crew, like one that had some physical challenges, that put together a crew and did this paddle. Not sure how many they have in their crew, but they just, I believe they started probably towards the end of the women's race, and they just had their finish here at Kailua Kona. Congratulations to Team Pure Light. Way to go, gang. Way to get out there and make it happen. And we're back with Wailea. Oh, and it seems that Oceania is just
moved up on them. It's not that we couldn't see Ke'okaha because they were behind. They've actually moved past. So we are having some shuffling and changes in the lineup there between those three crews. This is Wailea again. Got our GoPro on their Yaku.
All right, we'll check in. We've got a couple other crews here. This looks like a couple of junior crews that we have in the water today. Nice work, boys, in some traditional or spec crews. All right. Let's see if we can't get a number off of these crews. This is Kukui o Molokai. Hey, this is my gang right here, bro. Looking good, Kukui o Molokai. That's the boat in the blue there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking good. So this is a development team that they've been working with on the island of Molokai in the blue and white boat there. And right in front of us, this is
Waikiki Surf Club.
Waikiki Surf Club's the development team. Put a cracker on it, dude. Put it on a cracker, dude. These guys are out of Waikiki. So, again, a lot of work being done by all these crews. Beautiful paddling. This crew out of Molokai, they've kind of been coached by Kikama Helm, and they've been able to be taken all over the place. They went to the Talifit race in Bora Bora earlier this year. It's not easy to paddle distance out of the island of Molokai. There's always an extra flight that you have to pay for and get into your logistics. Fundraising is always hard, and they've been great. Their coach has been great about getting the funding to get these kids the exposure to the sport that they deserve. And they're really growing this program to the point where they started with a little nucleus of kids, and all the other boys at the high school were like, oh, wow, kind of cool what you guys doing over there. What is that, paddling? Oh, uncle, we like try them out. And so they've really kind of grown their numbers, and they really, I can't say enough about the program that they're putting together. And just so you know, folks, it's not just about the paddling over there. They're teaching them oli. They're teaching them stories about where they're paddling and the different valleys and places that they're paddling about. They're teaching them hula and when they're able to go and travel internationally and go to places like Tahiti, they can share culture with the young Tahitians that you see in this boat on the right. And so it really becomes something more than just, hey, we're getting out there and we're doing a sport. What these young men from Molokai are doing are perpetuating their culture and building into something that will be a bigger deal in their community going forward. And so hats off to all these juniors. I just happen to have a special place in my heart for this gang from Molokai, these young stallions out of practicing there out of Kaunakakai. They're always on their one-mans. They did fundraising to buy V1s and one-mans and all kind of stuff. And so I can't say enough about that gang and what Brother Kikama and his Ohana and Uncle Nate and all these guys are doing for these young boys and making just a place where they can excel and share culture, perpetuate culture, and be athletes. You see some of them, like, I knew them as young boys, and all of a sudden I go back a couple years later, and they're like standing with shoulders and all these muscles and all this stuff. Like, wow, what happened to you?
I grew up.
Kikama was looking at me like, yeah, we're making some warriors over here. So it's awesome. And again, I can't say enough about them. Kind of what they've been doing for generations over in Tahiti. And so there's been a lot of this great exchange between all these clubs, and whether it's Big Island Junior, Waikiki Surf Club, Kiayakahoi, all these different crews that are building these juniors programs, man, that is really the future of paddling here. And we know that we want to be as good as the best in the world, which arguably nobody can argue. It's the Tahitians, right? They could come down here with their 10 best crews and get top 10 places if they wanted to. But that's where we want to go, and we know it starts with the youth and it seems like we're making it happen. So really kudos not only to these young people, but to these coaches and the organizations that are supporting, the canoe clubs, the people sponsoring, who's ever getting the grants and all this to make it happen, the parents taking them to practice, all of this stuff. It takes a village like anything else, but it's working because look at these young men. They're killing it, young men and ladies.
Yes.
Our women's crews, Kilohana, all of the great junior programs. So
yeah, and it's
congratulations to the paddling community as a whole. They're rising up and meeting the challenge of trying to be as good as we can be.
Yeah, and we're seeing this on not just one island, not just on Oahu, but Big Island, Maui,
all over,
Molokai.
right?
They're all doing this and creating these great programs for the kids and
every island,
getting
every major island, including Molokai.
The equipment that they can use and things they can train on, and it's great. They're learning about so much more than just getting in the canoe.
Yep, and Paul Lu'uvai has been doing it for years over at Hawaiian Canoe Club on Maui. They have so much going on. Again, we're with our overall leader, also our leader in the traditional design canoe. This is Outrigger Canoe Club from the island of Oahu. Again, so just to take a step back, we're coming off of a few weeks ago the State Canoe Regatta Championships, and that is kind of the lead up or the segment of the season that happens before the long distance season. That's our regatta sprint races. The senior men's race is the big dogs of paddling, right? From all over the state, they come and compete. It's a 1.5 mile course, 5 turns. These were your winners, yeah? And they did it handily. Every leg of that race, they increased their lead by a little bit. And so I'm not surprised to see them here, but it's a testament that they're building something powerful again at Outrigger. Outrigger has been a powerhouse in the past. They're always turned out a consistently strong crew, but it's been a bit before I've seen men's Outrigger crew dominate as they are today.
Yes, that's great. Although a couple of weeks back was the Duke race on Oahu, coastal race, so that's going to have 9 people have changes. So it is then coming down to more than just those 6. Now you got the 9, and I believe that Wailea Canoe Club won that race. So, but then I think Lanikai Canoe Club and Outrigger were not that far behind. But it's showing you, I mean, that race has a different course, different water, a lot of different going on. And again, you're adding in 3 more people. So, showing different program and how these people are working together. But clearly a really great 6 right here.
Oh, yeah, depth. When you have a crew this good, you obviously are bringing 2 or 3 crews to a race like this. This is just maybe your best 6, arguably. But you certainly got some depth. Another 10 guys behind them,
You can see now they've got probably quarter mile.
It seems to be about the same, but second place is going to be Oceania at our last check. So right now, it doesn't seem in the cards for Wailea to have a 4-peat. Outrigger is coming here to make a statement about who's coming to play this year. But interesting to see at the last 9-man change race that Wailea beat Outrigger. So maybe they felt they had something to prove. They didn't like being beat in the home turf.
So again, this lineup here is Ryland, Riley, Kai Wilding, Nate, Matt Mensch, and Shane Mensch. Yeah, they seem to be just building their lead a little bit at a time here.
Yeah, I think that's Nate in 4. Yep. Ryland and Riley up front. Riley up front. Kai in 3.
Yep.
And then the Mensch brothers in the back. Oh, cute. The Mensch brothers. They even got matching long sleeve white.
Oh.
Cool.
Now we need just one other brother in there, and then we have brothers plus 2 from Oahu.
Yeah, right. There's Lanikai doing their 9-man thing. Okay, this, I believe, is the Lanikai 50s doing a 9-man race. Looking good, fellas. .664, crew 664. Boys are looking good. Lanikai, all right. Nice work, fellas. Lanikai Canoe Club from Kailua. We're not sure. This is a 9-man. Come on, Cully. Come on, Cully. Get in there.
It's a 50-plus.
There we go. That's my man. Here we go, picking it right back up. Lanikai. This is probably a 50s crew. I don't think there's a couple, one or two guys in there that might not quite be 55 yet.
Yeah, it's a 50 crew.
My boy Cully Barney over there in C2. This is a crew that Freitas was going with. And maybe we can get some numbers, some names on this. Looking good, boys. Very strong. Very strong. 664. Do we have any names on this?
So we've got somebody asking here on Facebook, do teams from mainland rent or bring their own canoes?
Oh, wait, real quick, before we go there, we got some of the guys paddling in this crew, not all of them. Cully Barney, I think that's him over in 2. Chad Thompson, Mike Ferron, Scotty Freitas, I believe he's steering back there. Marquis, bunch of guys. This is a 50s crew, is that correct?
Yeah.
A 50-plus crew going 9-man. I talked to some of these guys on the plane ride over, and they were like, oh, yeah, but we was going to do iron, but who saw, it, doing iron? So they opted for the 9-man so that they could be a little more able to enjoy the afternoon once the race is done. But looking tough over here, these 50s guys in the 9-man division in the traditional canoe. So you were mentioning somebody online had a question.
Yeah, there's asking, this is Yukon 1 Wailua. Do teams from mainland rent or bring their own canoes? I'm guessing they have already an island. Well, there are so many canoes here. We've got 168 crews coming back here. You need 168 canoes. So these are probably almost all from Hawaii. There may be some clubs who bring them here from other places, but all the clubs here lend their canoes out. So there's canoe clubs that have 2 crews, but they're bringing over 6 canoes and they're lending them out to other clubs. So it's really the clubs from all of the islands kind of helping out and lending boats for people to use from other places.
Yeah, there's a big, I know that Kaiopua helps organize, like, hey, we want to race, willing to pay, we got a crew, we're looking for a boat. And so a lot of these teams, they have, somebody that's going to race down, somebody to race back, or all the canoe clubs on the island will rent out their extra canoes. Of course, they're going to probably save their best ones for their own crews, but they've got more than a couple of really good canoes. So they rent them out to these crews, a fee that they use to help cover their trailering costs and some of that, because a lot of these clubs come from the other side of the island, Not too many of these clubs will bring a canoe from off island. Some of the Honolulu crews will. It looks like this crew right here. This is an outrigger's boat from at home in Oahu. They shipped up here. But they'll have a lot of people that kind of help facilitate that. And that's what's so great about this race is that the way that it's women first and then men after, and it's a distance that is long, but still a lot of people want to do iron. You don't need an escort boat. You don't need to trailer your canoe from the finish line back to wherever. It's basically they bring it to Kailua Kona, the women race it down, and the men bring it back. It goes back right on the trailer right there, and they're off. So it's pretty clean logistically for crews, which really gives them a great opportunity to for outside paddlers to come to Hawaii and paddle this race.
And some clubs are bringing lots of paddlers, and they're bringing their own canoes. I know Kailua Canoe Club from Windward side of Oahu, they've got 12 crews. They have 7 men's crews, 5 women's crews, 90 paddlers, but they brought 7 canoes over from Oahu.
Wow.
But it looks like they have 12 crews, so they're borrowing 5 more from
this
somewhere.
Is Puna's 40 crew that we're looking at right here. These guys are killing it. Nice work from these men. Beautiful paddling, really together. Nice and smooth, good effort. Again, Puna showing their depth. They've got juniors, they've got open, they've got masters, and really, when you have that many hands on deck to assist with coaching and logistics and trailering and fixing this and bringing that and fundraiser over here, it really allows you to build a club. And that seems to me, from what I've seen from the outside, what the gang at Puna is doing, and kudos to them because it's really showing.
Here these guys are bailing, so even if you're not doing water changes, sometimes water's still getting in. Oh, they are doing water changes. So that's going to bring in even more water. When somebody's jumping in, you've got water all over you. It comes into the canoe. So a little bit more bailing than crews that are just going iron. That was a great change, though. The guys are moving again.
Yeah, definitely not doing the step off, huh? That step off was kind of cool, though.
Yeah.
I like
Although, it's pretty warm out right there, and these guys are working hard. I think I would want to get into the water and cool off a little bit before I got in the escort boat. It'd probably feel good.
Wow, look at this 40s crew from Puna. They get some gangsters in there. Look at that Hammer in seat 3. That's a lot of muso pushing this canoe, man. These are big boys. Some fit guys right there. Look at that. No wonder this canoe is just moving over here. That brother in number 4, nice big reach right there. Number 5, this is a solid crew. You could tell these guys are putting in the time. How clean their changes are. How well, coordinated all their stroke rates and the in and the out together. I'm liking what Puna has to offer right here. Nice stuff, fellas. Nice stuff.
Very smooth.
Gotta be 40s, bro. I don't believe. No way. Let me check some IDs.
Let's see some ID.
These guys are top shape, bro. Look at this Puna crew. Killers.
Hey, age is just a number.
Hey, what they say. You gotta, what do they call it? You gotta biohack it, right? Bioengineer yourself. Look at this. Dropping in on little bumps. Look at her run. Nice work, Puna. Wow. Very impressed. Okay. Who is this? Is this Kilohana?
Yeah, it looks similar to the shirts the girls are wearing.
Yep. I think over there in seat 4, that's Kalani Nui himself. Paea. That is none other than Kaina, I think that is. Yeah, Kaina Makua in 4. That same gentleman that plays Kamehameha on Chief of War. That's him right there. He's the coach of that girls crew, and 2 of his daughters are in there. But this is the kind of brother that they cast. He's a kalo farmer. He's a paddler and a coach. He Olelo Hawaii speaks fluent Hawaiian. I mean, this is the real deal right here. That's whoever cast him, and I think it was actually Momoa that recognized him on the beach one day and said, "Who is this Kanaka? I need him on my show." But just in a lot of ways, the right person for that role, and he is able to embody it properly and understands all that he carries in portraying our great chief Kamehameha. And so, it's a very complicated role. Kamehameha was a very complex person, and he had to do a lot of things that were difficult. But shucks, this brother has a great portrayal of it, and we appreciate the mana'o that he's bringing to that role. Something all of us Hawaiians can be proud of. Way to go, Kaina. And look at this Kilohana crew. They're solid too, man. Look at these guys running. Do we have on them? Yeah. They're running low. They're running kind of undercover, this Kilohana. They don't give us on crew list. Try look. Might have Jason Momoa in the front. Come on. Next to them is crew 577. 577. Yeah, but they're looking smooth. I don't know if they have is this a 9-man or a 6-man crew? Could we get a number? I know this is Kilohana from Kauai. No, that's not. The other one was Manu Okekai. 577 is the one inside. But one thing I like about this crew, they got some bigger guys, right? So look the way that they're swinging that stroke out there. They're using a lot of body. They're giving a nice, big, long stroke and giving these big, powerful men the opportunity to apply. You cannot rush a big guy like that and expect to get the best out of him. You got to give them a chance to kaupe, to reach out there and to pull and to really give you a nice dig and power through there. And so beautiful stroking up there front. Way to lead these big brothers through this race, and it's happening. Look at them. They just walked on that other crew behind them. Again, let's try to get a number. I know this is Kilohana, but maybe we can get a number. There you go. Kilohana Hoiva from Waimea, Kauai. I don't know if they have a crew list or not. No crew list for them. Yep. Secret squirrels. Secret squirrels. Beautiful work, Hawaiians. Beautiful work. Love to see this. And I'm gonna guess by that escort boat behind them, they probably are going 9-man. The fact that they just passed that unlimited crew behind them. Yeah. So look at these big boys, especially 2, 3, 4. Look at how that stroker is keeping it aggressive, but allowing them to work. And they're all body. They're driving from the leg, from the hip, swing in the shoulders. Not trying to rush it. Not too much bend in the elbow, right? Maybe only a little bit on the recovery. Nice work.
And it looks like these guys, if they're making changes, then you can work a little harder in the canoe. You're going to get a rest, as opposed to the guys who are doing iron. So these guys seem to be feeling the water pushing them, and so they're kind of pushing it too. They're picking up their pace a little bit. Yep.
Speaking of picking up the pace, look at this crew from Big Island Junior Va'a. They are coming hard with it. I like the effort on this steersman. He's really putting some go juice in every stroke.
So we've got Hawaii's Best chiming in here on Facebook and giving names for Big Island Junior Va'a. I don't know if it was that crew we just saw, because I know there's two. They said the Unlimited boat, Seat 1, Bubba, Seat 2, Marcus, Seat 3, Kainalu, Seat 4, Hakatini, Seat 5, Spencer, and Seat 6, Kalai.
We're going to stick with this Kilohana Va'a canoe as they approach a change here. Wow. Yep. Where you been, bro? I've been talking about that for the last 10 minutes. Nice work here, gang. Nice work. Oh, you got to zero in on him, cameraman, just because he's the chief of war. Come on. Yeah, but nice stroke nonetheless. Kaina's a big dude. He knows that he got to use body in all of this, and it's working. I mean, this canoe is running smooth. That 3 and 4, those are not small guys, but they're allowing them to work, and they're getting the benefit of it in, you see how he's coming up off of his seat a little bit in that reach, and what's driving him back, and you're not seeing it underneath there, is the leg. Driving hard leg. Here we go, making a change. Hopoo. No spray canvas, which I think is good. Keep it nice and cool. And here they go. Subbing in for Kaina is another big brother. They got some meat in this crew,
They
huh?
sure do.
Ah.
Yeah.
After this, they're gonna come on the shoreline and win the bench press contest and do some deadlifts after this.
So
Wow.
I wanted to point on when we were talking about him, but then he got out. But just mention again, what I could really see in him was his arms nearly straight, making use of the big muscles, the leg, so not bending the arms, not using the arms.
When your arm is straighter, it is now just an extension of your big muscles. When you see the bend in the elbow on the drive section, you're actually using your arms. And so if you bend the elbow on the recovery, that's fine, because you're allowing the blade to come back up smoother above the water, right? But when you're driving and you keep that arm straight, now the arm is not working. It's just an extension of the bigger muscles.
And he was doing that really beautifully.
Beautiful
good
paddling from this Kilohana crew. You can see they're building a great program there as well. Hey, folks, we're going to take a quick break as we leave Kilohana on the beautiful shoreline here of South Kona, as we take a quick commercial break to thank our sponsors. We'll be right back with more live coverage of the men's race from the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race here in Kailua Kona.
The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is presented by Kai Opua Canoe Club and its army of volunteers, and supported by Hawaii Tourism Authority. High Noon. It's always noon with High Noon Sun Sips. Sun's up. Johnson Brothers of Hawaii. Queen K Tesoro. Island Energy Services. Kona Brewing Company, Liquid Aloha. Kona Salt Farm, powered by Deep Ocean. Ari Tahiti. televised by Ocean Paddler TV and these great supporting sponsors.
Kona Brewing Hawaii. Crisp refreshment in every pint. Island pride in every pour. Born here, for here.
You want cool, you got it. If you're a boy or a girl, 8 to 18, here's your chance to learn outrigger paddling. It's becoming more and more popular, and with good reason. The thrill of gliding through the water and a newfound feeling of power, confidence, and accomplishment. It's an awesome sport where you'll get in shape, meet new friends, and most of all, have fun. You know the joy of water sports. Well, outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. It also gives you more confidence in other areas of your life. Become part of the outrigger family. Let Ade Tahiti find you a club or a coach to learn the skills for this totally cool journey.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
Into this thing, and our men from Outrigger Canoe Club are handily in the lead. They have put Wailea Canoe Club, our 3-time defending champions, behind them, and they are laser focused on the wharf here at Kailua Kona, headed into the finish line, and we're going to see if they're able to hold on to this lead. Rylan Hart, Riley Kawananakoa, the Mensch brothers, we got Nate Loyola. These young men are crushing it right now, and they're headed into the finish line. You can see in the background there, defending champions Wailea in a heated battle for second place with Team Oceania Keaukaha. So our top 3 in the traditional division are one from Oahu, one from Big Island, one from Maui County, and so we're getting great representation from all across the Aloha State. And we're going to want to check in with our girl Margie Kaho'okelepe'a and see what's happening with her on the boat. But as we do, man, there's been some great paddling by a lot of these junior crews, Katie. Amazing stuff from our young men.
Amazing, and we keep checking in with these boys. It's hard to see where they are in comparison with each other, you know, how they're doing within their division, but just watching them paddle, they're just, they're really moving and smooth, and it's impressive.
All right, so again, this is Outrigger Canoe Club. They are getting ready to make their final dash into the finish line, and with them is Margie Kaho'okele Santos. She's putting her makas on them right now, making sure she breaks down what's happening. And we're ready for you, Margie. What you got for us, girl? Bring it on.
All right, hello, we're back out of here, checking in with Outrigger Canoe Club, which is in the lead. They pretty much had a really nice course the whole way, pretty smooth. They kind of stayed on the outside. Right now we do have Rylan Hart sitting in seat 1. I believe that's Miles Orr maybe in seat 2. Not really sure, they didn't fill out the paperwork. But we maybe have Kalav Diaz out there and Nate Loyola. Not really sure who's steering. I was going to guess either Travis Grant or George Wilson, but neither of them. But they look really good. They got a nice little peppy stroke the whole way. Every once in a while you can kind of see them pick up the beat and get it up because they're pretty much getting on a wave there. Other than that, they're smooth. They look like they have a really nice current line. They're maybe about, they look good. A couple hundred yards in front of second place at the moment, which seems to be Ohana Keho. So sorry, the name changes team names. And then Wailea out there in third. Outside, we do have the unlimited canoes that are making their way up. I don't quite have a number on them yet, but I believe It's a blue ERC canoe out there in the lead of the unlimited canoes, and Wailea would be second, also in an unlimited canoe. So right now, really good. These poor guys, it's hot. It is hot. These guys seem to have found a really nice line. The other boats back there seem to have run into a little current. They went a little bit more inside, but looked a little sticky. They weren't moving quite as fluid as the outrigger canoe club is moving, as you can see. But they look really good, but hot. I can see the number 6 splashing water every so often on the guys from the back, trying to cool them off. But as you can see, they are moving pretty smooth. Nice. We're outside of, looks like we're outside of Magic Sands, so we are pretty close. I'd say maybe 3 or less miles from the finish, so it's going to be a great one. Let's see what else is going on out there.
Another shot from the drone of what Margie was talking about. Thank you, sister, for the breakdown. She mentioned a couple of names that are not in this crew, Miles or Kala Diaz. Both fantastic paddlers in their own right, and which just gives you an indication of the depth this crew has in the 9-man division and how much of a challenge it is for their coach to actually call a top 6. Who do you put in there, really? There's so many good guys, and so right on, I'm stoked to see the depth that Outrigger is developing. Right now, we're with Team Honoura. I got a chance to talk to these guys yesterday when we came in. I think this is a Masters crew. They are out of the Papaete area of Tahiti, and they're looking great. Is this actually a mixed crew, maybe? No?
Yes.
I think it is. This is Helani Vaira Aroa Tehura Ariitai, Yves Duval, Jean-Paul Manate, Liane Tuheava, and Uraao Tani. Sorry about all that. Trying to get him out there. A lot of vowels, but I love it. I love those Tahitian names. Very smooth paddling. They're probably wondering why this canoe is so heavy.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, it must be hard. I think a lot of the paddlers in places like California primarily paddle an unlimited canoe and then come here and races like this, or some of our other distance races where they don't even allow the unlimited canoe. Suddenly they're in a canoe that's another 300 pounds, and it's going to feel a little different.
Yep.
Is this back to the crew
back
in the front?
Leaders, yep.
And again, we've got Rylan Tart, Riley Kawananakoa,
yep.
Kai Wilding, Nate
Loyola,
Matt
Mensch, and Shane Mensch.
Yep.
Yeah, those Mensch brothers, they got a long history of watermanship in their family. Their dad's a hell of a fisherman. Got some guys from different sides of the island. We got guys from the California in that crew, so a lot of depth right there. But just looking good, man, looking real good, smooth. I think they understand that most of the work is done, and you just got to keep it rolling right now. Just keep it rolling. I'm sure, as any young and aggressive crew would do, as they get within a couple of miles of the finish line, they're just going to ratchet it up. Like you mentioned earlier, Katie, it's about leaving everything in the water at that point. But congratulations to these guys. And again, a good race being put on by this gang from Wailea right here. The brothers plus 2. This is Wailea Canoe Club, our defending champions. They're running in second, third place. Not quite sure right now. Nice big stroke, staying aggressive. This is our young Tahitian crew here, OPT juniors.
So getting some word from Kelly Allen's telling me that the Big Island Junior crew, well, they've got 3 crews, but then one of their crews is leading the unlimited race.
Nice.
And also the junior race. Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, we'd like to show them. It is a little hard for us to tell, looking out there, who's ahead in divisions that started later when they've got so many canoes around them, because right now there's a big mix of the traditional canoes and then the unlimited, and then there's juniors and open in the unlimited as well. So, but we appreciate all you guys giving us some info.
This is crew number 638. 638. Hoi mana. All right, here's our official boat, making sure that everybody is counted correctly as they come across the line. Top shape, brother. Captain Al on the top shape. And really, before we get into the mayhem of the finish line, on behalf of everyone at Kaiopua, we want to thank all the paddlers for coming out to help celebrate the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races and our queen. All of you for coming here to participate, be part of this. Look at this Oceanic Keaukaha team putting on the vibe as they close in on the finish line as well. They're working hard out there. And, of course, this absolute army of volunteers from Kaiopua Canoe Club and other places that have gotten behind this race and are doing all the things big and small to make it happen, from being there to hand out medals, to make lays, to carry this and move that and move canoes and all of that stuff.
And, other people that I think we should thank, I've been looking in this race here for one of the Kailua Canoe Club Masters Cruise, because in it has Kamoa Kalama. This is his 51st Queen Lili'uokalani race. 51st, which means he's only missed one or two, I guess. But he brings, so much culture and contribution to races like this. And it's just great coming here and seeing him here every year. He's been doing this race longer than a lot of these people have even been alive.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh, also on board, we have our president of Kaiopua, Chris Hazard.
So this is the crew in third place. Is this the
I think they may be in second. I'm not quite sure. I don't know where Wailea is at this point. It's hard for us to tell. This looks like our another unlimited crew, 633.
Well, we hope you guys stay hunkered down, stay cool, hydrate.
Okay, 633 is called Second Thought.
Second Thought.
They look like they might be another.
Kahana.
Yeah, pull together the open men.
This is Mana Garcia, Damian Mercado, Kaikala Emanuelo, Elijah Dominici, Mason Sky Timario, and Aaron Bankman. Way to go, fellas.
I don't think they're having any second thoughts right now. They look
no
pretty
second
good.
Thoughts, yeah, they look good. They're hunting down a couple of these traditional canoes. It looks like none other than Kilohana just inside of them. And this Big Island Junior VA team is going at it. Look at that stroke rate, Katie.
Yeah.
Wow.
So 672.
672. Big Island Junior VA. I think we may have some names here. This is Nathan Grodowski, Marcus Lizaraga. He's probably steering. Kainalu Balanga, Hakatini Huuti, Spencer Allen, and Kalai Ho. So really, this is kind of a crew that has been thrown together because although this is a Big Island Junior VA, Marcus is from Kauai and Spencer lives on Oahu. So, and I believe Hakatini is from Tahiti, and so they're throwing this all together. But some top paddlers. Marcus been killing it. Kainalu had an amazing crossing in the Pa'asolo. Spencer Allen was second place last year in the Aito in Tahiti. Kalai Ho has been crushing a lot of his races. So this is a really, really top crew right here. And in a lot of ways, each one of these guys is somebody you could build a crew around. And if these guys want to stay together, man, you could really be building a great crew of these young men.
Word is right now that they're leading the Unlimited race, so that means they're beating all the open men, in Unlimited.
Beautiful. So looks like the Huinalu uncles here in black. We got Second Thoughts there with the orange ama. Just inside of them is Kilohana Va'a 9. And then not sure who that might be on the inside in the other traditional boat. But these Unlimited crews are looking good. But the power and the drive in that Kilohana canoe is not going to let up. And I think they're going to be putting these other crews behind them in a moment.
So I don't know if that's a Lanikai crew, but that sure looks like a Lanikai canoe.
This is a mixed crew right here.
So we've got this part of the race as we're coming up to the end. There's a big mix here of the limited.
Yep, all these different canoes coming together. We're gonna take this opportunity to get some info from the gang here at Kaiopua Canoe Club and Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Races before we get to the final, where our top crews are coming across the finish line here. All right, we have everybody saying, I got Philip Balissa Khan saying the steersman from Big Island Junior Valley is cranking. Good work, gentlemen. Yes, he is. I believe that might be Marcus Lizarraga there. Big Island Junior Valley looking good. Charlie Rowe cheering them on. Yep. Seat 1 is Jude. This is the other Big Island Junior Valley crew team list. Seat 1 will be Jude, then Bentley, Balanga, Uakea, Tautau, Mana, and Oliver. We saw Kiahiaka earlier. They're doing great. Imua, Kiahiaka. All right. Yeah, we're coming into the studio real quick. Aloha. We're welcoming our president of Kaiopua Canoe Club, Chris Hazard, and I had the blessed opportunity yesterday to meet her in the lobby of the hotel. She gave me a beautiful one of these tea leaf lays that I brought with me here. Sorry, it is blazing hot for me.
It is hot.
But
I
definitely wanted to bring it and appreciate it for the auntie that spent the time to make it. And I know
Auntie Ellie.
Yeah,
yep.
and mahalo, auntie. I appreciate it. I got it with me, and I thank you for the gift. But Chris, what a weekend. You guys seem to be
it's been
pulling
incredible.
This off killer. And so how's it going today for you?
It's going great. I just came in off Top Shape, which is one of the lead starter boats that goes through, and it's amazing out there. Everybody is just battling with everybody. The weather is beautiful. The waves are great. It's been fabulous out there today.
You know, you got great paddling, great weather, great people, and really for anybody that knows, the fun is just about to start here on Kailua Pier. And it seems like you've had a successful go so far at your big weekend of festivities here at the Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race. Is there any light you want to shed on being club president as far as undertaking an event of this size? I'm sure it takes an army.
Oh, it takes an army. It really does. Without the support of the community, the volunteers that we have, the dedicated club members, all the other clubs jumping in and helping with canoe rentals back out to visitors that come here. Up at Kwaihai, the club up there helping us with the loading of the canoes and getting them back and forth. It's an incredible puzzle, and it comes together here, and it's so amazing to see people from all over the world having a great time and getting along and just enjoying the Va'a life.
Well, I will say you've taken the reins handily on what is easily, by my estimations, the largest and most fun canoe race there is to be had out there. And so year after year, the Queen Race continues to deliver some of the best paddling, the best paddlers, and hopefully we're just doing our part here at Ocean Paddler to let everybody see what's really going on. But I know there's just, like you were talking about, just so many people in the background that have given so much to make today and this last couple days happen. Because you know what? After today, it doesn't just stop. It's happening again tomorrow, too. We got the V1 races, the OC1, the OC2, the double haul. All of that's happening tomorrow as well.
All that's happening tomorrow. Then the Mahalo Luau after that. And then Monday morning, we have the Kupuna race. And it's just on and on and on. And then Monday afternoon, we start doing the whole process in reverse. It's all in reverse.
Awesome. Well, we're stoked that you you and your gang were able to pull this off once again. It was a great race. Is there anybody in particular that you wanted to give a shout out to or a thank you to?
Oh my gosh, Nikki Enos Lacey, who basically we all work for.
Yeah.
She runs this from top to bottom and runs a tight ship and keeps us all in line and on target.
Yeah, I seen her yesterday too. She's just moving in all different
And
directions.
she raced today.
Yeah.
She does that, and she raced, and I believe they came in, I think they came in second or third in their division. And
Cool.
Her and Cheryl Villegas and Uncle Mike Atwood and Auntie Ellie Vanetta. I mean, there's just so many people.
Awesome. Well, it's great to have a good team anytime you got a big undertaking like this. But mahalo for coming down and visiting with us, Chris. Thank you for your
mahalo
time
so much.
And thank you for anybody. Any last words towards our paddlers and all those that are watching? How about those that didn't make it this year that are looking at this and thinking, maybe I might want to come next year? What would you say to them?
Come. Easy. Come.
Easy. We got you.
We'll show you what to do. Just come.
Yeah.
We love to have you here, so please come.
You heard it from Chris. From places near and far, show up at the Queen Race. It's the best. You won't regret it.
No,
We'll see
you
you
will
next
not.
year.
Aloha.
Aloha. All right, we're going to go back onto the water and check out some of our crews here and see what's going on. This is a Koa crew right here.
Yep.
Non-Koa, Huinalu, close behind. Non-Koa.
Okay. Thank you.
In a non-Koa, and catching up to all of them is Kaihitu's Junior Va'a 18 crew and an unlimited. And so that is kind of how the competition looks out there for the top 4.
Oh, yes, another one of the Cadillac changes over here for our gang. Nice work. All right. The word on the water is that our top crews are approaching the finish line here. On your screen, you can see Outrigger Canoe Club, their open men crew making their way in the distance there. You can see the boats moving around in the harbor here at Kailoakona. No more than 2 miles to the finish line, and they are not relenting their lead right now. It appears that they are being hotly pursued by Wailea and the Keokaha Oceania guys, but those young men from Big Island Junior Va'a in their unlimited are trying to hunt them down.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can catch up to these guys. I don't think so by the end of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit.
Yeah, because these guys are not that far from the finish, and when we were able to see behind, there's a pretty good gap behind even to the next couple canoes, but then beyond that, behind that. So once again, we talked about the choices of going in traditional boat or an unlimited, wanting to be first over the line. Men typically are the good crews are going, well, the best crews maybe are often choosing to be in the traditional canoe and are still making it to the finish line first. Whereas you saw in the women, a lot of times there was more unlimited canoes that had pulled up with the leading traditional canoe crews, and several of them passing them.
Yeah, look at these guys going at it. I love it. Yep. Look, they're settling down when they need to. And that behind them is first place, Big Island Junior Va'a, first place in the unlimited. I'm not sure where they are overall. Okay, the word is that this Big Island Junior Va'a crew in their unlimited is first place in unlimited and second place overall. They are trying to catch this crew from Outrigger Canoe Club, bringing it home, the young boys for the Big Island of Hawaii. And here they go. You can see, if you look in the distance, it's the same blue roofed hotel in the background. So based on the camera angle, they are not far away. Hopefully they're able to kind of turn down and use a little bit of this swell that seems to be coming in at an angle from the outside into the bay. And there's always a chance that these young boys are going to catch them. Let's see it, Big Island Junior Va'a. What you got?
Yeah, it seems like while we were looking at other parts of the race that Big Island junior crew actually passed the crews that were in second and third in the traditional class, which was Wailea and Keokaha. And here we're kind of cutting. You can look and see the distance right here between this crew, and you can see the outrigger crew probably a quarter mile ahead there.
Yeah, they're right there. I don't know. That does seem like a little bit too much to make up, but it sure is darn close.
Well, these outrigger crew doesn't look panicked yet. They're still got a pretty nice solid stroke here. Haven't really picked up their pace too much, but they might do that soon because they can see the finish line pretty close ahead of them. I'm not sure how much further they go, maybe a mile? They're getting pretty close. But you could just imagine how these Big Island juniors are feeling right now. They're like, look at right up ahead of us is the leaders.
This is inspiring. Like we talked about, the future is in these young men, and they are proving that they're deserving of that accolade and that opportunity. Like you mentioned earlier, you had a crew list that you shared with us of them, and maybe we can call it out again. But you got names like Marcus Lizarraga and Spencer Allen, Kainalu Balanga. These are some of the top youth paddlers that we've been seeing. Nathan Gradowski, Marcus Lizarraga, Kainalu Balanga, Hakatini Huuti Kalamai, Spencer Allen, and Kalaiho. Way to go, boys. These guys are going at it.
So is he related to June Balanga?
Son.
Nice.
His other son is in the other crew.
Wow.
Yeah, a couple of Balangas in there.
All the Ohana.
Couple of Balanga bangers. Here we go. Here's our outrigger boys. Are they going to be able to hold on to it? That lead coming in, and they are really close, folks, within a mile of our finish right now. Here they come, Outrigger Canoe Club.
I feel like they've picked it up just a little bit. The stroke right
just
there.
A little bit.
Like, yeah.
But look how close they are. This Big Island team has really reeled it in. If there was much more miles to this race, I think these young boys would have it.
Yep, I agree with you. But you can see the finish line, right up there ahead of the outrigger crew. So this is going to be close, but
this is going to be close.
They're going to catch them.
But you could guarantee this wharf is going to erupt when that second place canoe comes across. For both of them, actually. But, man, Big Island Junior Vol coming in first unlimited, second overall. Gosh.
And a close second overall.
Yeah.
And again, race isn't over yet. Still possible.
Beautiful paddling by this crew from Outrigger.
So the time you see there, 1:58 was the start time for the traditional canoes. That would be the outrigger canoes times. These Big Island boys, they're in the unlimited. They started about 10 minutes later. So they've got they were trying to make up that ground, and
this is
they're doing a good job of it.
The women actually have a faster time. Yeah, girls. The ladies with the faster time. Take that, boys. But definitely a testament to perhaps this current running south in the face of these crews.
I don't know. Maybe the ladies are just faster.
Maybe not.
Yeah, so these guys are seeing the finish line right up there. Still trying to be patient, though. You don't want to, spin out and do anything too crazy. They know that those boys are behind. I'm sure their steersman sort of letting them know. And they're picking it up right there.
Yeah.
Everybody's
going to go hard into the finish line. Everybody.
Both these crews sprint to the finish. Okay, they're back down. Looks like they just did a couple quick changes there. Pick up the boat speed a little bit. Yeah, this is going to be tight. They are creeping up. You can see how much closer.
Yeah, they're way creeping up.
The juniors have come up.
And imagine they started 10 minutes earlier, right?
Yep.
Yep. They know they got it. They're cruising in. Nothing to prove here.
Coming into the finish. There's the buoys.
Yeah, just behind us.
The big yellow one.
We're going to be right to the left of where this crew is coming in right now. Congratulations to the men of Outrigger Canoe Club. This is Rylan Hart, Riley Kawananakoa, Kai Wilding, Nate Loyola, Matt Mensch, and Shane Mensch, representing the Outrigger Canoe Club from the slopes of Leahi on the south shore of Oahu. Outrigger Canoe Club.
Wow, really just great performance by them, and there was a pack of 3 there that they were with Wailea, the defending champion.
They walked on that pack,
years.
but to me, great job by them, stopping Wailea, but this is the future right here, folks. Big Island Junior Va'a coming across the line. First place in the Unlimited, second overall. Their time is going to be sub 2 hours. This is Nathan Grodowski, Marcus Lizaraga, Kainalu Balanga, Hakatini Huuti, Spencer Allen, and Kalaiho. Yes, sir.
Yeah, nice job, boys. I mean, that's pretty impressive. They made about 8 minutes up, I guess, on that outrigger canoe. Yeah, pretty impressive by these junior boys.
Nice work for these young men. Oh, sorry, we're turning around because it's happening right behind us. We want to see it with our own eyes, but a great view on your screen from our camera, and you can see that wharf there is lined with people right now. And to give you an idea, our drone can shoot back and let you see how far back the next crews are going to be.
Yeah, what was fun that we could turn around and see there was the outrigger men had already turned around, and the junior boys came past them, and they looked at each other, and you could see a lot of respect there.
Yeah, good job, young guns. Young guns, good job. All right, so we're looking for to see the separation. Really, there's 2 things I'm looking for: the separation on these traditional canoes, but really the separation on the next Unlimited. How good were these boys?
Yeah.
This is team
Keaukaha
Oceania right here coming in.
So that was an interesting battle for second place there for the traditional Wailea and Keaukaha were kind of trading off there for a while. And actually, Wailea pulled a little ways ahead of them. I thought they kind of had them and were going to keep pulling ahead. But then eventually this crew here, Keaukaha, came back.
Yeah, this Oceania team had the press, man. They had the press.
Sure did.
How cool.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. So that was our
and here's
third
Wailea.
place overall, second place in the traditional. Here comes Wailea. They won the last 3 years in a row. We're hoping to defend again, but here they're coming in third in their division in the traditional and fourth overall.
Yep, fourth overall.
Still something to be proud of. This is a really competitive, that was a really tough race.
Nice finish on Wailea. They had the last 3 years, for whatever reason, not able to put it together this year, but still a really strong race. Want to mahalo them for letting us put a camera on their boat and see what was going on in there. But, man, they put in some work. These guys had a great race, solid finish, nothing to be ashamed of here. But, man, what a great top 3 from these men. Did we have an Unlimited sneak in here while we were looking?
That was the Unlimited. So, actually, I think Wailea was still in second, and it looks like the Keaukaha Unlimited actually passed. Yeah.
I see. This is Keaukaha Unlimited as well that came up. Here's another Unlimited coming in.
Okay.
We're going to get you those official standings right here.
Sorry, we got confused. I think the Keaukaha traditional boat is actually still behind. They haven't come in yet. So Wailea did pull away from them. It was the Keaukaha Unlimited boat that passed at some point. So this will be your third place Unlimited.
You know what? This may be do you think that's Luke Evslin steering? This may be Namolokama. They said that they bought a canoe from maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing. They bought one of Pfluger's canoes. Namolokama. Hey, I called it.
Namolokama.
Yeah, Makana Denton. A bunch of these guys from Kailua. Jody is out there. Yeah. Nice finish there. Luke Evslin steering them in.
Yeah,
this is Namolokama. They picked up an Unlimited boat and made it over here to the Big Island.
So they got
congratulations,
third
guys. Third place in the Unlimited.
Yeah.
One for the uncles. That's almost on 40's crew almost.
Yes.
We have cushions for you waiting at that boat ramp. Unlimited only. Here you go. Here comes
This may be Outrigger Unlimited, not sure. Hard for us to tell. Yeah, Outrigger Red in the Unlimited crew. So Outrigger fourth in the Unlimited and first in the traditional. Nice work, Outrigger Canoe Club. Really building a program there. Team Ade, this is that throw together crew from Tahiti. Crew number 621. Nice work from those boys. Good work, Team Ade.
So that looks like Matahina coming in.
Yep, Matahina.
Yep.
Definitely. If it's Team Ade. Kai Ilua.
Yeah, that's Kailua going by in the orange.
Call it up.
Friendly reminders to the unlimited.
576.
We have cushions waiting for you. Unlimited only. Please come up the phone.
576 is Manuoke Kai.
Yeah, Manuoke Kai from Haleiwa. This is their unlimited crew coming in.
So have we seen the
This is Kaihitu coming in right here. Kaihitu Canoe Club heading into the finish line. Say that again.
Have we seen the Keaukaha traditional canoe come in yet? I don't think so.
I don't. Well, their first traditional crew is at Oceania Keaukaha one, but not the straight Keaukaha one.
Nice finish,
Kaihitu.
Right behind them. Honolulu Canoe Club, men's A. Awesome work.
Nice job, Honolulu Canoe Club in there in the green and yellow, coming across the finish line.
Kaihitu
622, our first age group one is coming in. Men's 40s there.
Right here, we got this junior crew, Team OPT.
And there's our junior crew, our second finish in the juniors. That's OPT from Tahiti.
Friendly reminder, unlimited, please come up the boat ramp. We got cushions waiting for
OPT
you.
is 526.
Make your life easier. Make ours too. Listen to our instructions. Mahalo.
Great job. Yeah, you want to talk story?
Okay, here we go. Mahalo, okay, time, man. One.
Just right in.
Coming hard to the finish. Let's go.
What's up?
Looks behind. 622. Yeah, we got it too.
All right, we're going to get a special guest in studio here coming up. But as we continue to watch our canoes cross the finish line, all right, we're going to see this looks like another Kaihitu Unlimited crew coming in. Great finishes here today. And speaking of great finishes, our next guest was the official first person across the finish line in our race today. Stroker from Outrigger Canoe Club's Open Men's team, who brought home the gold today in the traditional canoe division. None other than Rylan Hart. Rylan, make sure that mic is nice and close so we can hear you. How was your race today, bro?
That was brutal. Still out of breath, but yeah, the boys are super stoked. We've been putting in a lot of work.
Obviously, yes.
And, it means a lot, to our club and to come here and represent Kona. It's really special. So we're happy.
So, you guys had an amazing showing during the state race. You had a great race this last couple of weeks on Oahu. But really to come here, and Wailea's won this race the last 3 years in a row, and to be able to close the door on them in the fashion that you guys did was pretty handily. You've obviously been putting in a lot of work, and we know off screen that there's a lot of depth in your crew. You guys got guys that weren't even in the boat today, like Miles and a bunch of other guys. But really, what's been happening at Out Rear? You guys seem like you're rebuilding things this year, and it's looking good.
Yeah, well, first off, I just want to, congratulate, the Keaukaha boys and the Wailea boys. They push us super hard, and we're all good friends. So
good on you, brother. Good on you.
Big ups to them. But yeah, we just got a bunch of hungry young guys who are into doing the uncomfortable work and doing it the right way and being patient. It's really nice. A lot of us have kind of come from all over, over the past several years, but all, bought into the idea of bringing club culture back and doing it as a team rather than, looking elsewhere for talent and just building ground up, and we're trying to do it as a full club, So, it's just believing in the process and loving each other, and, that's when the fun stuff happens.
Yes, sir. I love the way, you keep it in-house. Hey, if you want to come with us, you can, but we're staying right here. We're going to build this. We're going to work on the foundation that we have, a strong foundation. But now let's take a step back. In the race today, how was the water? How did the canoe feel? Was there a little bit of a current people were talking about? Were there some bumps to be had? Shane looked like he was doing a great job steering back there.
Yeah, all the boys are pretty locked in. Even when there's current, it always feels sticky,
Yeah.
We're so used to, some of those Diamond Head sleigh rides, so a little bit of a mind bender for us. But, we just trusted in it, capitalized on the little bumps we would get, and just trusted, and we have really, really solid gear changes. We do a lot of meticulous work on that, and just trusted that our ups were good enough to relax afterwards, and just never let off the gas.
All right, there you go. And so, what's coming up next for Out Rear Canoe Club? Tell me what the rest of the season is going to be like for you guys.
We're just excited to race. Next weekend we're going to go over to Catalina.
Nice.
We're sending 2 open men's and a junior boys crew over there. So happy to go represent. I grew up in Southern California, so it's always special for me to go back and race Catalina. So that'll be fun, and then finish off Henry, Molokai, and go from there.
Yeah, well, hey, for you to be able to return after a performance like this and really be somebody that they're looking out for, your boy Danny and them going to be like, oh, shit, Ryan's bringing the boys over here. What's going on? They're going to be looking forward to seeing you. But, again, congratulations to you and your crew, the Mensch boys and Nate and Mr. Kawana. Congratulations to you guys. Rylan Hart, our stroker from Out Rear Canoe Club, the winners overall and in the traditional division. Congratulations to you, sir, and way to go, Out Rear Canoe Club.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we're back on the water. Thanks, Rylan. All right, so we're continuing to see some other Out Rear clubs right there, Out Rear crews coming in right there. Nice young man there, Rylan Hart, coming to talk story about his race here today. And Outrigger really putting on a performance there. All right, some crews continue to come across the line. You can see all the people and the festivities. It's really doing good.
Yeah, lots of canoes crossing together. Hard for us to pick them out quick because we've got traditional canoes, unlimited canoes, all the different divisions. Lots of people going to be coming in and crossing this line over the next hour or so, probably. Oh, there's a great look at the finish there. You can see all the people coming in on the left by the buoy.
All right, these are the standings as we have Kabaimua Ekahi coming across the line right there. Out Rear Canoe Club in first, unofficial results. This is overall. First, Big Island Junior Va'a in the unlimited division. Second place in the traditional third overall. The Keaukaha Bad News Bears, which is kind of a mix with Team Oceania that they're doing over there. And good stuff happening with Keaukaha for sure. Here they come.
Yeah, here comes, this might be our first co-op canoe here. It's the first one I've seen so far.
This is a crew from Tahiti right here.
Yeah, these guys just
551 in a koa.
But looks like our first koa.
This is Team Honoura from Tahiti out of the Papeete area. And they are going to be our first koa. Nice work coming from the south of the equator, jumping in on this beautiful koa canoe and coming first koa overall. This may even be a Masters koa, not sure.
Yeah, they were 40 plus.
Yeah, they're a 40-plus crew right here. And before we get too far into this day, I wanted to say happy birthday to Eddie Hayward out there. He's steering today, but I ran into his daughter. She told me it was his birthday. Happy birthday, brother. I hope you had a good race today. I'm not sure exactly what crew he was going with, but I know he's steering today, and hopefully he's having a good one. Happy birthday, Eddie. All right, we continue to have finishes coming across the line.
Another traditional canoe in the group there, in the mix with a lot of unlimiteds. Our first koa.
That's that gang from Tahiti right here, Honoura.
One of, I think, 7 or so koas in this race. Beautiful to see them.
Yeah, Hanalei Canoe Club had like a couple of great entries right there. Namolokama, good representation from the north coast of the island of Kauai. We had Kilohana, we saw earlier from the Wailua area. Way to go, Gang Ace. Everybody trying to cool off in these warm times here. My goodness, it's hot out there.
Yep, first koa coming across the finish line from Tahiti. Oh, Hulakai 55s. So Hulakai actually had a crew that did really well in the 50s division the past few years. They kind of split up a little bit because some of them turned 60, some of them are still 55. So Hulakai 55s had Pat Vaughn, Jeff Krause, Mike Andrade, Brian Koo, Pat Wong, Mike Hall, and some of those guys were in the Heilani 60s crew last year 55s that just really crushed it at state. So good to see them out here.
All right, we continue to get more and more canoes finishing here. Remember, we had over 170 entries today, and we're enjoying that. We were really privileged to have Rylan Hart earlier come in and talk story with us. We're going to have another young man coming in here. Talk story, another koa there finishing. There's a Puna Juniors coming across the canoe, across the finish line there.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's right. All right, we're back in studio right now. We have a member of our first place unlimited and actually second place overall.
Yeah.
This is Kainalu Balanga. He's part of this Big Island Junior Va'a program that's happening here on the Kona Coast. And, man, you guys have been doing amazing stuff. Kainalu, congratulations. What seat were you sitting today?
I sat 4 today.
Sat 4 today.
Yeah.
And how was the race out there? But it looked like at a certain point, you guys were almost like smelling the blood in the water and just started picking it up.
Yeah, we kind of just sat for the first like hour feeling it out, and then we looked around all the other guys and like, okay, we can start pushing more and more. We all felt good, and we saw the top outrigger, Wailea, Kilcog, open men. So we're like, come on, we're all pushing each other, just trying to amp each other up the whole way. And we ended up, we're just shy of outrigger, but
just shy. But I think you guys definitely had the fastest time overall, for sure, because of the gap in the start. So, I mean, that's amazing to think that young men like you are coming up here and slamming rubs on these guys, but it must be fun to paddle with guys in your crew like Spencer Allen and Marcus Lizarraga and Kalaiho and all those guys that are part of your crew. Solid paddlers. Now, I know they're not all from the Big Island here. How did you guys put together that crew?
Just through one-man season, I guess. We row race together. We do Big Island races, Oahu races, and we meet up. We talk story after those one-man races. We have fun, and our coach, Uncle Charlie, sees that top junior paddlers putting in the work, and we all get along. So he just calls them up, flies them up for practice, see how we do, and throw us in races. We do good, and
there you go.
So
hey,
fun.
You know what? I mean, I know Marcus. He's from Kauai. Spencer's from Oahu. You guys are a Big Island. Like, I think it's so cool that you're branching these channels and putting it all together. And it seems like you guys have a really good chemistry. Talk to us a little bit about your guys' program here on the Big Island. Yeah. And what kind of practice schedule you have and what the program is about.
So program is a lot of just high intensity more. So Mondays we'll have more like a circuit workout, weight training, hour half, hill sprints, weightlifting, just circuit training 1 minute. And then Tuesday, long practice, resistance. And then Wednesday we'll do surf practice up north with good south wind.
In one-mans or six-man?
Six-man, all six-man.
Nice. Okay.
All six-man, yeah. Just practice surfing, pickups, just transitioning through surfing and picking up, chasing.
Right.
Then Wednesday is, Wednesday before 5. It's 5 a.m. We're running up the hill over here.
Oh,
yeah,
bro.
5 a.m. hill runs. Thursday is back here at the pier, doing just more speed work. Short 1 hour practice, all speed work.
Wow, good for you guys. And what long runs on the weekend?
We use Saturdays, our races, as a long run. And if we feel good Sundays, we'll do a long paddle then as well. Yeah.
You guys working in a lot of one-man and V1 with that?
No, not really.
Not this time of year.
Yeah, we did plenty. January through May, all one man. Way too much one man now.
Yeah. Cool. So I'm sure you guys get a lot of support from not only community but your parents. I know, like a lot of you guys, you're still in high school.
No, I graduated last year.
So Spencer's graduated. Kalai graduated. Marcus, is he still in school?
Still in school.
So you kind of, all of you are on that threshold of graduating, and pretty soon, guys like you will be in the open division.
Open man,
right? You guys going to try and carry that through? Same bunch of guys?
Oh, yeah. We'd love to. I think that bond through the younger ages like this is what really makes a strong open crew. So hopefully we can, as all the boys age out, we can all stick together.
Right,
and
guys like
crew.
your little brother Bentley are coming in, and they're filling your seats for the next up and coming way to go. Awesome, bro! This is great. So congratulations! I just can't tell you enough how impressed we all were with a junior crew, coming in and laying it down in the unlimited and almost catching like passing many of the best open men's crews in the state. I mean, what a statement from you guys, and what a testament to the level of the program that you guys are really building out here, and really a testament to the quality of young paddlers we're starting to create here in the islands. You know, we want to get better on the international stage. It's guys like you that are putting the work that are going to be making it happen. So you tell all those young men that you paddle with, congratulations from us. And
thank you.
Stoked to have you guys represent us.
Yeah, thanks for all the support,
brother. Yeah, of course. Plenty of support. Big Island Junior Va'a. This is Kainalu Palanga. And congratulations on their smashing win today at the Queen Lili'uokalani Race. Congratulations, buddy. All right.
Yeah.
All right, we're back in the water. We still have some more finishes yet to happen.
Okay, good.
Yeah, you're good. Thanks. Okay, well, I see you after. Yep. All right, we're going to have a quick replay here coming up in a minute, folks, as we continue to have canoes coming across the line. It's going to take a little bit. There were over 170 entries, but we have a Oh, okay. Time out. We're going to continue just to hang out at the pier and give you an idea of, in the background, how many boats, how many canoes are coming across the line. And as you look back into the background there, how many other crews are coming in. What a great day here at the... Wow, look how many folks are on the pier watching all of our paddlers come in, celebrating the effort that they put in today. All right. Alapahoy with a finish in their mixed crew. Welcome back, Katie. Thank you for
Thank you.
letting Kainalu step
Sharing
in for a moment and talk story.
My seat's all wet now. All the boys keep coming sitting after they get out of the canoe.
Oh, wet shorts, and you got to follow up. Sorry. But, no, really, I can't say enough about, maybe I'm not surprised, but just stoked to see these young guys do that well. It's inspiring, and it really gives me something that I'm looking forward to, over the next several years of these young men really coming up. So
see how they progress, and
you
want to keep seeing them move forward and moving into the open, and
and it's just really like we saw with that Kilohana Canoe Club. Jason's daughter and Mauika Jelson's daughter and Kaina Makua's daughters. On the boys' side, it's happening as well.
Yeah.
A lot of these kids, they're coming from a legacy of really good ocean people, and it's no surprise they're so good in the water.
Yeah, you can see the last names. You see all your friends' kids now, and then you recognize the names of, who their parents are.
I remember that boy when he was in diapers.
Yes. And you also understand why they're so good too. They had
Uncle Auntie Status already. Yeah.
Yeah, but they also had their parents are the inspiration, and look how great and teaching them how to do this.
Well, not only the inspiration and the teaching, they are the backbone. They're the ones driving them to practice, buying them the paddles, signing them up, often helping coach and all these other things. So it's a lot. There's a lot to it.
It's a lot.
Ooh, it is getting hot out here, girl. Hot out
and
here.
You're just sitting here in a fan. Think about these paddlers out here.
They're sitting here and
just
sweating.
Paddle for 2 hours. Yeah.
But really stoked to be able to bring you our broadcast. You can see our drone right here in the sky above us right here. But are we ready for that yet, Christian? You don't know. Okay. There is our Huinalu 60s crew right there. The uncles from Huinalu. Nice job there. That's us in that white tent right there that says Lili'uokalani Canoe Races. And a tent from our gang over there at high noon. All right, big mahalo to all of our sponsors, especially Queen K. Tesoro Island Energy Services, the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Johnson Brothers of Hawaii, High Noon, supplying us with the libations along with Kona Brewing Company, Are Tahiti Ocean Paddler, and Kona Salt Farm. Hey, shaka shaka to you, sister. They all know about the shaka cam. There's our officials tent right there. They're logging in all the different crews as they come across the line. And some more of our spectators. How's it, gang? Hi. Everybody knows about the Shaka Cam. Kyle Pua Jr. is coming across the line here. So real quick on a recap, our first in the traditional is Outrigger Canoe Club, first overall. Big Island Junior Va'a was first in the Unlimited, second in the Unlimited, and third overall, Keaukaha. Their Keaukaha Oceania crew, second in the Unlimited, third overall, Wailea. Yeah. Wailea was third in the traditional, I think fifth overall. Namolokama with a surprising finish there. I mean, not really that surprising. There's some good patterns. Luke Evson, Makana Denton, Jody's in there. And so Namolokama, they just purchased that unlimited boat from Pfluger. And hey, let's put it together and go. Outrigger Canoe Club's Unlimited was after them. Team Are from Tahiti behind them. That was Kai Lua and Kai Hitu, both in Unlimited. Manuoke Kai, OPT Juniors. And then our first in qual was Team Honoura from Tahiti. Nice work today, everybody on the water. This is Kamehameha Canoe Club with the red and brown.
Well, these guys sprinting the finish here after a long race. Always got to push all the way to the end. You got another
always
canoe
a
next to
race.
you.
Always a race. Lahaina Junior Boys. Yes.
Big fan club here for them. That's great. Manu Kekai crew coming across. It's the Lanikai Canoe Club, and I guess that was the Manu Kekai crew.
Manu Kekai.
A little battle there. Looks like there might be another Lanikai crew coming towards the finish.
Put it on a cracker.
We got Pacific Dragons coming in nice and
A Pacific Dragons crew coming across.
There's nothing to talk about. I see no numbers. I know nothing.
Unlimited, as you guys come in, please make sure to go up that boat ramp. Unlimited only, please. Here you go, Kailua Master 60s, Master Blaster 60s.
Kailua Masters 60s.
Nice strong finish, boys. This is like another mixed group coming in.
Looks like we got a mixed crew coming up to the finish line here.
Pounded, Pringles. By Papa Tomato Rotten.
Wow, I don't know who that was. Mixed crew, but they're from Tahiti, obviously.
That's what you call it.
By Papa Tamata Hatu.
We got Queen Lili'uokalani Masters. Lukaki Outrigger Jacksonville. And Keoho/Marina Outrigger 60.
All right, we're back in studio. One of our paddlers from Tahiti, Honoura Canoe Club, right there in Tahiti, Teva Richmond. And Teva, you folks were 40-plus crew, but you were first in the koa.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. How was it out there on the course today?
It was fun.
Yeah?
We had a
You
lot
had
of
fun?
The canoe did well on
The
this.
canoe did well? Oh, yeah,
on the
nice.
canoe. Yeah, yeah.
So that was your first time paddling in a koa canoe?
No, that's the third time we paddle to Queen Lili'uokalani.
Oh, yeah.
And we won those 3 years in a row.
3 years in a row with the koa. All
Yes.
right, I like it. What canoe club you borrow the canoe from?
From Keihitu.
Kaihitu.
Yes.
Ah, okay. So do you, I'm not sure where you guys were overall in the 40s, but definitely first in the koa.
Yes.
So you've been coming here for 3 years from Tahiti. You bring Honoura, your club. Can you tell us a little about your club and where it is in Tahiti and how many people you have and that kind of stuff?
So it's a small club from Papeete, the town of Tahiti.
Yep.
And we are about 30 guys paddling over there, and just a bunch of friends. And we manage to come here every year because it's the only way we can paddle in a koa canoe. Only here. There's none in Tahiti, and we managed to come here to paddle on the koa.
Other than the koa canoe itself, what is the exciting part of coming from Tahiti to Kona to be able to race? Is the water here kind of similar to Tahiti or different? Or?
It's different from Tahiti.
Yeah?
Yeah, way different from Tahiti. Especially here, it's very flat over there here in Kona. The race here in Kona is very flat, but in Tahiti is a little bit bumpy. But the main thing is the core. We love.
Yeah,
the
you guys
core.
come for the core.
Yeah,
so how many crews you bring on this race?
Our team, we brought 3 teams. One in the core division, Master 40 plus, and mixed 40, and an open team.
And one open team.
Yeah, and Tahiti this year. Representing Tahiti here, 12 teams.
12 teams from
12
Tahiti
teams
came
from
up
Tahiti.
here. Yeah. We saw OPT,
Mataya Junior,
an Are team.
Yeah,
yes. We were really excited to be able to see. Hey, there he is. There's our guy.
There's the guy.
What's up, Joey? How you, brother? Good to see you.
Good.
Oh yeah, I'll rock one of these every day of the week.
Yeah. First time I had one. Thank you, Joey.
This is your gift for coming into the studio. We love covering all of the races down in Tahiti and the culture of the va'a. Tahiti have the best paddlers in the world, and we trying to up our game. Our Big Island Junior Va'a boys, they look good today
good,
coming in, battling with the OPT Junior. So it's good to see, maybe that next generation we have some battles with good, guys like Spencer Allen, they go Kalaiho. So
bring some competition.
Yeah, bring competition as should be. I love to see when I go to Tahiti is Tahitians doing their national sport in their home waters, the blood of the Tahitians there. And so we love to see that. And we appreciate that you folks make the big trip all the way to Big Island every year to come and paddling the koa. Thank you. Right on, Kev. I appreciate you guys coming in. Male, congratulations to your crew. You want to say anything to your friends in Tahiti?
Yes, of course.
Tahitian?
Hoi pa!
This guy is good, bro. This guy is good. He's my next co-host when I go to Tahiti. Yeah.
Okay, see you next time.
Hey, thank you, brother. Aloha. All right, he got me on that one, folks. He got me on that. That was good stuff right there. Oh, hilarious. Right on, Teva. All right, we continue to have crews coming across the line here at the finish. All right. Mahalo to my brother Joey from out of Tahiti. Finally earned one of these orange hats. Feel like the real deal now. Yes, bless. Looking for my guys from Kione Canoe Club. All right. Yeah. All right. I get the wet side and the dry side. So we've been having all these guests coming in straight off of the water in wet shorts. And so on the seat next to me, we have a cushion that we have the wet side and the dry side. But Laura Collins is here. She's the president of the International Va'a Federation. She lives in New Zealand, and she was able to make it up today. I heard you raced.
Yeah, I raced.
Congratulations, Laura. And so speaking of International Va'a Federation, was it last week or the week before you folks were in Brazil?
Yeah.
Shed a little light on what happened down there.
Yeah, we had the World Distance Championship in Brazil. It was awesome. We had 26 countries.
Wow, cool.
900 paddlers, and first time it's been in Brazil. So the sport is really growing there.
That's what I hear.
Yeah, it's taking off.
Exponential kind of.
Yeah, they've got 300 clubs, 10,000 paddlers.
300 clubs.
Yeah, and they did super well. They finished second on the medal tally, just behind Tahiti.
Really?
So Brazil is going to be a force to reckon with.
Powerhouse coming up. And so where are they getting a lot of their paddling knowledge? I'm sure they can watch stuff. I'm sure that they have a lot of good paddlers there. Are they bringing in coaches or when there are events like this, do some of the other paddlers have clinics for coaching clinics?
Yeah, they have a lot of Tahitian paddlers have gone there and done clinics. Iloha was just there. Last year, Kevin and Manutea were there.
Okay. Kevin Saran, Jerusalem, Manutea Owen.
Yeah. And Iloha is the Tahitian open woman.
From Ade Paddler, right?
And she won the Open Women's V1 this year.
No surprise.
Yeah. So they have a lot of Tahitians that have gone there and done some clinics, but a lot of the Brazilians also travel. I mean, they brought nearly 300 paddlers last year to Hilo.
To Hilo, yes, for the World Sprints.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch how the sport progresses in Brazil.
Yeah, it looks like it's going gangbusters there, but we're also looking forward to next year World Sprints in Singapore. How exciting is that going to be?
Yeah, first time in Asia, and it's going to be epic.
Singapore is supposedly an amazing city, and I'm looking forward to see what waterway you folks are using and how this is all going to pan out down there. I'm sure you're already deep into the planning phase of this thing.
Yeah, they are. It's going to be right in the heart of the city, on like a lake.
Wow.
Right out in front of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel. Sort of in the middle of where the Formula One racing takes place every year. So it's going to be first time in Asia, first time like in the middle of the city, using hydras.
Cool.
The turns are going to be fast.
Right.
And it's going to be, I think we'll have more countries next year. We're probably around 35 countries will be there, and it'll probably be the biggest one we've had.
Wow, biggest one we've had. We're excited to go there. Maybe we could show up and bring a worldwide broadcast again like we did here from Hilo. But exciting stuff, Laura. How was your race today? Did you have fun out here in Kona?
I had so much fun.
The women had the best course. It was still a little bit cool.
Yeah, we had
cooler in the morning. A nice current going down that way.
Nice current, a little bit of a headwind. I think the women's race is a little bit shorter, maybe. I don't know, but it feels good anyway.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe, but I know they kind of line up the men's race right outside where the women's race finishes. But we're excited and, of course, looking forward to what's going to be happening in Singapore next year. And hopefully we get to see you there.
Yeah.
It'd be great to be part of that. Any shout-outs you want to send to your gang at IVF or back home in Aotearoa?
Oh, just kia ora koutou to everybody in Aotearoa that's watching. Thank you to everybody in Brazil for the competition last week. It was epic, all of the organisers. And thank you to the organisers, Kai Opua, everybody that puts on this race. I think it's one of my favourite races. And
definitely.
just the racing is awesome, but the vibe on the land it's all about aloha, and I think that's what our sport's all about. So, yeah, awesome.
We like to bring the vibe for sure. Thank you, Laura, for coming to visit us.
You're welcome.
And good luck to you as you travel home. And we're looking forward to see what's going to be going down in Singapore next year. So exciting stuff. Congratulations on your race today. And thanks for stepping into the studio.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
Anytime.
We're back on the water, folks. Seeing some more of our canoes finish up here. And we'll thank Laura as she heads out of here to enjoy the aloha spirit happening here in Kailua town. Mahalo, Laura. All right, look at this. Look at how many canoes have already come up onto the wharf there, and you're going to see them starting to really fill in as they paddle around the end of the wharf there from where the finish line is here. And we have our next guest in studio, Amy. How's it going, girl? She's part of Kaiopua Canoe Club. She's been a long time helping organize everything that goes on here with Lili'uokalani Canoe Club, and always is given the rough assignment of shepherding the Ocean Paddler crew through this weekend's festivities. And Amy, great day of racing today.
Yeah.
How did it go for you guys behind the scenes?
It's going really quite well, smoothly. We, every year's different. We use a lot of volunteers. All of our club comes together. It takes a lot of days of support and logistics, coordinating. We debrief every year and try to just be better every single year. And we love having the world coming here. And thank you for watching around the world. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we're stoked to be able to bring this live coverage that people can tune in. And as you saw, we had people like in Minnesota, Dubai, all over the world kind of just tuning in to watch. And when you come from a place that doesn't have a long-standing canoe culture, one of the ways you learn about paddling is by watching broadcasts like this or replays of broadcasts like this. And so kind of cool that we're able to be part of that conduit for paddlers across the globe. Amy, you talk about this army of volunteers that help pull this weekend off. How far back does that start? Where does it really start getting hot and heavy? How many weeks out?
Well, we debrief in a few weeks just to check on ourselves this year and what we work on going forward. And every month we're meeting about the race, and then as it gets closer, we're meeting all the time. And, we're watching the registrations come in and who's coming and where are we going to go get canoes. And we have a new crop of paddlers coming in every year, and so they get integrated and initiated into working for 5 days and volunteering.
and you bring up something neat. Does Kaiopua assist these other crews coming from other places in getting hooked up with somebody to give them a canoe, and who's in charge of that?
Yes.
How does that work?
You're going online to register, and you can click on what you want to race in, and there's a very simple click, I need a canoe, or I don't need a canoe. And that puts you on a list once you've registered, and so we are just starting by the second half of April when registrations are coming in, and that's always the international and mainland crews are registering very early because they know they need a canoe, and that just triggers the whole where we're going to get canoes. We're so lucky that on this island we're able to borrow for our race, or crews go directly to canoe clubs on this island to rent canoes, borrow canoes, and then we're just reaching out to our ohana and other islands to please ship more canoes than they need. And
really?
then so it's a process, assigning canoes out, and
Is it just like Manawahi, like they just loan them out, or do crews usually pay some kind of fee for?
Well, because I think you mentioned it earlier, because of trailering, and we pick them up about an hour away up the coast at Kauai Harbor, so there's trailering down, the manpower needed, womanpower needed to get all the canoes loaded, unloaded. So yes, it does. I'm not sure what the fee is, but
yeah, probably something nominal, just so that they can kind of make everything flow properly. And then, compared to getting an escort, do you guys also help hook up offshore crews with escort boats?
Yes, we try to find out what the pool of boats that are the right size to go escorting. Get contacts, and so we will have that contact information.
Awesome. So, any mahalos you want to send out there into Kaiopua land for all those that have helped out?
Yes. Well, our club members, our volunteers, we probably have some people who aren't club members that are really giving us a lot of help, and the backing of Hawaii Tourism and our other sponsors, Queen K Texaco, Kona Brew, Johnson Brothers Distributing with High Noon. Ocean Paddler TV is a gigantic partner with us. And a little bit different this year. We had some support from out just north of here. We have the Natural Energy Lab, and there's amazing, innovative businesses up there that are using the deep, cold seawater. And so they participated this year with some hands-on demonstrations right here at the pier.
Oh, really cool. So, yeah, lots of government agencies, sponsors, volunteers, canoe clubs, everybody to pull it off. And that's just how we all come together to make something awesome like this happen. So thank you, Amy, again, and congratulations. You did it again this year, and big mahalo to all of the volunteers for Kaiopua and beyond for making this happen. We're going to continue to bring you more from the finish line here, and but not yet. We're not far yet. But we'll continue to bring you a little bit more from the finish line as we go.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you for watching, and come to Kona.
Come to Kona. We'll see you all next year for sure. All right, we're continuing to see a little bit. All right, we're gonna take a quick commercial break here to thank our sponsors, and then we'll be right back with a wrap up of today's races. We'll be right back again, like I said, with a culmination of today's broadcast right here on Ocean Paddler TV from Kailua Kona and the Queen Lili'uokalani Races.
The 2025 Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race is presented by Kaiopua Canoe Club and its army of volunteers, and supported by Hawaii Tourism Authority. High Noon. It's always noon with High Noon Sun Sips. Sun's up. Johnson Brothers of Hawaii. Queen K Tesoro. Island Energy Services. Kona Brewing Company, Liquid Aloha. Kona Salt Farm, powered by Deep Ocean. Are Tahiti. Televised by Ocean Paddler TV and these great supporting sponsors.
Kona Brewing Hawaii. Crisp refreshment in every pint. Island pride in every pour. Born here, for here.
You want cool, you got it. If you're a boy or a girl, 8 to 18, here's your chance to learn outrigger paddling. It's becoming more and more popular, and with good reason. The thrill of gliding through the water and a newfound feeling of power, confidence, and accomplishment. It's an awesome sport where you'll get in shape, meet new friends, and most of all, have fun. You know the joy of water sports. Well, outrigger paddling is easy to learn, and you can enjoy it your whole life. It also gives you more confidence in other areas of your life. Become part of the outrigger family. Let Ade Tahiti find you a club or a coach to learn the skills for this totally cool journey.
Allow us to help you grow your brand and expand your business by reaching Hawaii's giant outdoor sports and ocean enthusiast demographic. Zone Media Advertising specializes in television commercial production and campaigns, social media content production and distribution, drone and video production, cutting-edge live productions, and more. With over 25 years leading Hawaii's action sports market, give us a call to find out how we can help you grow your business.
We are watching the finishes of the last few canoes coming across the line there, but we're joined now in studio back with our man Micah Kalama, and of course Katie Stevens has been in here with us all day. So our third headset is giving us a little bit of a pilikia, a little bit of problem, so we're going to just kind of use this as a mic. But speaking of Micah, how was your race? He just steer the men's race for his club Kaioni in open men.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good conditions compared to last year, but there's a little bit of something out there, some energy on the inside. It was a good race, definitely a hot one.
Oh yeah.
So
you guys pulled more of an inside line?
Actually, we started outside and we made our way towards Keoho, and we kind of ran a little bit of an outside line. So it worked out well for us, but I think we came up in the front of the pack, so it's kind of nice to be over there again.
So I'm sure you saw the results of Outrigger winning the overall. Big Island Junior Va'a with a mean race today in the Unlimited. Of course, we had Keaukaha and their gang matching up with Oceania, having some stellar displays there, and then Wailea behind them and some other really good performances in the Unlimited. Does any of that surprise you after seeing how this year's regattas and early distance races have been playing out?
Man, not at all. I think all of the clubs have been training really hard coming out of, in regatta season and coming out of it. But, I wouldn't say a surprise. Definitely some really talented paddlers out there. But all the names you mentioned, I mean, just really top tier. And it's always exciting to see a really good race. Nice to see the trophy getting exchanged this year. And, just a chance maybe for a Wailea to come back following year or another club to step in there. So not at all. I think all these clubs have put in a lot of time and effort in their success for today.
Oh, yeah. Wailea has definitely got the talent, and they're going to stay on the grind, but it's great to see the level of competition just coming up and up and up. So that was great, especially the performances from those young boys, in particular Big Island Junior Va'a. So impressed. Micah, we were planning to do a little back and forth with you on the escort boat during the women's race, as you see the finish here of Lanikai being first overall in the Unlimited. But we had some problems with audio, but you were watching the whole time. You were seeing what was going on. Give us some feedback on the women's race that you saw.
Well, the women's race was actually really exciting. The traditional boats, the Bradleys, there was 2 clubs, Hawaiian and Kaiopua. They were battling, and they were about close to 1.5 miles apart. So, so Hawaiian was way high, and Kaiopua was inside running the coastline. And they were actually leading all the way up until about the last, give or take, 20 minutes of the entire race. So, to see the battle after Lanikai obviously passing and winning at the end, it was just really impressive to see how long Hawaiian held on to that. So, kudos to the women. They came out, battled. It was a great race. We saw a lot of good exchanges throughout that whole entire morning. So, just incredible paddling out there, always. I'm always excited. I'm always fired up, So, it's exciting.
Yeah, we love the energy that you bring to it and the passion that you have for paddling. And so, I guess are we getting ready to close this thing up? Yeah, we're gonna wrap it up. Okay, so we'll start left to right. Katie, you want to give us some feedback on what you saw there today, what you feel, anything that stood out to you on any of these finishes, and if you can give us maybe a quick recap of the women's top finishers, if you have it off the top of your head, or we can all help in.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say anything really surprised me, the canoes that were up in the top. We're kind of expected to be there. There may have been a few things, maybe people thought Wailea could do it again, but we've seen Outrigger this year and really taking charge. And then, of course, Keaukaha and Oceania, although we don't see them come over. Sometimes if you don't get to compete during the year, you don't know how you're going to line up together. But so sometimes the races like this, it unfolds. And, each race you go to, these big races, it unfolds. I always knew the Lanikai women were tough. Hawaiian women, I mean, they came in 3rd in the channel last year, so and they've been doing really well. It was great to see Kaiopua local club here, come in the position they did, and then be, up near the front really the whole time. I kept wondering whether they had some, local knowledge about the course, and that was maybe going to pay off for them. But I think Hawaiian was just too tough today in the traditional division. So, so Lanikai coming in first. They were in the unlimited, so they were able to pass and make up that 10-minute gap and pass, become first over the line. But then Hawaiian was the first first traditional to came across, and then Kaiopua behind them. That was really great to see. The men's race, as you mentioned, not that surprising. The big guns were up there, and it was just kind of seeing what happened in the start, and then just wondering how exactly that was going to unfold, because the 3 crews all took off together. And of course, we were all really impressed with the Big Island junior boys. I didn't know that they weren't going to make up that much ground, because we panned away for a while. And then when we had panned away, we had Outrigger and we had Wailea and Keaukaha. But we didn't know really where the junior boys were in this pack, because there's all these other canoes behind. And all of a sudden we came back and we're, wait a second, there's the junior boys right behind Outrigger. So that was great to see, and really impressive run by them. But again, the Outrigger boys held it together and fended them off. So it was good to see a traditional canoe still win the men's race, at least.
Always good to see that.
Yeah.
How about you, Micah?
Just real quick, I think just the amount of, care and hospitality here out in Kona, just incredible. Kaiopua supporting every, paddler from across the island, across the world, if you will. And, just helped from, Keaukaha trailered some boats for us. And just a shout out to, So Juicy, Kwai Chang. Just a lot of support. And, that's really what it is. There's so much Va'a family in across the world that we're so blessed to be a part of this. So I think that's one thing you can take away from this, and, even remembrance of the people that are not here, including like, Uncle Bo campus and, families that just, to me are very dear. And so, just a big shout out to all of the, Kaiopua Ohana family here right now. So, yeah, super excited. But also, big shout out to all of the paddlers that are racing and joining. And if you didn't come this year, well, you better come next year, because it's only going to get better. So, yeah, that's about it. But right on.
Oh, hey. That's some good mana'o from both of you. A great breakdown of the race. I think you really summed it up so well. For me, just like you said, it's about the aloha and the festivities, and that this is more than a canoe race. Really, that we can honor our queen, and that this is a homegrown race that's been around for 50+ years, and it's still going strong. It's impressive to me to be able to see this come off year after year. My one shining star, like I was for you guys, was these young men from Big Island Junior Va'a. Incredible performance, and we always talk about upping our game as Hawaii paddlers, and these young boys are doing it. they're making it happen. The vision, with a lot of work from their coaches and their parents and all the people behind them, which you don't see but that are there. They're making it happen. They are making it happen. They beat Tahitian team, top level Tahitian teams in their same age bracket.
I will say it was awesome. I lined up just inside of Kalae was steering, Hakatini, Marcus. I lined up just inside of them, and I told the boys, "Hey, if we line up and we just stick with this, boys, we're gonna be up in the top 5." And sure enough, I called it. You can ask anybody in the club. I was like, "Oh man!" So just like you said, the youth is up and coming, and not to forget also my other family. Nui and Amber, you Darren, don't want to forget you. Thank you guys for trailering as well and helping and supporting us. So yeah.
Other than that, mahalo again for Kaiopua for hosting us. Again, as you can see, as you've seen all day today, anybody watching from across the state or across the world, this is the canoe race that you want to be at. If you have to pick one to travel to, this is it, hands down. So we're looking forward to seeing you at the next one. On behalf of our broadcast team at Ocean Paddler, mahalo to everybody back there. Christian and Kenji, our cameramen, all the boys, Aaron out there, mahalo. Of course, our man Alex, thank you for all that you do behind the scenes, what you folks don't get to see. An amazing broadcast team we have here. On behalf of all of them, big mahalos out to Kaiopua Canoe Club. This has been another amazing Queen Lili'uokalani Canoe Race. We're going to sign off. Thank you for joining us, and we'll definitely see you next year. I'm Kala'i Miller, Micah Kalama, Katie Stevens, and until next time, Hoipa.